And a warm welcome to yet another day of Super High Roller Series action here at the Triton Poker Tour. In the landing casino in Jeju, Shinhwa World, Ali Najad, joined by Kevin Rabichow, as the dichotomy of Triton has now begun to reveal itself. I'm referring, of course, to the fact that our preliminary events are in the rearview mirror now, Kevin, and as a result, some have come out to play that we didn't see earlier. Others have checked out of the hotel, made their way home, and we are nearing the business end of things. And there was a lot of business to attend to yesterday as we crowned not one, but two champs.
Yeah, I mean, this is the stage of the series where I remember, you know, the pressure starts to build a little bit as a player. You start to take a look at your account and think, how much am I stuck right now? Do I have enough in me to keep going for this series? But as you mentioned, a couple of champions who are certainly happy to continue playing through the rest of this series with that, that padding in their account.
I don't want to bury the lead, and I don't want to spoil it, obviously. We are going to leave the 40K mystery bounty, which did crown a champion yesterday, to be unpacked a little bit later on because, of course, during the dinner break in the 150K, which is happening later today, that's when we're going to be opening up those bounties. But, of course, the 25K WPT Global Slam, a 3-day event, 389 entries, that one saw a champ crown, and for those that missed it, let us look back. 9 would begin the process, and Calvin Lee would begin with 2 10s. Yonander Vainas, the Spaniard, with ace-queen. Didn't find a great board. You saw the look on his face. Concerns deepened on the turn where he had 4 outs, and they would not present themselves. So it was a short-lived tenure. At the final table for the Triton newcomer, Vainas, $176,000 would go to him. Orpin Kisachoglu, he would try 2 10s. It worked out for Calvin, who inverted and had the ace-queen this time. Decided to rip over the top of Orpin. There were shorter stacks than Orpin's out there at the moment that this pot took shape, almost 20 million, and it's not where he wanted to find himself. 5-4 deuce, and things were looking good, but on the turn, all of a sudden they got ugly in a hurry. Orpin had just 2 outs one time, and he was vanquished in 8th, as the deck showed no mercy. 221,000 would go to Orpin. 7 would remain. And then Pascal Lefrancois got involved in a little bit of a peculiar situation where Calvin Lee made it seem very much like he thought he was opening this particular pot. Instead, he clicked 3-bet as he said the word raise. Lefrancois decided to jam King Jack. He actually found the best hand on a Queen Jack 9 board, but you could see Lee with the open-ender, played another big one, almost 15 million, and on the turn, he found the straight. Lefrancois did have outs, but 2 of the 10s he sought were blocked, and so was his path to anything further than a 7th place finish. $312,000 would go to Pascal. 6 would remain then, and David Coleman would be in the on-deck circle. Calvin Lee, once more the party starter. Under the gun, 10-8 suited was a qualifier. Yaroshevsky in the cutoff would play it as a flat. Coleman was invited into the pot. 5-3 deuce board. Not 1 but 2 over pairs. Looking up, thinking this is a good spot. As the preflop raiser deferred to Igor, he would fire 1.5 million, and then Coleman would take the high variance approach with a check jam sitting on the gut shot and the overpair. Yaroshevsky was ready for it. The jack on the turn would remove spade outs from Coleman's kit, and the GGs were issued as the deck would not cooperate. 13.3 million chip pot went to Yaroshevsky. Coleman taking home 416,000. Now then, Anatoly Filatov in the cutoff. He would start things off with this King Jack. You see the ace-queen 10, the joint right away, as both blinds had called, both flop top pair. The c-bet brings us to the turn. No hands hit the muck.
5.5.
And with 2 more checks in front of Filatov, he announced 5.5. That was enough to cover Fedor Holtz. And the call wasn't made quickly, by the way. Fedor chewed on it for quite some time. And ultimately, when he called, he saw that he was drawing dead and was a bit surprised, perhaps, to be shown that particular holding. Filatov ascended. And this is when suddenly he got a little bit frisky after Fedor collected 5th, 529,000. Filatov took a queen 5 suited up against queen jack, found a pair on a 9-5-4 board after being the dominated dog, and then inversion as Saliba in turn found his side card after floating. 6.6 million chip pot. Filatov didn't barrel again. Saliba would bet 3.3, and then unexpectedly, Filatov would rip and ask for the rest of it. Saliba had to have been thrilled to be shown Queen 5, but thrills turned to chills in a 22 million chip pot where a 5 presented itself savagely. And in talking to Saliba, he said, that's the dirtiest I've ever been done. 675,000 would go his way. Calvin Lee, with an ace, would summon the remains of Yaroshevsky's stack. King 10 was always a dog, pre and post. Jack 6 tray board. All of a sudden, the gutter would add some outs. As a ray of hope presented itself to Yaroshevsky, but in the end, it was a pair of aces for Lee, and no further. Then a third place finish for Igor. Not at all bashful, 850,000. Heads up, stage was set. Filatov would ultimately take King-Queen up against Ace-4 as Calvin Lee truly unraveled after what began as a deep, stacked heads-up match. Quickly became a one-sided affair. And with top pair on the flop, Filatov left Calvin tugging at nothing more than an ace, which he couldn't find. Came over and gave a knuckle bump as Anatoly continued to show us so much personality. Calvin Lee, 1.185 million for the second place finish. 1.882 million would go to the Filatov cocktail, who just exploded onto the scene, picking up title number 1 for him. Second stop after going 0 for 4 in Cyprus. Cashed in the 30K already here, did Anatoly. And he talked about, you know, being both mixed-race Russian and Korean with actual roots here in Jeju, so maybe calling upon some ancestral run good here on the island. But, you know, he was one of those guys, Kevin, that when we first saw this final table, we felt as though it was cut from a bit of a different cloth than those that surrounded him, and if he was given the opportunity, which he was, would make things exciting and take some high-variance spots, and that's exactly what played out.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we also talked about how comfortable Filatov looked. He was having fun with the walkout. His intro, he looked comfortable. I mean, once he got all the way through this tournament, maybe showed a little bit of the nerves or even just the excitement of how important that win was to him. But to your point, Ali, he was a dangerous player from the start, and he got away with a few pretty cheeky plays before people maybe got information about the way that he was approaching that final table, and it really paid off in the end because making some good hands and heads up, I mean, how can Calvin let someone like that get away with any more?
You know, what's interesting, and nobody was going to win that match once it got down to heads up if they were sitting in Calvin's seat. That must be said. And conversely, anybody sitting in Filatov's seat, it felt like was going to be able to find victory. But with respect to the way that Anatoly played, on the occasions in which you turn in a session, especially on stream where it's going to be archived, always accessible, and those decisions work out, you look like a proverbial genius.
Yeah.
When, however, you're making mistakes and you're pushing those high variance spots, it can make you look quite the opposite. So fortunately for Filatov on this occasion, things did play out the way that they did. Now for Calvin Lee, this is his third Triton stop. Loves him some Jeju. Obviously Korean, ethnically, but playing under the American banner for him. You mentioned that he was a super experienced and successful high-stakes, high-roller player, and yet just powerless when it got down to heads up.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about Anatoly a lot, but I was impressed with Calvin's play, not only before coming into this final table, but definitely at this final table. I think he chose a lot of good spots. I think he made very few mistakes that are clear to me, you know, not knowing the exact cards of his opponent, but just technically speaking.
There was the misclick, the little, where he didn't realize that Pascal got it. Worked out for him, though.
It's true.
And he happened to have 10s.
And I mean, I guess in his defense, one of maybe 3-4 players at that final table who misclicked at some point. I don't know what was happening.
Yaroshevsky did it twice
under the lights
in orbit.
here. But I mean, Calvin, like you said, has a lot of experience, particularly in the U.S. He has his World Series bracelet, I think, all the way back in 2016. So he's been playing big events for a long time. His experience showed on the big stage, and he was just on the wrong side of some bad luck.
Now, listen, let's not sleep on Yaroshevsky. While he did finish third, this man has turned in a very impressive Triton resume. He's at his 6th Triton Festival, at least one final table at every single stop. That's staggering.
Yeah.
When you consider how big some of those fields are And when they aren't that big, they are tough. There's landmines everywhere. So to have just those two things, great. But then he's won a title at the last two stops, and this is already Yaroshevsky's second podium finish this week. It's easy to sleep sometimes on some of these characters, but Igor is one that needs to always capture your attention. You need to pay your, some mind to his presence at your table.
Yeah, definitely. I was pointing out a few unique plays that we saw him making, and it really did feel like, you spoke about Anatoly being cut from a different cloth. It felt like he had no problem playing kind of that counterculture style, putting people in spots where they're not comfortable. I remember specifically a hand with pocket tens. Now, this didn't work out against the pocket kings of Calvin Lee, but he min raises the turn facing a small bet with just an underpair to the top card. I mean, this is stuff that you don't normally see, and he ended up bluff catching the river as well, albeit incorrectly, but definitely someone who's not afraid of playing unusual spots on the big stage, and that can be difficult for players who don't have experience against that style.
If we're talking about not afraid, Fedor Holtz never shows fear at the table, and when ultimately he made his call, it was without fear of being in a bad way, which one pair that really didn't have any road to improvement, is where he staked his claim incorrectly versus the flop nuts for Calvin. I did manage to run into Fedor, chat about that particular hand. And, if you want to go back and look at it, it was the ace-queen 10. There was a heart backdoor draw that showed up on the turn. It was a three-way pot where Anatoly had been V-pipping a lot, had opened, and then c-bet and barreled again on the turn, putting Fedor all in. The presence of Calvin in there created some considerations for Fedor, and he pointed out specifically the Jack-9 suiteds, the 8-9 suiteds, some backdoor heart and one pair combos that could have been in Filatov's range. And I think that's a call that was earned based on a lot of the shenanigans that Anatoly had kind of demonstrated up until that point. Of course, for Fedor, not right on that occasion.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Fedor found himself in the two perhaps most interesting pots of the final table, both multi-way. Remember, he briefly did have the chip lead after calling the king-jack on queen 10-3 early on against the pocket threes of Calvin Lee and the pocket tens of Igor Yaroshevsky. Somehow, nobody gets eliminated on this hand, but Fedor did win a bunch of chips on the right side of a multi-way pot. Like you said, Ali just chose, perhaps in this instance, the wrong option. I was a little surprised to see him call a6 in that multi-way pot, but of course it was a deliberate choice. As you said, he's a player who thinks deeply about spots, and he's someone who, as well, is not afraid to get it wrong.
Obviously, deep into his career is Fedor. Much earlier on, especially in terms of Triton, is Yonander Vainas. He was the only rookie at the final table, which was his second this week. Maybe we begin to keep an eye on he as one of the Spaniards that come to the tip of our tongue. Now, let's turn our attention to the 40K mystery bounty played out to a conclusion. We're going to unpack that a little bit later. My apologies. It's the 50K, actually, that we're going to be bringing you here today, day 2 of that one. Walk me through the numbers as things stand in this 50K.
Yeah, so we're already down to 42 players in this event. 34 are going to pay. We got 215 entries, 134 unique. Definitely seeing the fields tighten up a little bit at this price point. Understandably, 50K is a big number, and all the heavy hitters are now in town, all going to be playing this event for the maximum. So it's, while it's a tighter field, we've got 2.2 million up top, biggest first prize of the series.
I was just going to say, when you say big number, focus on that one right there. It is the largest payout that we've had thus far. Min cash in this one going to be 89,000. 42 currently remain. 34 are going to be paid. And as we quickly dive into the Triton Poker Plus app, you get a glimpse at who's atop the leaderboard. The Lithuanian Matas Simbolas, just shy of 100 bigs, 2.9 million for Matas. You get a glimpse also at the two featured tables. Simbolas not represented there, but we are seeing Sensei Bryn Kenny there at the blue table. And Matas' countryman, Kudzmanos, to the direct left of Bryn there. Shaman O'Dwyer, Masashi Oya down there at the red table. Things obviously going to be interesting. JNT is also out in the field with the top 10 stack, 8th to be exact, 1.7. Hopefully we'll have a chance to sink our teeth into some JNT action. He is always a lot of fun. So then, another day of Triton Super High Roller Series, just moments away from getting going. We're going to walk through the room as usual with the outer table stuff. And one of those outer tables, I confess, we have an aggrieved producer, James Dempsey, who really... he wanted it to be a featured table. Didn't happen. Maybe we'll get a chance. I'll let you guys guess which table it was that producer James was hoping would be among the features, taking nothing away from the two that were ultimately chosen, because you can't put a foot wrong, generally speaking, in this respect. But obviously, certain tables feel like they've got a little bit more gunpowder ready to explode on them. 50K coverage. This one will play down to a champ tonight. Boss, Paul Pua, 615,000 in front of him. Wow, he's parked between Kiat Lee and Danny Tang. Then there's Lun Lun. 1.5 million there, 50 bigs. He's been performing well. Lun, another one of these characters who, you know, tangibly has improved each and every festival. 17 bigs for Kiat Lee.
Do remember playing with Lun Lun in my first Jeju series, and he was a dangerous character.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Really
easy to
puts you in
sleep
spots.
on some of the people who slide into invitationals on the VIP side of the bracket. You can be lulled into some perception that this isn't, you know, a high aptitude adversary, but you would be ill-fated if you did a lot of that. Martirosian not on the VIP side. 1.25 million in front of Artur. Strictly business. There's Symbolas, your chip leader. That makes Artur's assignment a little bit more challenging. By the way, this one is a 7 max, worthy of note.
This must have been the table now. There's a lot of chips on this table. Table 6, I believe, in the app.
I mean, I don't disagree that that was a candidate. However, it wasn't the table that producer James was seeking. Maybe it was this one. You see Mike Watson there. Watson, by the way, has really been trekking through the Kalahari in terms of recent events. Big, long, dry spell for Michael.
Oh, you're right. I was scrolling for a bit there.
Yeah, yeah.
One cash at this series, but before that.
A couple of festivals of being shut out, right?
Yeah, rough go.
Paradise and, was it Montenegro before that, or Monaco? Yeah. I always get the Montes mixed up. It's Monte Carlo, so I have to start calling it Monaco so I don't mix it up with Montenegro. By the way, don't sleep on Mario Mosbach, who was out there at that other table. Now we glimpse Dylan Lindy and company. Roman Hrabec to his left. He's got 20 bigs. $485,000. A little shy of that tally is Hrabec. Oh, look at this table. Henrik Hecklin, Dan Smith, JNT. By the way, a 57 big blinds deep JNT. Kel Burns. Is that Chalot there as well?
Yeah, Ben Chalot, very talented French player.
970K for King Dan. 32 bigs. You know, there's one more player that you just, right to the left of your screen, whose elbow is that? You can see Henrik Hecklin. There he is, Santosh Suvarna. Also at that table. That was the one that producer James
that's a good one.
Was hoping that we would stick under the bright lights. But one can't be disappointed with the two choices that were ultimately made. And there they are, brought to you by GTO Wizard. Blinds of 15 and 30K. 30K big blind ante, 75,000 in orbit, the price of poker. 42 remaining, as mentioned, of the original 215 entries here in this 50K. But of those 42, only 34 will find an 89K min cash, which will stay static through 28th place. And with that all behind us, we get the cards in the air. Sensei Bryn getting the massage tab, running early. He really, you know, there's something distinctly just Bryn about anything. The 50Ks and up, I'm here.
Yeah.
You know, he just rises to the occasion.
And just looks like he's the most comfortable person at the table.
Sure.
At any
Unbothered.
table. Yeah.
Filatov's going to be comfy considering he picked up almost $2 million yesterday in the 25K WPT Global Slam, where he just ran over Calvin Lee. There's Juan Pardo, Orpin Kisachokoglu, also who was at that final table. Alex Foxen, Toon Mulder, Masashi, Shaman. This is no cakewalk. And for Oyasan, Jack 8 suited. Makes it 60, and unfortunately for him, O'Dwyer has the antidote for this button open.
180.
And as we are approaching the money bubble, such a tempting spot to just view O'Dwyer as the table bully right now, and this is looking like a bit of bad luck for Orpin. I honestly don't know what he
It looks like he didn't
here.
take very long whatsoever to decide to go all in. Do you feel as though maybe even at that stack depth there was a little bit more time that he could have taken with it at all, or is it always going in?
If I'm being honest, I think it's the right play. I'm just surprised that Orpin found it so quickly, and credit to him, but like, we have to hope that O'Dwyer's bluffing here with maybe 1 over, 1 under, and Pocket Eights has a lot of equity against that type of hand.
Well, let's see whether or not rabbits are hiding in hats, and apparently they are. Abracadabra, 8-7 deuce. As Frosty the Snowman cools off these kings for the time being. O'Dwyer looking to return the favor.
I've been too naughty this morning.
Orpin suggesting he's been too naughty this morning and the king is on its way, but no. No lumps of coal in his stocking. Instead, a gift from the heavens.
When Steve tilt, he say no word.
And given the way that he got done
He's
with those 2 tens, after flopping clean during yesterday's final table and Calvin Lee's ace-queen finding that queen on the turn, he might be thinking, this is
We had a chat once.
somehow karmically righteous.
2014, I guess.
Although O'Dwyer obviously
Wow.
on the receiving end didn't do anything to deserve this. Taking it in stride as he always does.
Say something.
Shaman O'Dwyer
I'm kidding.
had a brief
But you were in Macau.
opportunity during an
2014.
elevator ride.
Yeah, you called
to
me 3
chat with
times. With ace
here
queen
on
or king
property.
queen something.
And he is apparently,
I do remember
and this is
that.
so
I made a stupid,
textbook
stupid
shaman.
triple barrel with normal hand. Pocket
Found
9.
GTO
Very stupid play. Unbelievable.
hotel
how bad
room
was that.
geography
Remember
here
this one?
on the property, because you have this double escalator situation to get from the casino back up to the lobby, which can be time consuming,
2014?
but there's a
You
sniper
guys both remember
elevator
this hand?
that
I
while
do.
it
I
doesn't
big
go
tournament.
directly to all the hotel rooms, normally you
Must
would
have
have
been a
to
big spot.
either take it up to the
the
lobby
best
level
hand I
or the
played
double
there, it
escalators
was
up to the
against
lobby
Michael
level, then
Jones.
transfer to an elevator bank for the
PvP.
hotel rooms.
And
It takes you up to the
stacked him
restaurant
with
on the
7
5th.
high.
But in the restaurant on the
We get
5th, you can walk right out into the hotel room
He had
hallway.
it was
That
like
is
raise,
the
we raise
first room
something. Click.
outside the restaurant,
pretty
and he
big dip.
specifically
5,
requests
6,
that room.
7,
Wow.
3
Hats off to the
suited,
man
and
who's
like
always
get
looking for every
open-ended,
little
and
edge,
I
saving
had,
all
like,
that time during the break.
showed
He's
strange
never going to share secrets with you
busted him
again,
with 7 high.
Ali.
I don't know that it was a secret, and by the way, you're not
That's
going to
just-
dethrone
I don't know if
Shaman.
this is even possible.
He's got that room on lock,
I think it was
but you
very
know,
bad.
How can he have a gut
worthy of
shot?
consideration.
Maybe
I
I
stumbled
formatted
into
it
that
so you don't-
situation, by the way, as Juan Pardo
I was
doing
like-
no stumbling here. Queen 7, wagging the finger and taking it.
I don't even remember the board, but it was so sick.
Do you remember who won that tournament?
3,
Like it
I had
couldn't
gut
have to
shot
be
and
8
he had
high. It can't be
straight
7
draw.
high. I mean,
Something like that.
the
I
rest
told
someone had to have a
You
pair.
remember who won that tournament?
You?
Yeah.
Shit.
That's why you remember.
Flipping back over. All eyes on Sensei. Pavel Plesuv of Moldova. He held a big chip lead earlier this week.
Wait, 60,000?
Italy's Enrico Camosci. Kicking this one off with ace-8. Early position for this offsuit combo.
It is, and I was scanning the counts to see if Enrico had some sort of advantage from this position, but he's opening into Bryn Kenny's button. Jamil Wakil also covering him on the cutoff, so a little surprising. But if we do just treat this as a pre-flop war, any ace blocker is strong. I think we're just a bit deep, perhaps, to be opening the ace-8 offsuit.
Bryn Kenny flatting the sixes, and now all of a sudden, that might look like deli meat in a sandwich ripe for the taking. As Kuzmanas, small blind, looking down at ace-queen suited, 420, and he rips it. Camosci lacking durability and perhaps a little bit of focus as he looks up and realizes he's been piled on. Going with the double headwear thing again. One cap without the bill, the other atop it with bill. Meanwhile, the bill is 375 more thousand in chips.
Yeah, Bryn, considering what hands are jamming from the small blind, I don't think any weaker pairs are in this range.
He
does
has
still
made
have
the
the-
call, though.
Does still just have the price. I mean, a lot of 2 overcard flip situations. If we're an 80-20 dog, so be it. Bryn's got chips to play this pot for the price he was offered.
And you know, Kenny is one of those guys that has an appetite to ruin your day. Just shy of $1 million out there. Jack 9-7, 2 diamonds. Sixes
Still a flip, yeah.
technically in front, but equity-wise, it's a 10% advantage for Kuzmanos with 2 to come. Now that flips as the turn is clean, and you see Marius thinking, no, don't do me like this. Surely with all those outs, I'm going to get there, and the answer is no. No, you're not. Board pairing 9. And it didn't take long for Sensei Bryn Kenny to open the dojo and
Juan knows
make a student
they need action.
out of Kuzmanos.
Can't have someone drawing dead after the flop, so. Just change the channel.
Marius will not be in the money here in the 50K. I gotta say, the number of occasions on which
That's why they
you
say
see
in the
that
big
image
bucks.
there, Bryn hauling in a pot, and then us
No,
watching
no.
somebody walk out of the room
But
is
the odds are
eerie.
the same.
Yeah.
Only the show is different.
I know.
Ah, yeah.
It's not
I
for
know, I'm
me,
joking,
talking.
I know.
Like time banks?
So we don't care,
them here or
even if
something?
there is show, like,
I don't care. Viewers like that.
There's Brock Wilson to the right of Jamil Wakil. Engaged in conversation with Camosci is Jamil. During the Paradise stop, actually, I had a chance to go to dinner with Jamil and his gal, and found him to be a delightful, very well-centered young man. Taking the game quite seriously, but humble about it. Looking at Jamil's stack, it's currently good for 10th in chips overall. Jamil closing in on 7 figures in career Triton earnings after first joining us in London in 2023. He went 1 for 4 with a 5th place FT finish. 3 cashes at last year's Jeju Festival. Monte Carlo was a little bit lean with the exception of the 30K Turbo Bounty Quattro, where he did notch his lone cash for $233,000 plus 120K in bounties. And here in Jeju, he could do no better than 52nd in the 25K WPT Global Slam. His lone cash in 6 attempts, looking to make this one his second. Meanwhile, Bryn Kenny looking to attack the blinds with King Jack, and Pavel Plessuv, unbeknownst, is not in a great spot here. Defends, and the spot doesn't get any better on an 8-7 deuce board. 1 diamond out there, 2 overs. Bryn, 175 in the middle, action checked over.
No obligation to bet for Bryn Kenny. We have low interaction with the board. We have some showdown value. But if he does, it's just one of those, can we call it a low equity bluff when he has 82% in this hand? But it is kind of like, you know, I'm I'm hoping to take down this pot with not much hope to improve if I check.
Yeah, no spade in hand, and obviously that 82% is far better than he might imagine this king-jack is worth. Plesov just steps away.
Yeah, a hand that I think Plesov would have continued if we weren't 7 spots off the money right now. He's covered by a good margin, expecting Bryn to lean on him with that type of stack, so passing on the float. I think, you know, maybe even a little excessively conservative, but it's right there on the edge.
You know, here's the thing, and I've brought this up in the past. It isn't an obligation. It's not incumbent upon us to make our path to victory one that is replete with, you know, sex appeal, right? It's just you can take the most boring steps down the path, and it's ultimately going to lead to the same place, potentially. Is it going to have as many highlight reel moments on it? No. Is that allowed? Is it okay? And is it even maybe preferred for some in terms of the overall steadiness?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, definitely. When you think of those solid players who don't seem to make mistakes, you know, never end up on the low light reel, let's say. Those are often players we respect and who accumulate a lot of winnings over their career.
You know, Bryn, he's not one of those guys that wants to take the safe road. As you see him 3-betting with an ace-4 offsuit from the cutoff after Jamil popped his head up.
Classic hand to attack when you have the chip lead in a heavy ICM situation, but we're playing pretty deep right now, and Plesov has a big hand.
Jackson the small with 855.
There's a lot of potential upside for Plesov if he were to double up in this situation. Obviously, we can see if he were to go all in here, it would just get a couple of folds from these two players. Yeah, and he does go for it, and he's leaving a bit of money behind. Prepared for those rare but very dangerous, you know, 3-player, 4-player encounters when everyone's dealt a monster.
No monsters lurk here. 4 bets to 450,000 from Pavel. Commitment, obviously. But I think this is pocket fives being served divorce papers, and the eviction notice is heeded. Bryn Kenny conceding as well as he gives Pavel a sporting glimpse.
2 jams, I hope.
Yeah, that's fair. You need a pretty good one to call off 2 gems.
With 1 jam, you fold?
No.
Yeah, I mean, it could be.
That would be super hood if 1 gem he folds. The fake aces, I couldn't help myself.
That's 4.
I mean, but yeah.
60,000. Pass. Pass.
Bryn back at it. Suited and connected from the hijack, and Kamoshi's going to have the medicine this time.
And kind of a lot of chips to think about 3-betting all in usually, but he might just want to end this hand given the context of the spot. Yeah, he does just say all in. Ace-King offsuit. Had he gone 200,000, maybe gets peeled by the 8-7 suited of Kenny and has to play some tricky spots past the flop, so this is the typical play with this kind of hand strength. Just get all in, and if we have to run it, we have a pretty good chance.
Pretty straightforward one there for Kamoshi. Made some waves at the World Series of Poker Europe in Rosvadov. Had the chance to commentate on him. Also made some waves here on the Triton Super High Roller Series in Monte Carlo, finishing
This one's mine.
second in the 25K WPT Global Ultimate Slam for 634,000. That was his first ever Triton event, mind you. Didn't cash the rest of the way. Ultimately won for 6. This is his second ever festival. Finished 11th in the 25K 8 max. Looking for cash number 2. Meanwhile, Bryn, 3 straight opens. Under the gun this time. Has that healthy stack. One wouldn't blame Plesu for thinking this is a 3-bettable one in the cutoff.
Does look like he's going for call, and I think playing 40 big blinds. Yes, you face 3 straight opens, but it would still be such a disaster to get this in bad at this exact moment. It's an under-the-gun range. You know, Bryn is coming with controlled aggression. At least that's the understanding that I think Plesev has.
Well, only the 6s have been shown thus far. We didn't see the ace-4.
Although I do think he revealed it honestly to the table, whether or not they believe him.
Jamil was getting a little price there. 7-4 suited, though, will step aside. And the Moldovan dominated by Sensei here. Not able to find the necessary queen for the immediate lead. Jack 6-5. 195 in the middle.
We did see Bryn starting with aggression in a spot previously, the low board, where he didn't have to, but here, respecting the calling range of Plesev, there's some pretty strong hands in this cutoff flat. We're seeing ace-queen right now. Could even be as good as pocket jacks on the pair side of things.
Eight on the turn hasn't changed much of anything, although both parties do have a big club in hand, just in case that becomes relevant down the streets.
45,000.
And this is kind of thin from Kenny. You know, Plesev definitely has a lot of the pocket pairs, and he just has to deduce if they would have bet the flop when check too. I think some of them are still here, maybe the 8 coming, making them a little less likely. But he is going to get a little bit of value here from the best unpaired hand.
Interesting. 3 doesn't rate to change anything whatsoever. 285 in the middle.
And with clubs missing and the 3 not interacting with much of anything, hard to imagine this going any other way than, well, I was wrong. I was going to say check, check. But here we are with another block bet from just ace-king high.
Yeah, this is a peculiar size, though. 95 into the 285. Is it mergy insofar as it could maybe be hunting value, but also dissuading a larger size from being faced?
It feels like it is. I mean, Bryn also has the ace of clubs, with which is noteworthy because it makes check calling his hand less attractive. Harder for Plesev to have a true bluff, so I think Bryn really is just not only trying to get value from ace-queen potentially, but maybe more importantly thinking, if Plesev has pocket 9s or pocket 10s, I'm going to check and face a larger bet, and this is just not the right hand to be putting itself into a check call situation, so maybe the block finds us down a more comfortable path. And I mean, Plesev knows his hand is not just a throwaway one. He's going to be frustrated to see the showdown.
Nuts. Man.
Did he announce nuts?
I think he did.
Oh, that's brutal.
Wow. You know, it's so weird, man. Sensei's the man that just gets involved in those specific sorts of spots and then is the one that can actually say nuts and be right. And it's so demoralizing when you're on the receiving end of it, isn't it?
Yeah, that's just... I mean, to throw that needle in, too, to really like we've got a lot of poker left to play. To put that in the head of your opponent, that you just know that ace king is good in that spot when it, you know, maybe theoretically rates to be good a third of the time or less when called. Just
That's wild.
It's
You start to
eerie.
wonder whether or not your hand and your cards had backs on them there.
Yeah.
What's going on with the X-ray? Thomas Boivin of Belgium. 60K open. Under the gun ace-9 off.
Yeah, playing a pretty short stack, Boivin here, and we are 7-handed. So I think a reasonable choice for this kind of pre-flop only type game that he's going to be playing nearing the bubble. Not a lot of post-flop play expected. It is, however, into the big blind of Bryn Kenny, who's going to be able to take a lot of flops.
Nah, I think there's something up.
And
noticed
and
that.
I opened my Safari to check it. And they did
King
I
six
said
suited should
G2
qualify.
They have G2 reviewed.
Yeah,
They click. I was
can't
like,
do that. Yeah,
I was like, I'm not cheating. I will
Right.
just check if
Yeah.
internet is working.
I think it's
The camera, then they think, oh, it's cheating.
never be too careful now. You know?
So defense from Kenny, and he flops the club draw. No waiting. Jack 8-4 board. Neither party with a pair.
And with ace-9 under the gun, it just feels like there's no great options that we can take. Do we bet big to try to clear out some marginal hands and represent top of range? Does kind of seem like that's what Boivin's going with here. Definitely rates to have the overall advantage. But ace-9, very poor interaction, can't really face raises. I think Kenny could go either way here. There's really not a lot behind. SPR less than 2.
$245.
Great. 245,000.
Check raising to 245,000, and somewhat disgusted. Thomas windmills that ace-9.
Yeah, and I like that play from Kenny. No showdown value with the king 6. If we think there's enough unpaired hands that are betting the flop for half pot, we can take down a lot of chips there with a check raise, and of course plenty of equity to just run it if we need to.
Well, seemingly everything is going Bryn Kenny's way thus far in the early going, where he has asserted himself at this 50K feature table. His stack currently 3rd overall behind Matas Symbolis, chip leader coming in, and Mike Watson, who's looking to right his ship. Plus who's King Jack of Hearts under the gun, speaks.
Now we did see Bryn going after an open with an offsuit ace earlier. This is a little different feeling for Enrico. Yes, he's ahead of Plesiv in chips, but
150.
a 3-bet here, he does go for it. I mean, represents a significant value to him in this situation, as he is kind of in the middle of the pack at this table.
But this is ambitious. You have a lot to fade behind you. And obviously the opening range under the gun for Plesiv should be durable. And unfortunately the fade, pardon me, doesn't look like it's successful. Ace-King suited. Paying a visit to Jamil Wakil as he looks up at 65 and 150 in turn. Under the gun, +1.
Yeah, unfortunately for us, we won't know what Plesiv would have done if it folded back to him with the King-Jack suited. Would have been kind of a marginal feeling spot, but Wakil, you have to think, will come in with a 4-bet, just probably going through his sizing options right now, because with all the different chip stacks at the table and considerations for wanting to leave yourself a way out of the hand in a worst-case scenario, there's a lot to think about.
340.
340, the announcement, and it could have been meatier than that if he wanted, couldn't it?
It could have, and I do like this, though. It's in position against both players, so even when it folds back to Enrico, there's not a lot of hands that he's going to feel comfortable just peeling with there. I think Wakil represents a bluff well by going that size. And yeah, I mean, Enrico stepping a little bit out of line with a loose bluff.
To his credit,
No
he didn't waste
option.
any time, just getting right on out of there. No posturing whatsoever. Not for Enrico and not for us either when we advise you to head over to WPT Global. Why, you might ask? Because it's the only place that you can qualify for the next WPT Global Slam. Win passport dollars and use them to buy into future Triton events only on WPT Global. Download now. Use the code Jeju for a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. It all happens at WPT Global.
You know, that hand does tell us a lot about Enrico's game and maybe speaks to why he's been able to find early success coming out to these stops. As someone who's willing to go after spots that don't necessarily abide by the rules of the traditional ICM layout, but still utilizing pressure in those same moments. And we see this from some of the really strongest players in the field, kind of acting as if they're the chip leader regardless of their stack.
Suited one gapper. Wakil fresh off of the 4-bet and take it. Cut off activation. Queen 10 dominating, however, and very serviceable out of the big for Pavel. Shows the train conductor his ticket and climbs aboard the Ace Queen 4 train. Second pair. Some backdoor Broadway and club prospects. Far more than we can say for Jamil. However, Jamil may perceive that he's purchased the right to represent this board texture more credibly than the big blind.
Yeah, would definitely think so. When he opens in the cutoff, you expect to hear from Ace Queen pre-flop every single time in the big blind, so we get to attack this board pretty liberally as Wakil. And we do cover by a good margin as well. We can threaten plus of stack across the next couple streets.
Check call of 55K, not what Wakil had in mind. Let's see what the turn has in store. Plusoof, trip queens. And that's a card I think that's going to slow Jamil down in the event that he would have otherwise been thinking, let me multi-street bluff this, which I'm not saying he was, but that's a dissuasive arrival.
Yeah, not an exciting one to bluff, and while we might still want to do it sometimes, our ambition pulled back quite a lot in this moment. And Plesov notably not leading on this card where we might see that at earlier stages of the tournament. We might even see him leading big, going to jam river, but Wakil's going to have queen-jack offsuit. He can have king-queen offsuit. There's ways for Pavel to have the worst hand right now.
So it does go check, check. Wakil drawing dead. Feels very much like his affinity for the spot has come to an end.
Yeah, and Pavel's got to think he has the effective nuts right now, barring maybe rivered pocket sevens. Doesn't necessarily mean he's going to put his whole stack in right now, but he can still make a big bet here without risking busting the tournament.
$175, says Pavel. Surely Wakil isn't thinking something heroic, right?
It's always hard to tell. I mean,
okay. The longer they sit there like that, the more nervous you get that maybe an ill-fated cape is being reached for.
yeah. I mean, we've seen a handful of river raises and some heroics over the course of this series, but facing that bet in that spot,
And I got to say, Jamil, doesn't strike me as that character, right? If
Yeah.
Sensei's in the tank there, just don't pretend that you have any clue what's coming next.
Yeah.
But for Wakil, I think that 10-8 was always been bound.
Solid operator.
Yeah, yeah. Not to say that Kenny isn't a solid operator, obviously. It's just that Kenny is, a wild and untamed creature.
Sure.
Wakil adjusting the flare there with the coin poker patch. King Queen for BK. 65K, the offsuit version greeted by the suited one. And for Thomas, on the button, is this 3-bet jam worthy?
Yeah, it really feels like it. It's the type of hand that can generate a lot of folds and has fine equity when called. Just 4 off the money now.
Time
By
to
the way, note
gamble.
how well the jam performs. His 2 7s are into the bin. Bryn Kenny says, okay, let's go. And Thomas
2 flush
says,
draws versus 1.
sure. Bring me spades. Kenny saying diamonds or hearts would work.
Oh.
Spade on board. Free roll.
Oh.
Oh,
Of course. I have to make it for a sweat. GG
a
run out.
knock at the back door for Boy Vaughn. He'd love to haul in this 765 to himself. Sensei lives for the sweats. And the Triton main event winner
Pocket 7.
wearing his Jacob & Co. Epic X watch with pride, as
Tight folds.
so many others do on tour.
No, I don't think so.
Maybe I should be. Yeah, I didn't even think of retiring. Oh no, that's not what you were saying.
Maybe if you think longer, the spade comes.
Yeah. Different deck.
Kenny, ace 8. Opens to 65,000 as the massage therapist opens the chakras. Little craniosacral lymphatic drainage situation appears to be explored. I live for the massages, man. I mean, they're so good. But we got in trouble one time when Rasty and I decided in Cyprus that maybe we could get massages while we were in the booth. And that didn't go well. It's the optics, you know. And if a player's waiting on a massage and they look over and the two of us have a couple on lockup, that wasn't, we didn't think it through.
Yeah.
It was short-lived, but wonderful.
There is a spa here, you know.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
At some point, I will pay a visit. I haven't been feeling well, so I was like, it's a little inconsiderate to
Yeah.
go into a little, treatment room and then just hack up along.
That's good of you. It's, yeah,
Must be.
not fair to the staff for sure.
Plus, you're face down in the cradle and
It's
you're
an-
just a leaky faucet,
It's
That's-
not a, yeah.
It's not, especially as they're massaging you, it really does unlock, Anyhow, Queen Jack 4, top pair for Brock Wilson.
Sounded like you've made that mistake before and learned from the experience.
It was a one-time sort of thing
Yeah.
in North Cyprus. I was like, oh, this wasn't thought through. Meanwhile, the ace of spades is of interest potentially to Bryn, who likes to keep his foot close to the accelerator pedal.
Yeah, this one's interesting, playing just 10 big blinds behind. I mean, Brock has a big hand, but is in an uncomfortable ICM scenario, not wanting to go out in the next 4 positions. Usually we want to proceed tight but aggressive. I think we're going to see a raise.
All in.
There it is. Brock check jamming. That's that modest 35K. Is snatched up.
And folds out a somewhat significant 17% equity hand there.
Sure.
Nice jam.
Nice game on Brock. It
Guess
was
we have
a
to catch up hands probably.
less than warm reception that he received when first joining the Triton Super High Roller Series.
Yeah. Yeah.
In
We
2023,
gotta be behind a hand or two
our
then.
Monte Carlo stop, he went 0 for 7.
We are going to catch a
The
hand.
old
Yeah,
strikeout,
must be.
and this is his second festival, first since then, where he broke the seal. 26th in the 25K 8 max, 43rd in the 25K Global Slam. But here he is with designs on a healthy payday, of which plenty are available in this 50K. 7
Can I
max
have a water
action.
too, please?
No, just one.
Maybe bring 2 or 3.
Sure.
2 water, 2.
Someone will drink them.
Someone will have it. Yeah.
Take a walk, Jamil. You got a scouting report on Brock Wilson at all, Kevin? He does a lot of things in Vegas in terms of tournaments and
Yeah.
obviously in the coaching streets a little bit, it would seem, as well.
Yeah.
Perhaps a peer in that respect. Nice little game on him.
Yeah. Definitely a well-studied player. See him around that, poker coaching circle, which includes the likes of Justin Saliba, Chris Brewer even. And, I think perhaps a bit of a lone wolf when traveling, aside from maybe Steven Song. I know they're, good
Yeah.
buddies, but
Not part of
Don't
a
have
bigger
a-
crew.
I don't
kind of-
have a good read on whether he's, in collaboration or just kind of out there doing his work, showing up every day and
Well, Saliba here as well, I would imagine maybe,
yeah.
there's some opportunities there for the two of them to talk, but yeah, the lone wolves are. Yeah,
I
keep
think
your
the
eye
first
on
time
these
they
guys.
tracked. So all the hands that we played, they were not tracked. I think.
Bucking the trend of
I
tribalism.
noticed that. I was seeing how certain people bust.
Oh no. They're going
Nice take there for Pavel.
How's that happen?
forward. Not forward, the other side.
There might be delay.
Backward. Yeah. They're doing
We
hand.
talked about
Yeah, do you have your app on a delay?
Massive wielding
Hmm?
a chip lead
Yeah, my live is live. My app is
earlier
Live, okay.
during this festival. It was in the 25K
Yeah, well,
they not
WPT Global
delayed it?
Slam
live.
at
But they're
one
going
point, but
backward. They're going. They're
could do
doing
no
the
better
hand
than
backward.
23rd when
Oh,
it was
they're
all
putting
said
them
and
in.
done.
So
He's
now
only
they put
cashing
king
4
queen against
attempts.
king queen.
There is no
Saw the
slowdown.
blinds going up.
Oh yeah.
I don't think.
No, the app doesn't show yet.
Yeah.
It doesn't show the card, the whole cards, but it shows the action.
I think it was another American player, not Brock Wilson, but Mike Jozoff, who told me some of these guys have a theory that it's just part of rite of passage to come to Triton and brick your whole first series, as Brock Wilson did.
I mean, I suppose if you're going to brick your first series, that's one way to help soften the disappointment, is to suggest that that's just paying one's dues. But, it's interesting. When I do see that, what it does, as we see Kenny, small blind, asking Boivin for all of it,
Slam dunk for him.
it sort of defies what we've talked about as being the competitive advantage of being a Triton first-timer. Now, for a
Yeah.
guy like Brock Wilson, he's going to be familiar to a lot of our regulars who have played plenty with him
Yeah.
in Vegas and in, similar to the prelim kind of size events, the 10 through 25K stuff. But I guess it's more for the truly anonymous to the field type
Yeah.
of characters that applies.
And maybe even because of players like Brock and the other Americans who are traveling out here, who would stand to take advantage of some of those newcomers if they knew their game better. But they don't reap the benefits of that information, and all that benefit goes directly to the, well, yeah, who we've been calling the newcomers, I suppose. They're all newcomers, but
Well, Kamoshi coming with ace queen. Pocket fours now for Jamil.
yeah, kind of fringe. Opportunity to flat some more hands off of 35 blinds.
Ooh, well served, though, to duck out of the way, one would think. Unclear, though, whether or not Kenny's got flat or 3-bet on his mind. He
Yep.
might not have a whole lot of anything on his mind right now, just based on the body language. I thought we were going to have to wake him up. King Jack suited, awakening in the big here after Kenny did flat. So the set mining effort would have presumably been allowed for. Although with the flat behind the open, maybe Kenny looks to squeeze with 2-8s. One never knows.
Yeah.
It's a different sort of setup, but
Yeah, putting in 23 blinds against Enrico's opening range, maybe not feeling great unless there was some extra dead money in there.
well, Kamoshe's not going to be feeling great. Unbeknownst to him, as he flops kings and queens, ace kicker starts off well by not c-betting it. Plasuv has this one by the throat with trips. Kenny keeping it clean with a check back.
Everyone deferring over to the chip leader there in position, expected to be the most aggressive player in the hand. And for Pavel, he has one of the biggest hands he could ever have in this situation, having flatted pre-flop. It's going to look suspicious to these players that he's leading out because this doesn't look like a board that he can represent well.
$110K. A lead from the big blind into 2 other players. And you see Kamoshe has concerns. He blocks the queen. He has an ace interfering with maybe something frisky, and it's the spade ace, no less. He will, however, make the call.
I think this will signal to Bryn that his hand is no good. But yeah, Enrico definitely not. You know, the bet size wasn't huge on the turn. There's always some chance that you expect Plezov to have Queen Jack or something and then check the river. So Enrico's waiting for more information.
Well, it's kings full on the end for Plesov, and he loves this particular card, as ace 10 and backdoor spades could both be in trouble against his boat and very well be in the range for Kamoshi, who's got the ace of spades, and you wonder whether or not that card gets him into trouble.
Yeah, and the way it could get into trouble is if we see Plezov go with a small bet here, representing maybe just trip kings or a low straight.
Well, does this qualify? 350? I think this is a little bit too big for Kamoshi to all of a sudden get heroic, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say what Enrico's going to view this hand strength as. If I had to close my eyes and hide the king jack and just guess at what hand strength Pavel's representing, I'd say maybe a 10 high flush or thereabout, like something, you know, pretty good here.
It's beginning to feel like better than just trip kings, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I don't think we see trip kings. Yeah, nice fold.
Yeah. Good find there from Kamoshi. And that is a healthy pickup for Pavel. Aided by the presence of Kenny Pre. At some point, I'm going to have to run into Enrico and really inquire about this red no-bill lid.
Yeah.
That, you know, like food service workers often will do the hairnet beneath. You know, I don't think this is some sort of
doesn't seem to be taming the hair.
Regulatory, you know,
Seeing
initiative.
plenty of it.
You know, I stayed at a hotel in Japan once, and I went into the swimming pool, and I caused a tremendous amount of alarm after going in there. And it wasn't like, oh, look at the guy with the body hair that's going to clog the filters. Somebody ran in and urgently told me that I need to wear a swim cap.
Oh.
You know, for hygienic purposes. I guess you just gotta
Mandatory hair covering.
I confess I'd never felt as though I was some sort of caveman back home every time I jump in a pool without one. But I guess I get it. Could be a little bit gross.
Straightforward shove there from the ace of Pavel and a quick fold from pocket
As
threes.
it starts, you got like 2 seconds to think.
You're right. Yeah.
'Cause I saw you looked and you were like 2 seconds. Like, I guess
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna have to do this. But we get these refreshed.
Yeah. That's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brock pointing out
I'm okay to
how
waste
quickly that
They're
10
not really
seconds
useful.
No, I agree.
on the fast
But I
action
just
clock
noticed, like,
goes
if
by.
you actually don't look at them right away, you're just like,
Yeah, I mean,
With 10 seconds, yes.
yeah, you have to
it's better.
instant.
It's better to take some seconds more with that. I mean, it's worth that.
Agreed. Agreed. Yeah.
Pocket deuces now for Kenny.
Other players at this table might be folding deuces just because of their chip stack limitations. But certainly Kenny's going to open it. And these are just tricky hands to play. 3 off the money, 10 big blinds effective. How are we going to realize equity post flop with ace 4 offsuit? But if we jam pre, do we really have enough fold equity? I think that's a nice pass by Brock.
Ace 4. Under normal circumstances, especially against that frisky stack of Bryn Kenny, one might expect that Brock would be happy to dig in, but here, 3 away from the money, 10 big blinds deep, as you mentioned. Things getting a little more surgical.
No pressure. Yeah, you are used to that.
Nobody is expecting anything from me.
You are used to that, Tom.
It's my
Good pep talk to yourself.
Pocket nines for Boyvon after the under the gun raise from Kenny, who's been V-pipping. Wouldn't blame Thomas, and sure enough, here comes the 280. Oh, wow. Kamoshi motioning, pardon me, for a count. Pocket aces.
And this original 280 all in, not going to come in light from Thomas. This is a strong looking call. And I think Bryn's aware of it. But when it gets back to him, I mean, how much does he like his price for the chance to nail this flop? He's got to know this is a strong hand.
Yeah.
He's eyeing Enrico right now. Sees there's only 365 back, 2 off the money.
Yeah, this flat screams strength.
Nice fold.
Good choice. Good choice.
Yeah. Enrico immediately
9-9. 280.
You actually do
revealing
want to call there.
the bad news.
Side a pair too.
Did Thomas just ask for a prepay there? Look at Enrico's like, okay.
To him.
Not gonna win this one.
Replaying.
I think it's a flip.
Cracked Ramin stasis with 9s yesterday. End of the day.
You did?
Thomas
Hit it straight on the river.
found the hand. It just comes at the wrong time, and the 10-10
That's
deuce
how you're in.
doesn't
That's how you're
set the
still
watch
in?
any
He
differently.
had you.
Yeah.
Or similar stack.
745 in the middle.
Pretty close.
Diamonds irrelevant as Thomas prepares himself for what feels like the inevitable. Oh,
I
no!
told you.
Wow. 9 of clubs. Keep your seat, Mr. Thomas Boivon.
Ah, yeah, yeah. Now we have to fight. Now I'm the last one.
You don't want to say anything?
Mother
You jinxed it.
Kamoshi just got served up a pan of burnt lasagna.
And it really does swing things for Enrico. Thought he was about to be on the stone bubble. Kiat Lee was just downed in the 37th at an outer table with pocket sevens against the queen jack of Matas Symbolos. So now 2 off the money. And Enrico's 35 out of 36.
That's brutal.
Fold.
Only Symbolis' countryman, Vaitiekonas, Paulius that is, keeps Kamoshi company at the exact same chip stack. Granted, Brock Wilson sitting there 20K north of the boys. 7 deuce suited, not going to help him. Sensei takes a walk.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Because I don't mind either way.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Not getting.
You know, it can be aces. You know, you could have gotten cracked that hand.
Just curiosity, yeah.
It's like an extra sweat, I guess.
Well, there's a look at the State of the Union at our 2 featured tables. Wilson and Kamoshi nursing short stacks. Filatov, 410,000. Things haven't gone his way. Orpin, 505, hanging on. Desperately trying not to be on the outside, shut out of the top 34 who will make the money here in this 50K. Ali Najad, Kevin Rabichow from the Landing Casino at Jeju Shinhwa World. Quite pleased to have you with us if you're streaming live.
A lot of ambassadors.
They got a lot.
All over.
Shout us out. Let us know where it is that you're streaming from, who you're pulling for. How you been enjoying this Triton Super High Roller Series coverage thus far, which hasn't even rounded the midway point.
Stop 9.
We've got Pot Limit Omaha and Short Deck coming your way after we play the main and the 150K.
Like 700 total? About just under 7?
Yeah, yeah. Just over.
Honestly, if we look up and Bryn has cucumbers on his eye sockets next orbit, I'm just not going to be surprised. You know? A hot towel over the dome, perhaps a eucalyptus sprig, some mint tea. I guess some raw almonds and dried fruit would also be a part of that equation.
They're going to have to get him a
Ah, really?
personal card reader,
Oh, I
like
need
a
to see.
stand-in.
Yeah, like an audio.
Check his hands and whisper it in his ear.
Right. Flipping back over to the other feature table.
Happens.
Looks like Filatov has familiarized himself with the bone soup, which I confess I've not yet sampled.
Oh, is that what people have been talking about? Can only get that at the table?
Those are reasonably large bones, by
Yeah.
the way. I'm not, you know, what's the critter that those come from?
Well, I know the black pork is the star of this region.
Yeah, I'm not. What is
So-
the actual meat black? Are they just black pigs? I've never unpacked this, by the way, as we see Foxen exploring King Jack. Juan Pardo, 7-6 off.
You've got me stumped, Ollie.
Books a date with the flop. Yeah, they make a big deal of this, the black pork here in Jeju. Personally, not a huge fan of the swine, so haven't sampled. Meanwhile, 7-4-3.
Juan Pardo covering Foxen in this hand. Still the money bubble lurking, and definitely a flop that you expect to connect better with Pardo than the hijack opening range. Not surprised to see this lead. And it's a close one at this price for really any two overcards. You're not excited about this, but we have to do some floating, some raising. I'd say there's no clear distinguishing factor other than having, you know, a suited hand that would give you the backdoor flush draw. Of course, we could use our equity there, but how do you decide between Ace-9 offsuit, King-Queen, King-Jack, Queen-Jack, all these hands that Foxen would have opened that all are equally disinterested in this board?
You know, Foxen's got so much fight in him, and he recognizes Pardo is so incentivized to lead at this board texture regardless of what he has. And so he's going to dress him down a bit here. 275, unfortunately, as we can see, Pardo just has a bit too much hand here to step aside with the gutter and top pair, but you can just tell where Foxen's head was at. And I think this is in response in particular to Juan Pardo, who he knows is a high IQ player.
Yeah.
And this is a spot he's just well served to take. But this test is going to come back positive momentarily, as Pardo does not concede. But the story being told by Foxen as played, I would imagine, is I have an overpair.
Yeah, that's definitely the claim at the moment. Very few hands other than overpairs that open in the hijack at this moment.
Oh, now this becomes a little bit interesting as an ace rolls off. If it is an overpair, in fact, it's supposed to be a little bit mindful of that ace and play pot control and check back. Is it not?
Yeah, it's a question. So if we just imagined that Alex Foxen's King of Diamonds was the Jack of Diamonds, I mean, how do we like to play this hand right now? Do we think Juan Pardo has enough Ace-4, Ace-5, Ace-Deuce even maybe, that lead and call the flop raise to be worried that we need to slow down, or do we come with like 240,000 to maybe charge a bit more? I think both options would have been reasonable. And now Juan Pardo has to try to figure out if there's a little bit of value that he could get from even an unpaired high card by block betting, or if he just has to check because now, you know, the ace could have hit Foxen, the 10 could have hit Foxen. He just has the overpairs that check behind on the ace. Yeah, no value to get.
So that one played out uneventfully from that point forward, as Kamoshe with Queen-8 moments ago had the aces cracked by Nina on the end. Brock Wilson taking the best of it with Ace-Jack, one of the few stacks in the whole room that he covers. And on a Jack-10-5 board, he improves to top pair, top kick. But note that Kamoshe does have himself the gutter. Queen does the trick as well for the time being with 610,000 in the middle. Board pairing 10 doesn't aid the Italian. Can he find the 7-outer?
I need a 9 of diamond. I've been looking pretty dirty.
Was asking for the 9.
You have to flip it.
They made it look so easy moments ago when it was a 2-outer, and yet here, as part of the 7-outer, it does not show up. And just like that, a knockout blow for Enrico Kamoshe. Aces and then Queen-8 in fairly quick succession. And for Brock Wilson, an important capital infusion. Now, back over, and I confess I mentioned that this one was playing out uneventfully, and all of a sudden, events. 320,000 of them on the river here from Foxen.
Yeah, Foxen claiming to have that overpair you suggested, Ali, might check behind on the ace, pocket kings, pocket queens, pocket jacks. In the face of a check from Juan Pardo saying these are the hands that you just can get a little bit of value from because we expect anything better than a pair of sevens to maybe take a stab on the river.
Do we maybe expect that just given the landscape at present, so close to the money, that maybe Foxen isn't looking to chisel for this much of his remaining stack?
Yeah.
Even with something like 2 jacks where the action is opened and suddenly Pardo could put him in the blender? That might be what's on Malacca Styles' mind.
I agree, and I'm doubtful of it if I'm in Pardo's shoes. He actually goes for the check raise all in, just in case Foxen did have kings. He doesn't realize he had the winner there.
This dude's nasty, Kevin.
Yeah, and that's a top shelf play.
It really is. You know, he makes it look so simple and just kind of run-of-the-mill, but if you stop to unpack it, he just read that like a book. Let out. Knew what Alex would be thinking about the lead with some frequency. He's self-aware with respect to his
20
reputation.
big blind ahead.
Yeah.
23.
Obviously, the
Why
hand
call
is worth the call. Then on the
So
turn,
they
it
have
goes check,
30.
check, and he check jammed. He
City.
didn't decide I want to make a hero call. He jammed, and
Second
let's
shot, right?
consider that if it was something like 2 jacks that was cheekily looking for some value,
Yeah.
it then really has a decision on its hands.
Yeah, punished. And even maybe, you know, we didn't mention perhaps like a low suited ace that Foxen could have had, other thin value hand that Juan Pardo might have been concerned about, like an ace-5 suited, raising the flop and then going for value on the river. All those hands are in a really nasty spot facing all of it.
By the way, you know,
No,
being
look,
out of
Ale.
position against Alex
Look,
Foxen
Ale,
in
no,
any
no.
given hand is generally considered the nasty spot.
Good.
Not a lot of guys
I look.
can undress Alex like that in a spot, and yet
Very tired.
there was Juan
Check
Pardo
push. Unbelievable. Bluff.
disrobing. One of the better to ever do it. Multi-time GPI Player of the Year. Pardo ascending to 61 bigs, 2.4 million and a tickle. Bryn Kenny, 64 bigs. He needs to make the money to cover this massage tab if we're just talking about breaking even on the event. Min cash of 89,000 should cover. You know, famously, last year here in Jeju, I don't know if word got around, you were on the player's side of the operation. But there was a $250,000 massage tip that was given
I'm sorry?
in the cash game streets. That's right, Kevin, you're in the wrong line of work. You know, you might want to get those fingers brushed up in the therapeutic arts. No sightings, by the way, of the issuer of said gratuity thus far here in Jeju. I'll let the cat out of the bag. It was our man KCG, Carl Chape Gatien, who is just such a delight to observe.
Yeah, that tracks.
He's really great. That man, he's living the life. But by the way, Bitcoin off its all-time highs, I would imagine. For good old KCG, that comes as a little bit more economically harmful news than it does to the average player, although a tremendous amount of aggregate exposure to the crypto streets is something of a real deal out here in the super high roller streets. Also the real deal, Matt Curtin in Oakland, California, the 510, the nickel and dime, my stomping grounds growing up, East Bay, California. Ask for the shout out, boys. I'm getting around to it. G in Thailand. Hockey Fight Club in Lincoln, Nebraska, rooting for the Foxens. GP in Atlanta, keep your doors locked. Unless you're in Buckhead, then maybe you're all right. Even then, though. Santa Rosa, California, Dead Money 42, not far from Windsor Waterworks. It was a little water slide park when I was growing up. We used to go out there. By the way, on the topic of water parks, did you see Class Action Park on HBO? It's a documentary about this water slide park in New Jersey. Fantastic. They talked about, I mean, really, the kids ran the joint, and safety wasn't really a concern.
Yeah.
People kept getting cut when they would get down to the bottom of this one water slide that was just not really engineered with safety in mind. And they couldn't figure out what's going on
Pressure on me.
until they realized
Put pressure on him, please. Protect
that
my
there
big
were
blind.
teeth that people had lost and had been dug
Sorry.
into the fiberglass of the water slide
Oh, God.
that were then cutting subsequent
455,
sliders.
Thank you.
I mean, really, it's hilarious. I mean, now, in retrospect, I'm sure it wasn't so funny for.
Not making me feel good, by the way, Ali, about our trip to the theme park later this week.
I didn't say we were going to do the water slides. It's like 40 degrees outside. By the way, if you're going to hold me to that, let me know, because I do have those 2 vouchers, but I was going to give them away. Foxen, ace-9. He didn't give it away, but it was taken by that man moments ago, who now has king-jack in the small. No, he'll step aside this time. Look at Filatov, like, why, bro? What was that? That was a very peculiar.
I think maybe, like, hoping to find his way out of this obligation to, no, he's still just going to fold his big blind with the king-8 suited, but being like, oh, I thought you were going to bail me out here.
Yeah. If you do it, then I don't have to, but ultimately he didn't feel like he had to. As Foxen's rebuilding effort gets underway. It looks like we've got something going on at one of our outer tables here. Table number 6, if you're following along in the Triton Poker Plus app. King 3-5 was the flop. It would appear that Simbolas is among the involved parties.
Yeah, Simbolas flatted on the button against a cutoff open from Chun. And O'Dwyer, I believe, at one point was involved in the pot,
Yeah, I think
but folded the flop.
he was a big blind participant. And is this a 350K declaration on the heels of the flop action, which I believe was 155K from Liu Chun, and then a call from Simbolas. Chun just letting it go as the chip leader, throwing some weight around here. It's such a glorious feeling and situation to be in if you're Matas Simbolas. Obviously, it comes with a measure of responsibility, but these days, the typical super high roller operators, you put a chip lead like that in front of them, and seldom do you see it unravel without a really poor run of cards. You
Yeah.
know, there's not a lot of
And little by little, usually, as well, right? Not these massive chip lead versus second and chips confrontations
Right.
we maybe saw.
absent a cooler.
Yeah. Coolers are just harder to come by.
I think it was
These
last
moments.
year here in Jeju, Kevin, and I don't know whether or not this one was one that you heard about in the room. I believe it involved Punat Punsri, maybe Henrik Hecklin
Oh.
on the bubble
Yeah.
of a big one. Maybe the main.
Was
or
it
maybe
not
it was
ace-
this one, the 50K producer James is saying. What was it, ace?
I believe ace-king suited versus kings,
Yeah.
huge pre-flop confrontation.
And both of them were far from the bottom of the leaderboard
Yeah.
on the Stone Money bubble in this bad boy, and they played a tremendously big pot.
Yeah.
And I remember Henrik thinking, bro, why you got us in this muddy water here?
Yeah, Henrik was on the wrong side of that one, I believe. Was at one point the chip leader in that tournament and bubbled it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, producer James stepping in to remind us that they were #1 and #2 in chips, separated by 1 blind. You might never see something like that again. It was insanity. And confirmed it was the 50K, not the main, as I originally suspected. Punsri, the winner of that exchange, would ultimately go on to win it, so maybe he's not regretting the choice. Obviously, things having worked out for him. Danny Tang, meanwhile, here against Simbolas, flatted the 80K pre-flop, Jack-9 deuce board. Tang's big blind defense, check called the 50K on the flop. Now a 5 of hearts on the turn. Front door flush. Filling in. The leave action is back on Simbolas.
100K there from Matas on a quick fold.
Poison Bolas is just northbound. Well, it looks like we've got some deck shuffling to do in terms of players and filling in some vacancies at some tables, which means we're going to need a few minutes. Being told it's about 3.5 exactly. Kevin and I are going to step aside and resume coverage of the 50K from here in Jeju in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with Passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
With over 20 years of poker excellence, the World Poker Tour brings you WPT Global. With millions in guaranteed prize pool every month. 24/7 monitoring system developed by the world's best security expert to combat cheating and collusion. Largest online poker platform, available in over 60 countries. Endorsed by poker's biggest names. Join the largest community of players. Now on WPT Global.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the 50K here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. And before we turn our attention back to the poker, briefly during that last frame, Kevin, I brought up Action Park in New Jersey. And it turns out that one Matt Aronowitz in the chat actually went to this park.
Really?
It was a real horror show of a theme park. And he said that he never got cut on the water slide, but that the Tarzan swing was into some of the coldest water that he ever fell into growing up in New Jersey. So story checks out, by the way. Thank you, Matt Aronowitz, and all of you who are streaming us live out there. We love the interactions in the YouTube chat. Keep them coming. Not in love with that last frame, of course. Alex Foxon, who ran into Juan Pardo, that gave us a glimpse at why it is that he is regarded as one of the toughest out there, part of that Spanish triumvirate of Adri, El Conquistador, Adrian Mateos, Sergio Aido, and, of course, he, not to be overlooked, Vainas, who's been having a good little festival, but not a part of what we're talking about here in this particular 50K. I want to give you guys a glimpse as we go into the Triton Poker Plus app at the overall state of affairs. Mata Simbolas, who chip-led coming in, continues to be right there. Watson and Kenny with him. Anything else that you've got your eyes trained on as we scroll through the remainder of the chip stacks? People that we need to keep an eye on?
I mean, I was looking as you go down at the bottom of the chip stacks right before the break. We saw Enrico Kamoshi getting really unlucky with pocket aces and then running into it to go out in 36th. A couple of the bottom stacks that we had on the featured table, both Boyven and Wilson surviving all-ins on the bubble at risk in a position where they thought they were going to be the ones going home with no money. And right now, our recent champion, Anatoly Filatov, at the bottom and at risk in just 35th place.
He's got company down there, too, as there are 5 stacks with 10 or fewer big blinds. We consider this sort of the territory where we anticipate single decision point poker is going to be embraced. However, we've seen different looks from some other characters. Sean Winter always comes to mind as he can chisel away with 5, 4 big blinds even and really squeeze a lot of value out of things. But in this one wouldn't be blamed for thinking that 10 bigs is going to be considered something they can chisel off of, because we're talking about an $89,000 money bubble. That's what we're creeping up toward right now. 34th gets paid, 35th doesn't. 20 and 40,000 with a 40K big blind ante. That's where we're currently at, 100K in orbit. If you do, 2 of those sub 10 big blind stacks at the red table in Triton co-founder Paul Pua and Filatov. Pua has cashed once in 6 attempts so far, looking for 2 of 7.
Sorry? Good thing you're good at arts and crafts.
Oh yeah,
Nice to meet you.
it's all paying off. Having a 5-year-old girl makes you good at arts and crafts.
Makes you keep up your skills.
You knew it was all for something.
Action resuming with Plasuv. King 9 in the cutoff, activating.
How you guys liking Portugal?
Love it. Yeah, it's really nice.
It looks so beautiful. Like
Yeah.
the pictures. I heard the food is great there too.
Food is great, really healthy, like super green. Everyone's very friendly. Like really big, like community feel. You know, like it feels like the place has like a lot of soul.
That's sweet.
Like everyone's just looks out for each other, and
That guy would.
yeah, I like it a lot.
Awesome.
If he's not, that hurts.
That's like one of the best things if you like the place that you move to,
Jack.
the place that you live. Otherwise, it's like, oh, back to square one. Like,
Yeah.
like you do that's what I did. I like moved from Florida to North Carolina, and halfway in, or like a few months in, I'm like, this isn't gonna be long term. And it's like another state move after 1 year.
It helps if he.
You hadn't been there before?
No.
Okay.
I just like.
If he has Jack.
I was getting out.
So I confess I was really eager to figure out what possessed Bryn Kenny to think North Carolina was where it was at for him. Knowing what I know about Sensei, it feels like a little bit too sleepy a corner potentially for him. And it looks like, far from being asleep, we've got some stacks that have woken up here on this stone money bubble, awaiting the particulars.
Yeah, looking like table 3 encounter. Looking in the app, Poseidon Ho. Don't see cards up on the table yet, but I do see Ace King of Diamonds in the app against the Ace Jack of Clubs of Kaufman. Must be awaiting permission to run the cards after a pre-flop all-in.
Yeah, generally speaking, in the hard hand for hand stuff, we always wait for action to be completed elsewhere in the field. These are anxious moments. Oftentimes the players will quietly make an effort to solve mysteries.
Kaufman, I believe, the player at risk.
Does look that way with the all-in plaque placed in front of him.
The all-in hand is between Poseidon and David, and our all-in player is Ace Jack of Clubs against Ace King of Diamonds.
So Sonny on hand for the particulars, and the situation ain't great for the at-risk player. Dominated, heading to the
With
flop.
a deuce on a 5 of clubs and a 5 of spade, there is a flush draw for the all-in player.
All of a sudden, things looking a lot better on that particular
Ace
board.
of hearts.
Flush draw, opportunities, and aces and jacks. Runner for Kaufman. Didn't build the drama, I confess, because it was such an uphill climb, but he made it look easy. And Poseidon Ho tried to get us to 89,000 ahead on lockup, but other ideas for Kaufman, who is beaming, of course. You never expect to be on the right end of those. Danny Tang looks like he's got himself all in. Revelations,
Aces.
number one.
Pocket aces against pocket tens.
And for Simbolas, it's 2 10s. Danny holding his breath for at least the flop. Clean so far.
King on the turn.
Turn is clean as well. Simbolas with the prepay.
And a 7. Danny has double up his stack.
That was warranted.
Back to your seats. You're still hand to hand.
Danny capturing the moment. Boy, and capturing a fairly healthy pot as well. He's going to have a decent amount of breathing room. After that one, granted, Simbolas can afford to double him, but
it's like a really
Danny should be able to coast
complete, like
into the money without further concern.
Like the prestigious universities, but complete meritocracy. Like you can't like buy your way in or anything like that. So they're trying to like just have only the best people, and then it's all free.
Yeah.
It's super intensive, like I think 8-week or 12-week course, and then you're guaranteed like a 200K a year job minimum when you get out of it.
Must be a sharp guy.
Like he doesn't particularly want it for the job, but he just like wants the training and stuff like that.
Yeah, why not?
And be around people doing that.
Yeah, being around intelligent people is always a bonus.
Yeah.
That's sick though, to teach yourself coding with ChatGPT and get into like the toughest program that there is. Must be a sharp guy.
Yeah, super sharp.
Well, even pocket sixes can't be excited to think about putting 20 big blinds in the pot, but maybe 2.
Never heard a bad story about him.
90 if you do. Suited combo in the big here.
Yeah, finding himself again against the big blind of Bryn Kenny. Chip leading this table.
Do you think people pursue?
I think we see a lot of defense.
Playing very similar?
Any suited hand.
I think I haven't asked that question formally, but like from my opinion, it seems like you guys
Queen 6-5, set versus bottom pair here.
clicky and like like
One diamond on board.
Yeah, like
Thomas loves it.
If something goes close, it feels like.
And in that previous encounter, we saw about half pot from Boyven on the jack high board, similarly draw heavy. He was bluffing in that instance. We'll see what he comes with a set.
It's a lot easier to pull the trigger than if like.
Does have the spade, which is of course helpful sometimes in case of emergency. 55K,
They're gonna be way less.
says Thomas. Definitely sized to retain a broad array of what Kenny's got, and also recognizing that the adhesive attributes of Sensei would be hard-pressed to walk away from that sizing.
This comes over time.
In particular, when he actually has a little piece and some backdoor equity, so the pot up to 350K, and all of a sudden, a very threatening diamond on the turn as one pair which was in a world of hurt and could have very easily been drawing dead on the turn. Now acquires the flush draw, checks over to Thomas. 685 effective, what we're playing.
2 flush draws on board. An open-ended straight draw possible. I expect to see a big size, even with a set. Not necessarily wanting to let a lot of equity get realized.
Later regret it. That's a big thing. 215.
215, says Thomas. And now, if you're Kenny, you're looking up and realizing that once you call, the pot sits at 780,000 and 470 is all that remains for Thomas.
Yeah, we've seen some players approach these spots feeling obligated to play jam or fold with low SPR out of position. I think Kenny recognizes that calling is a very reasonable option. Pair of 5s giving him a good enough hand on its own to beat any bluff. And the diamonds being an added bonus. And do we expect to get a value hand to fold if we go all in? I think not really.
Yeah. 100%. That was a real struggle. I also like when I first played, I was like,
Time bank being used.
accepted kind of. Where like you want to be
Still a lot to think through when there's not much money behind, but Bryn seems to agree. We can beat a bluff, and maybe we can improve against a value bet.
So he announces call, but he does not get there. 4-liner on board, front door flush. Staring those set of 6s in the
does
face.
Kenny want, now that one flush draw has completed, to represent that that's the one he was on?
This would be so savage if Kenny just rips. You could see it too, because the 4X doesn't belong to Thomas.
Yep.
And he might expect that Thomas would be keen, if he had simply spades, to check back and ensure he were able to realize equity in this stone money bubble situation. With that on his mind, you could see a freewheeling rip, and boy, Thomas didn't hesitate.
6 of spades, 6. I mean, huge hand for the spot. The confidence to call that quickly, I mean...
I was thinking the same thing.
Very impressive composure, I would say. Knows what needs to be done. I mean, he might fold a hand like pocket kings, but 6-6 with the 6 of spades.
You know, it's funny, they can't turn him up until they get authorized, but I think
Bryn told him he's safe.
Thomas will be exhaling. However, it looks like we're holding our breath elsewhere.
Guessing this is table 3. Did notice there's an all-in and a call here.
Who do we have? Is it Dylan Lindy with the ace-10 of spades up against Matthias Lipp of Austria? Dylan, the covered player.
With a deuce on the turn, Dylan has a flush and doubled up his stack. And we're going to be moving up to the next table for the next all-in.
Yeah, for sure.
And apparently Dylan made a flush.
Yeah, Dylan, the player at risk. Ace-10 of spades makes a flush on the turn, no sweat.
You should have at least made him sweat. Said you're going to lose a pot, at least you got something out of it.
So the showdown finally is official. Back where we left off at the feature.
Boss move.
That's big for Thomas Boivin.
Gotta shove that river.
Yeah.
I guess not.
I mean, 6s is good call.
You know, as sexy as the jam was from Bryn there, the speed with which Thomas made the call had.
Yeah, he knew what was going on in this hand. Like, he had some time to think while Bryn was in the tank and seemed to recognize the threat of the impending shove. And
Flushes. 6-4.
I mean, I might take a second to just make sure I have the 6 of spades before I
Right.
fire my stack in on the bubble, but he knew what was happening there.
I said you have to shove, obviously.
Oh, hand
on that river. Besides hitting your hand, it's pretty much the best you can ask for.
So Thomas now sits 43 bigs. 1.7 million, and that is good for the chip lead at the blue table ahead of Bryn Kenny.
Wow.
Who's been dethroned. Who would have seen that coming? For Thomas, he messed with the bull and gave the horns. Plesuf not far off the pace, and then a drop down to Wakil, Mosbach, Wilson, and Chidwick respectively, although no short stack concerns over at the blue table. It is the red table where that reality confronts Paul Pua and Anatoly Filatov. We'll keep it here. Newly minted chip leader has King 7 under the gun. Takes a pass.
Pavel with a bit of a light open. Suited king. But
Yeah,
covering stack.
Kind of slept on it for a second. I didn't expect this from Pavel into the blinds of Kenny and Chidwick, no less. But it does work.
Chidwick, of course, dangerous, but handcuffed by a 13 big blind stack. We are still hand for hand. Something going on at the outer table.
Looks like Sir Watts and JNT are entangled. We'll do our best to bring you up to speed. This was an open from Watson to 80, flatted by JNT. 8-3 deuce, 2 clubs on the board. Watson didn't c-bet. Check calling 60K from JNT, which now has turned in to 100K after the jack of diamonds rolls off on the turn. Watson not done with it. He makes the call. To the river we go. It looks like an ace of hearts. So the board now reads deuce 8-3 with 2 clubs. The jack of diamonds on the turn put the backdoor diamond draw out there, and then the ace of hearts here on the river. So nothing other than 4-5 completed as a draw. And JNT continuing to progress as the third barrel comes in, 150K.
And a little surprised to see continued aggression on the ace. Maybe is Watson, knowing that he has a lot of the ace-high clubs, ace-high diamonds that could have been the pre-flop raiser. Check called a couple of bets. So if he does have a marginal hand, got to be thinking about what JNT is representing, or if he could bluff for this size. Only 150 into 730.
Watson thought about it. You can tell he was tempted. I think JNT gave him a peek there. Watson nodding his head in affirmation, suggesting that JNT did have him.
And maybe just a miss flush draw there, getting such a good price. are the only hands I'd expect to fold.
Mr. Lip and Dylan Lindy involved yet again. It appears that way. A button jam to 835,000. Dylan has made the call from the small. And they patiently await round number 2. Round 1, of course, went to Dylan with the ace-10 of spades against the 5-6 of diamonds. He was always a favorite. This time, he again is in front. Pocket nines against King Jack. Looking for paint.
On the flop, we have an ace and 4 of hearts with a 5 of spades. Nines are ahead.
On the flop. Could this be the moment?
With a 3 on
The turn brings us one step closer. The whole field respectfully anti-sweating the Austrian.
And a queen on
And doing
the
so
river.
successfully.
We have
As the
lost
one
the
piece of paint
and are down
that
to
doesn't
30
help
for
King
ace
Jack
queen and
shows
we are
up.
in the money. Please go back to your
And Lip
seats, players. We are not
briskly
normally.
exits in 35th.
Now who are you booing, Henrik? Come on, man.
Dylan thrilled as he has spun it up to over 50 big blinds and burst the money bubble here in the 50K. Everyone assured $89,000, and as tends to be the case, we would expect some freewheeling procedures from this point forward. Short stacks that we're looking to chisel and cobble. Can let it flow now.
I guess so. I would guess so. I don't know. Yeah, what do you say? Alex Ponakos. He bring them.
Oh.
I think. I don't know.
Panikov.
Ponikov?
Please continue.
No.
Because he's from Latvia, I mean, like Ponakov. But
There's a peek at the chip counts at our 2 feature tables. The whole room breathing a lot easier now. 89,000, by the way, the flat payout through to 28th, and then we get our first pay ladder.
nice company. Don't want to leave you guys, so we'll wait till big blind.
Arbor has first.
How much you have? 685.
Mulder with 2 kings and a number of short stacks around him. Might even be thinking about a trap.
Bubbles are so fast here, right?
Yeah. 160.
Raised to 106.
Well, he just
Every tournament. Very
2
fast.
X's the open
2 hours.
to 4 bigs with these kings as
Really
Foxen
top heavy. I don't think people care so much about the bubble. Huh?
only needs another 80K to proceed.
Top heavy.
I shouldn't care too. Stupid.
Yeah, I think it's wrong to care too much. I don't know.
When we're playing this short,
I think you pay 2 minutes.
decreasing the size even more to be able to bluff and get away facing a jam.
Better for recreational.
Yeah.
More chance for the.
Better for you.
And recreational getting cash, they are happy, you know.
Yes.
Every time no cash, you won't come back.
Yes, me too.
That's my thinking. I don't know.
I like min cash. I like.
That's why I changed it to pay 17 instead of 15%.
Foxen doesn't look like he wants to let this one go. It's a fairly strong hand opening the hijack.
Okay.
Or if you win a
And he does indeed concede.
somewhere, I don't know. Don't get into the money. There's no
Mulder was ready for him.
Almost 240.
might be. Blackjack's
By the way, Tanhai Tron in the YouTube chat pointing out that Matthias Lip, the heartbreak of that stone money bubble is compounded by the fact that he has never cashed in a Triton event, now 0 for 7 here in Jeju, and played one other festival, one event in Cyprus. Didn't cash that one either. So just when he thought that he was going to break the seal, unable to do so. So the monkey still on Matthias Lip's back in that respect.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
10 seconds or 20?
10. 5 seconds.
Paul Pua with a big hand for 6 big blinds.
5 seconds.
All it.
Play all in.
Rips it.
Fall, please.
Asking for mugs.
It's 250.
Could get him.
240.
Queen deuce offsuit ain't great.
Yeah, I think we fold this one for 6 blinds. When we get down to like 4 to 5 blinds, there's not a lot of hands we can fold, but
It's deuce.
Oh.
It's deuce equal, I think.
I think so.
5 big blinds.
You know, that's a great point that you're making in terms of Paul's stack depth, and you need to be aware if you know what the calling range versus these 6, 5, 4 big blind stacks are, you begin to recognize the urgency as your stack begins to whittle down, that if you want to have any fold equity whatsoever and not be forced into flipping, you know, just playing roulette, you're going to need to make your move sooner than later.
Is very far away.
And all of a sudden, dilution is upon Paul Pua and the rest of the short stacks in the room as we go to 25-50.
Raise 100,000.
Queen Jack. Foxen trying again, and once more, Toon Mulder paired up behind him.
and I expect, while Mulder's not ahead of any pocket pairs that open this size, he recognizes the strength of this hand for 12 blinds. Not a lot of players at this table who cover him or can threaten many chips, so pair of 8s is a lot of hand.
3 scoops to 200,000. It ain't personal. It's just business. But let's see.
Queen Jack under the gun.
Yeah.
Good bit
You
weaker
open my
than the
big
previous
blind
encounter.
every time he 3 bets. Very nice.
I protect you.
Thank you, bro. And now they move you out. Very tilting. No revenge.
No revenge. Maybe later.
Well, it would have been a lot more tilting if Foxen had been on the outside of the money bubble. My guess is if there's anything that's going to remain on his mind from this particular table, it would be that check jam from Juan Pardo, not so much the back-to-back 3 bets from Toon Mulder. But the good news for Alex Foxen is he still has chips, 10 big blinds worth.
Yeah.
By our count, being pulled elsewhere in the room. No complaints from the remainder of the table. Ace-King will not be getting any complaints either as Masashi Oya deliberates under the gun, 485. Go time?
Yeah, I don't think we mess around with the small raise here. Just 10 big blinds and an offsuit ace, even though it is paired with a king.
How much?
Just put the money in.
Oh, no, Pardo.
485. 485
Asking for a count. He's got ace-jack on the button. Very pesky one.
And I think Juan Pardo will continue this hand, but has to decide if he's going to flat or isolate. Toon Mulder's behind in the big blind with 2 million chips.
So he does opt for the flat.
Just enjoy the moment.
Filatov.
To spin 2.2 blinds. Unbelievable, right?
Oh.
Conducting the orchestra off of a very paltry stack. Steps aside, and now
Good call.
Oya in a little bit of an awkward spot with over half of his stack committed. 625 in the middle. He'll have to play post. And he will have the awkwardness of the moment alleviated considerably by the king.
Wanna bet
Yeah,
last
with
longer?
just 235 behind.
Of course you want.
You have to think both of these hands put the money in some way. But, you know, Oya having some pause to think through how he would navigate this spot. I mean, what would we do here with pocket 7s? What would we do here with ace-8 of spades?
Wow, he comes with a check. And this is interesting. Pardo with the ace of diamonds and the Broadway gutter decides, well, let's get it in. And he's going to be very surprised that Oya was this strong, I would imagine, right?
I think kind of a nice check. I think too many players just speed through these scenarios. It's like, oh, there's not that much behind. Let's just put the money in. But catching a bluff from Juan Pardo here by checking, not that he would have folded to the jam, but
I think so. Queen of diamonds? Yeah.
I think it's a nice strategic wrinkle to have in Oya's game.
Oh, you have the ace.
Turn is tidy, as no diamond draw to worry about, and only the queen spoils the fun for Oya.
250.
Nice and Oya.
No such spoiler on the river. Accounting will be done, and difficult chips to acquire will be shuffled.
Spin it
toward
up.
Masashi Oya. Now, Stephen Chidwick, ace-deuce suited, has opened under the gun to 100,000. Not at all paltry, considering he comes in with 540.
Yeah, 550.
Yeah.
And these offsuit connectors, certainly valuable even against a tight range. No more risk premium to think about. Kind of playing cash game, but yeah, that early position open, convincing Wakil to pass, was a close spot.
In close spots, I would imagine one would not be faulted for maybe looking up at Stephen Chidwick and thinking to themselves, you know, there's
Yeah,
other
maybe
spots.
maybe not this guy.
It's
yeah.
okay.
Maybe let's sit one out.
Under the gun, king four suited, not enough, and ace-7 promptly found the bend as well. Queen jack for Jamil Wakil in the small. Direct left, he's got sensei.
Yeah, good enough hand to limp and maybe even face a raise.
950.
As long as it's not an all-in raise,
oh my
but
goodness. Kenny with Ichi. Pocket aces. And now he does apply a touch of frosting. 100K. Is this queen jack durable enough?
yeah, we're going to see a flop here. Jamil knows he's going to limp a lot weaker than this. He knows Bryn's going to attack with some trashy hands against the limp. 3x, very reasonable price for 20 big blinds effective.
You know, when Bryn actually hits the rich part of the deck, he really performs phenomenally, and this is trouble on the horizon for Wakil. It could be worse. Top pair does have the gut shot. Club coverage for Kenny.
I mean, this is a huge hand for Wakil. He has to think good enough to put 800K at risk. Just a matter of how he's going to do it. Not insane to think about leading, by the way. Wow, he is.
That's exactly what he does, and
When
does
he's-
so for 175 of 800.
I think Jamil's thinking about his own range primarily. When he limps and calls a raise, he's all over the middle of the deck. There's a lot of medium connected hands that make this play, and Bryn's, when he has top of range, oh well, we're coolered. But when he has bottom of range, he might have 10-5 offsuit, 8 deuce offsuit, you know, trashy stuff like this. That's what Wakil's trying to get value from right now.
All in.
And that's a demoralizing thing to hear. All in. We have what looks like so much equity. Jamil Going to accept his fate as he makes the call and nods his head. Okay, sure, Bryn Kenny has aces. Feels like pretty standard.
You kept them?
Far from, of course.
Yeah, I kept them. Pocket.
And now the 9 is needed for the Queen Jack. Jack would work for the time being. Now the 7 is no help, nor is the 6. And boy, you know, what can you really say? For Jamil Wakil, didn't do anything wrong there.
Yeah,
just ran into it.
Just a cooler and well executed.
Meanwhile, Paul Pua looking to cool off Toon Mulder. 4-15, couple of kings. Looked all right pre-flop. Toon has found a 10, but with a pair on board, the Jack is of no concern to the kings. Just fading a 10. Doing so successfully on the turn. Can boss double into a 7-figure stack. 20 bigs, loosen the collar. Yes, sir. As the big pairs are performing well in successive exchanges at the features.
Short stack table.
Paulius Vaitiekunas. By the way, the first casualty on the inside of the membrane. $89,000 for 34th place. As the Lithuanian delegation dwindles by a participant. But of course, they still occupy the top slot. As Matas Simbolas, $3.5 million, still tops on the leaderboard.
I'm a millionaire now.
Oh. Five seconds. Raised to 100,000.
Up we go, says Filatov. 100 of 185 stuck out there instead of a jam. Is this just cheeky?
Yeah,
or is there some, like, you know...
I heard a chuckle there from Oya, I think, as Anatoly threw out the 100. He kind of cupped his hand around a couple of other chips sitting behind. Everyone at the table knows he's short.
Including Toon Mulder, who has King Jack and wants to make sure these two have some privacy.
Raised to 180,000.
3 bets to 180, by the way. Filatov will have 5K back if he chooses to flat.
Yeah. And I think wise for Mulder to 3-bet
like
most of the hands he continues. It's such a small initial raise.
5 seconds.
Yeah, and the added 80,000 isn't costing him much relative to the value.
Yeah,
it
normally
brings.
we can't get away with plays like this because there's the threat of, oh, I don't want you to realize equity's so cheap, but there's no other option for Filatov's stack. It's not like he has money behind to threaten.
Well, Orpin chewing on a couple of deuces here. Raise and 3-bet, but versus that 185 of Filatov, he's got 405 in the big blind. He does end up releasing it.
What's going on?
Gamble.
Hold!
Was an ugly spot there from Orpin. Honestly,
Unbelievable.
not sure what I would do there.
Oh,
Run, Mario.
absent those deuces holding. I think Orpin will be comfortable with his decision. Filatov, by the way, can't get comfortable because
to make one
he's
new
all
order.
in.
At least I still have time.
He is ahead. Looks more like the guy that's covering by a wide margin than the guy who's at risk here, given the body language. Let's see if it changes on a King A4 board, where Mulder has found top pair. I think Anatoly would like to replace the king.
Bye. It's okay, then okay.
Take the ace of spades off
you
the
know, right?
board.
You know.
As Mulder picks up a flush draw. Can the man who won the 25K find the ace? There's your answer.
Unbelievable. He thought he won. A flush draw.
Ah, Filatov.
Unbelievable. Easy.
The series of Filatov.
Easy. I hope so. Would be good.
Was there ever any doubt, Kevin?
Paul, you want a gift?
Huh?
You want a gift?
What do you mean?
Souvenir. For you.
Oh, thank you, my friend.
It's Filatov.
Very colorful. Maybe I'm too old for red. Wow, very. Yeah, nice. You guys play Russian poker?
I think so.
Russian roulette.
Russian roulette.
I make gift now. Series of Filatov. We'll check cards. Fold.
Well, boss, just got a
Very bad and 3 big blind stack.
souvenir, as Anatoly put it. Very colorful was a diplomatic way to receive
You
the
thought
gift.
you're winning,
by the way,
right?
by-
No,
by
I thought I was
boss.
gonna win.
Yeah?
I felt like yes. I said 10, no worries. Spade, it's okay.
Red, however, also apropos of, you know,
Not a big deal.
a gift from the Russian. Ace 9 of hearts. This boss can get behind this kind of red
You won once
from the
against
button.
me. Big pot, I mean.
Sitting
That was
20
fair,
bigs
yes.
deep now.
I mean, I had 80%. So,
takers.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean. Now I need to
Little look
this
there
guy,
at the shirt.
This guy. Always crusher, unbelievable. Very tricky. Check then. Raise river, unbelievable.
Maybe a portrait of Anatoly's home game.
The best.
Well, I don't know whether or not Anatoly can be found in the Club WPT Gold streets, but a whole lot of other treasure can, as well as Phil Ivey, Ethan Rampage Yao, and Alexander Wolfgang Sipe, the ambassadors from the only place that offers online poker in America once again. With nonstop action from ring games to MTTs and massive guarantees, sign up today at Club WPT Gold. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. That might have been an overreach. There's some other places that will take your action in the U.S., but I'm not, you know, I'm no legal consultant when it comes to whether or not you're in the margins when you're rumbling in those streets. Boss? Eating up, perhaps? Announces all in, unclear what motivates. Is Filatov looking impish and curious?
How much?
Asking
One
for the count,
million or
even though
one
he's
one?
covered. What difference does it really make? I always wonder in these situations.
Well, he's, if I'm reading correctly, Mulder opened the pot, so the 3-bet jam into a covering stack definitely matters.
Just in terms of ranging.
To figure out exactly how strong Paul's range
No,
is
okay,
here.
okay.
Exactly.
Just
1 million?
I don't need exact count. But
Oh, okay, okay.
Boy, kind of an inadvertent mystery situation, as we have no idea what Mulder opened with, what Boss is jammed with, nor what Filatov is chewing on.
I'm very bad on it.
5 seconds.
Fold.
All right. He mucks it. Mulder does not, however. This is actually a fairly significant pot here
You
for
have one
both
of my ace, I
parties.
think.
No.
Okay.
Pair. I had pair.
Oh, sorry.
But if I
Filatov
call,
suggesting
you
that he had a pair.
fold?
Relief for Pua,
Of course
who's
not.
asking whether or not
Right?
one of the aces that he seeks is occupied. I didn't get a glimpse at what exactly Boss has. Ace what? Mulder looking like he's paired there to you?
Yeah, I think nines. Nines
No,
or tens.
6-6.
Yes, of
You
course.
can see now on the app.
Fold?
Tens
Would
for
you
Mulder,
fold?
ace king
I folded 10.
for Paul Pua.
Too much respect to this guy.
Well,
his open
big
range.
slick. Is the hand that can make
Okay,
dreams
6.
come true, and it can crush them so far.
I mean, it's just like
It's more on the crushing side on a Jack 3-3 board, where the 10s are holding on, blocking any roads to Broadway. And it's going to be 6 outs one time. Filatov had just 2 outs, made it look easy against Tune Mulder moments ago. Does the deck have similar good fortune in store for the Triton co-founder? No.
Thank you for your t-shirt.
GGs
You're welcome.
are issued. Boss graciously thanking Filatov for the parting gift. I feel like it should have been thank you for your t-shirt, ... It's terribly unlucky. Granted, he wasn't wearing it at the time that he was showered, but
really didn't take long.
No.
From the time of gifting.
Still in.
And who would have imagined that, given the relative stack depths, that it is Paul Pua exiting the arena before Anatoly Filatov.
You play 6.
Doing so with $89,000 in tow,
lifelines?
obviously.
I also call.
You call?
Better than not. But he joins Vaitiekunas and Wakil
Yeah.
on the rail. 31 remaining.
Yeah.
That's the thing. This is a good mistake.
It's good mistake.
There are bad mistakes, good mistakes.
I think Orpin was maybe asking for advice on that pocket deuces fold we saw him make a few hands ago. Other players advising he should call and be out of the tournament right now.
You know, I'm not sure how I feel if I'm upset with myself for not having made the, quote, right decision when I know that having made the right decision would have yielded the exit.
Yeah.
I think for these guys, they really are much more concerned with appropriate decision-making than outcome, which is the only way to keep yourself sane in these streets. Gotta look at the 2 new feature tables coming your way.
I'm just retiring and living in Costa Rica.
After the break?
I'll never do anything in business again. It's my Hail Mary only.
All in.
9-7 suited for Brock Wilson.
It's like
all in.
725.
Climbed out.
What?
Have you climbed out?
Feels too good to pass for Bryn.
We went, yeah, a couple
10.
times. That's, yeah, very fun, but I can see I'm...
Tend to agree with you, although Wilson does have 725.
reckless than I
This
was
is not a
when I was
negligible
younger,
stack
like
depth.
even like, I don't know, 3 meters high.
Knows
Even
often this
hard
is an
center,
ace
you're like,
high.
Okay, there's no room for mistakes.
Some small pairs that he's flipping with, but
For that reason, I like
occasionally he dominates, as we can see. Live cards here, but still ahead.
All right, he does make the call. This is for near a quarter of his stack. And Wilson, who has kept things clean, now all of a sudden finds himself in the mud. 1.5 million in the middle.
At least in South America, like big climbing hub.
3-2 dog, let's call it. Flop will bring us into focus. A couple of hearts out there. Could be a lot worse for Wilson.
In the woods, in the
99-7 or the flush will do.
Like you're flipping like pre, it's always a flip on the flop after.
Oh, and the
Not
7
anymore.
is getting it done the hard way.
Do you climb
Bryn
outdoor a lot? Yeah.
could spoil the party with a king, queen, or a 10, and he finds the 10 for the nuts. And for Brock, what a tease after flopping the flush draw and then taking the lead with the pair. A gut punch. And a very familiar sight on the other end of the transaction is Bryn Kenny hauling in pots and beginning to amass chips in a big buy-in Triton. Not the first time we've observed that. For Brock Wilson, the min cash is all he can muster.
Forest outside of Paris.
Okay, no.
It's basically the mecca of,
Okay, I
of
see.
bouldering.
Nice.
It's this huge forest, and there's just like, it's just full of boulders. There's like over 30,000 registered problems.
Okay.
Like the birthplace of bouldering.
Yeah, okay. Sweet.
And it's super cool. It's like all in the forest, so there's like trees all around, and it's kind of shady, and in a lot of places it's actually sand
Oh.
on the ground.
Yeah.
And just really cool atmosphere.
And you go there
And there's whatever level you are, there are just like infinite. They have these really famous like circuits where it's like numbered problems of a certain grade. So you do like the blue circuit or the red circuit, and each one would have like a number and then an arrow to where the next one is. And you can, and there's like 25, 30 problems in a circuit of all like different types of styles of boulders and everything, but all the same like difficulty level. So you like climb.
So Chidwick sharing his passion with Boivon for bouldering. Meanwhile, Henrik Eklund feeling passionate about whatever it is that's nestled in his hand. All in at one of the outers. No patrons. I love, by the way, that the bouldering community refers to a particular climb or path up a boulder as a problem.
That was my first time hearing that, I'll
Yeah.
admit. Not a big... You do any climbing, Ollie?
No. And in fact, I too refer to these things as problems, just because were I to attempt to, it very much would be a problem. Well, from a cardio standpoint and just general physical fitness not really being such that I'm going to be able to hoist myself up any of these boulders. I went to one of these climbing gyms one time, Kevin, and then I got to the top of one of these kind of faux boulder deals, and I was quite proud of myself. And then I was like, "Where's the stairs to get down?" And they were like,
"Oh,
no, there's no. You got to come down." I was like, "What?"
Just release.
I just jumped.
Trust fall.
I actually didn't really trust it, but you know, they told me the mats were plush enough to absorb the impact. I mean, I was pretty high up there. Not really sure how I even made it happen. Granted, this was like 10 years ago. Andrew Lichtenberger, by the way, Lucky Chewy, also very passionate about bouldering. He and Stevie friends that often will get out in Las Vegas and get after it in the Red Rock area. Plenty of problems out there as well, not the least of which is the dry air and the heat. And it looks like we've turned up the heat in this one as we have Poseidon Ho all in and at risk. Do you have the particulars, Kevin?
I'm actually thinking Poseidon's uninvolved in this one. Looked like
Oh,
a
is he not
button
the
jam
man?
from
Oh,
Brandon
forgive me.
Wilson. Fox and called in the big blind with the weaker ace high. Table 3.
Was it ace 5 against ace 10?
Must have had at least 1-5 out there because those chips are going Alex's way.
Yeah, 3-7-5 on the flop, it would appear. And Fox unable to take the worst of it pre and make it the best of it post. Disheartening there for Wilson. By the way, all of that action at the outer tables can be followed along in the Triton Poker Plus app, free of charge. You can download it on the iOS store or the Android store. If you're streaming us live without that app in tow, you are doing it wrong, that's for sure. And if you are streaming us live, do us a favor, click like.
Suits and I was like, oh, I would love to like jump in one of those squirrel suits.
Yeah, I would love to do
Click
that.
subscribe.
And then, it's pretty dangerous though.
No shit.
I was
That's
like,
all
do
we
I
ask in
really wanna
exchange.
jump in a squirrel suit?
For countless hours of content, free of charge.
I would love to do that in like a simulation-ish thing that seemed real. In actuality though. Like 600 about or so?
505.
Thanks.
10-7 suited. Bryn getting his bearings before piling on Stevie. Chidwick concedes, and really this is
I think you can do it without it
accumulation
being
time
dangerous.
for
But, like,
Bryn.
the people that do it are people that do it in a dangerous way kind of thing.
Yeah, because it's like the rush that they get from it.
Yeah, so they'll...
KGB, Yakuza.
KGB, Yakuza.
Filatov regarding this particular
Okay.
altercation as KGB versus Yakuza. Jack 6-4. Ace Queen. Getting its pinky chopped off for the time being.
Same.
Okay.
And doesn't look like regeneration here on the turn where Filatov has just 6 outs. And it does come crashing
One more.
to a halt. for
Goodbye, guys.
Anatoly.
See you, bro.
And that's a whole lot of personality and
I spend all my
fun-loving
time bank.
demeanor. Exiting the arena. Of course, Filatov can take all beats from this point forward in stride, one would think, just given how handsome the payout that he received in that 25K WPT Global Slam was.
Kangaroo kebab.
1.9 million
Hey, we
almost.
put kangaroo on the barbie in Australia.
Masashi Oya claims the pelt.
You put some kale in the sandwich, yeah?
Huh?
You put some kale in the sandwich.
Yeah. Kangaroo kale kebab.
Perhaps
Kale will go terrible
updating
kebab.
his crew. The Filatov cocktail has been extinguished. Boy, that Triton bag was billowing over with goodies. Maybe they were the goodies that he was handing out. It looked like there was a couple more shirts in there.
He definitely came prepared for the stage.
Suave today, Juan.
Swag for the field.
Suave today. Very well
Yeah,
dressed.
for take the trophy.
Mask for the walkout.
You want to look good for the picture, yeah?
Yeah.
Apparently we've got the pause button pressed here at this feature. Currently 27 players are remaining.
Yeah, might be breaking a table somewhere outside and
getting another
filling
player.
some seats, would be my guess.
By the way, Danny Tang and Henrik Hecklin have both been vanquished just prior to Filatov.
Really want to force us to hold our piss, don't they?
27th place.
Coming to Europe?
What's in Europe? This?
Montenegro?
Here's the first pay ladder, 100,000 now
Annoying to
guaranteed.
get there.
Yeah, it is very.
For all the time zones. When is it?
April?
April?
May?
May.
Early May.
For sure not going. I'm having baby, I told you.
Orpin inquiring as to whether or not we'll see Cale Burns at our Montenegro festival in May. He says, for sure not. I'm having a baby. So Papa Burns will likely be on daddy duty by then. Right now he's on second and chips duty over at the red table behind Tune Mulder. Simbolis. Ball stack overall. And finds himself at Sensei's table after some of this rebalancing, Kevin. This could be interesting, just depending on how insistent Matas will be on establishing alpha status over there.
Yeah, not to mention a dangerous 2 million chip stack for Artur Martirosyan moving in.
Sure.
Not going to be an easy path for Bryn Kenny, although it's been smooth sailing so far.
Yeah, all of a sudden, the seas have gotten much choppier. 25.50 with the 50K big blind ante. That's Glimpse here, brought to you by GTO Wizard, Ali Nashad, and Kevin Rabbitschow, bringing you coverage of the 50K 7 Max, part of the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series Festival, one of the longest on the calendar here in Jeju. Our cup ranneth over across our preliminary events from 15 through 30K buy-ins. And 40K Mystery Bounty got underway yesterday. 50K that we're observing here also began a day ago. The 150K will be taking place later on today, elsewhere in the room. Always something going on. Never a dull moment here at the Landing Casino. Let's check in on the folks in YouTube. See what the chat's on about right now. Confess I haven't laid eyes in a little bit. Pardon me.
Sydney weather consistently good.
Yeah, I stayed for a while in Bondi.
Bondi?
Bondi?
Yeah, it's
Bondi?
nice there.
Cards back in the air.
All right, 450. Grab.
Ready for the Turkish slab?
Some inquiries, by the way, with regards to the mystery bounty video. It has not been shot yet. During the dinner break of the 150K is when the mystery bounty draw will be taking place. Meanwhile, here and now, we have a meaty open from Cale Burns, designed to ensnare all of Orpin's stack.
Yeah, blind versus blind. Going to see a lot of jams from Burns, and Orpin knows that even this hand that's not looking great with cards revealed has kind of a lot of equity. For 8 big blinds, we might see Cale all in with some weaker suited 10s and 8s. Some raggedy stuff like Jack 6, Queen 5 even, that we're doing okay against.
Oh, gamble.
I feel like I might have you dominated.
On the call on 5. Yeah.
So Orpin, very disappointed to see that he doesn't have 2 clean cards. Kisachikoglu verifying with Juan Pardo that this is a gamble. Felt like it, and it is. And it isn't a great one. Giving it Burns.
I feel bricks.
Is a 3-1 favorite, just shy of $1 million in the pot. 10-8 dominated and not doing well on the paired 4-high board.
So everything going to plan so far, right? I think like Jack of Diamonds.
4 of spades.
4.
Deuce on the turn. A 4 for a chop.
One more deuce.
8 for a clean winner.
You can go out of the tournament with quads.
One of those two things needed, but not acquired. And for Orpin, the time comes, perhaps the argument could be made psychologically that he was supposed to have called the 2 deuces and been eliminated earlier, but he does end up finding a pay ladder to 100,000 as he is your 27th place finisher here in the 50K. Remainder of his stack passed over to Cale Burns.
Big one by yourself.
Because the table is behind your hand, so I can't balance right away.
Okay.
So you can deal with
So I just need to go there, or what do I need?
remove all your chips, and if you any of your belongings here, we're gonna move it for you. But
All right.
it's actually the first table.
Okay. Sounds nicer than this one.
Vladimir Minko. Not at all interested in King Deuce offsuit. Holder over and out. Suited version for Hoya. Stepping aside to the chip, leading Cale Burns here at this table. Even the 5 deuce offsuit qualifies. $1.25, says Cale. Now an ace-3 off in the big for Juan Pardo.
And there's no small blind this hand, perhaps adding to Cale Burns' interest of opening such a weak holding here on the button. Only 1 player to get through, and that might influence Juan Pardo to put a lot more chips in with ace-3 offsuit than we'd normally see.
Yeah, the 3-bet declared by Juan Pardo. Of course, the lack of that small blind also changes the math of the situation for Pardo in terms of defense. But
I can leave
he
some
did
stuff
find
here.
a qualifier. And on that note, the boys will find the break as you get a glimpse at the chip counts brought to you by WPT Global of the state of affairs across these 2 feature tables here in the 50K, where we will be stepping aside for roughly 10 minutes. And in doing so, we will bring you back to the desk as per usual. Matas Simbolas continuing to hold the chip lead. That's been the case throughout the run of play. During that frame, though, Kevin, it was very much Bryn Kenny accumulating chips that was the story, was it not?
Yeah, definitely. And I can't stop thinking about the hand we saw early on in this day where Bryn Kenny value bets 2 streets with ace king high, knows he's good, and says nuts at showdown against the ace queen of Pavel Plezov. I mean, that was an entertaining hand, if not just a show of how high level of a game that Bryn's willing to play and how, you know, intimidating of a presence he can be. He's comfortable right now.
I mean, it's a little bit of a free roll because everybody can have a laugh about it, given that, you know, ace-king isn't supposed to be the nuts. But when it actually is, you almost feel a little bit self-conscious about having done it, because I don't think that Bryn stated it in any sort of venomous, you know, macho way. It was just kind of like, nuts. Oh, snap. Yeah, maybe it is. Yeah. So, you know, credit to him. It was a very mergy sort of spot. If you missed the line, you may be able to go back and see it during the break, as we will be stepping aside. Kevin's going to check out. Randy's going to check in, and then we're going to continue to roll on here in the 50K, where a champion will be crowned tonight after about 10 minutes. Stay close.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker and daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Week.
Wait, 60,000?
Italy's Enrico Camosci kicking this one off with ace-8. Early position for this offsuit combo.
It is, and I was scanning the counts to see if Enrico had some sort of advantage from this position, but he's opening into Bryn Kenny's button. Jamil Wakil also covering him on the cutoff, so a little surprising. But if we do just treat this as a pre-flop war, any ace blocker is strong. I think we're just a bit deep, perhaps, to be opening the ace-8 offsuit.
Bryn Kenny flatting the 6s, and now all of a sudden, that might look like deli meat in a sandwich ripe for the taking. That's Kuzmanas, small blind looking down at ace-queen suited, 420. And he rips it. Kamoshi lacking durability and perhaps a little bit of focus as he looks up and realizes he's been piled on. Going with the double headwear thing again. One cap without the bill, the other atop it with bill. Meanwhile, the bill is 375 more thousand in chips.
Yeah, Bryn, considering what hands are jamming from the small blind, I don't think any weaker pairs are in this range.
He has made the call, though.
Does still just have the price. I mean, a lot of 2 overcard flip situations. If we're an 80-20 dog, so be it. Bryn's got chips to play this pot for the price he was offered.
And you know, Kenny is one of those guys that has an appetite to ruin your day. Just shy of $1 million out there. Jack 9-7, 2 diamonds. 6s technically in front, but equity-wise, it's a 10% advantage for Kuzmanos with 2 to come. Now that flips as the turn is clean, and you see Marius thinking, no, don't do me like this. Surely with all those outs, I'm going to get there, and the answer is no, you're not. Board pairing 9. And it didn't take long for Sensei Bryn Kenny to open the dojo and make a student.
They need action. Yeah.
Out of Kuzmanos.
You can't have someone drawing dead after the flop, though. It'll change the turn.
Marius will not be in the money here in the 50K. I gotta say, the number of occasions on which you see that image there. Bryn hauling in a pot, you know, a wild and untamed creature.
Sure.
Wakil adjusting the flare there with the coin poker patch. King Queen for BK. 65K, the offsuit version greeted by the suited one. And for Thomas, on the button, is this 3-bet jam worthy?
Yeah, it really feels like it. It's the type of hand that can generate a lot of folds and has fine equity when called. Just 4 off the money now.
By the way, note how well the jam performs. His 2 7s are into the bin. Bryn Kenny says, okay, let's go. And Thomas
Two flush
says,
draws versus 1.
sure. Bring me spades. Kenny saying diamonds or hearts would work.
Oh.
Ooh. Spade on board. Free roll.
Oh.
Oh.
Of course. I have to make it for a sweat. GG run.
A knock at the back door for Boivon. He'd love to haul in this 765 to himself. Sensei lives for the sweats.
Back to yourself.
Pocket 9s for Boivon after the under the gun raise from Kenny, who's been V-pipping. Wouldn't blame Thomas, and sure enough, here comes the 280. Oh, wow. Kamoshi motioning, pardon me, for a count. Pocket aces.
And this original 280 all in, not going to come in light from Thomas. This is a strong looking call. And I think Bryn's aware of it. But when it gets back to him, I mean, how much does he like his price for the chance to nail this flop? He's got to know this is a strong hand.
Yeah.
He's eyeing Enrico right now. Sees there's only 365 back, 2 off the money.
Yeah, this flat screams strength.
Nice fold.
Good choice. Good choice.
Yeah. Enrico immediately
9-9, 280.
You actually didn't
revealing
want me to call there.
the bad news.
Side up air too.
Did Thomas just ask for a prepay there? Look at Enrico's like, okay.
To him.
Not gonna win this one?
Replaying.
I think it's a flip.
Cracked Ramin stasis with nines yesterday, end of the day.
You did?
Thomas
Hit it straight on the river.
found the hand. It just comes at the wrong time, and the 10-10 deuce
That's how you're in.
doesn't
That's how
set
you're
the
still
watch
in?
any differently.
He had you.
Yeah.
Or similar stack.
745 in the middle.
Pretty close.
Diamonds irrelevant as Thomas prepares himself for what feels like the inevitable. Oh,
I
no!
told you.
Wow. 9 of clubs. Keep your seat, Mr. Thomas Boivin.
Ah, yeah. Now we have to fight. Now I'm the last one. You don't want to say anything?
You jinxed it.
Kamoshi. So that one
Bye, guys.
played out uneventfully from that point forward as Kamoshi with Queen 8 moments ago had the aces cracked
No, yeah.
by Nina on the end.
forget your backpack.
Brock Wilson taking the best of it with ace jack, one of the few stacks in the whole room that he covers. And on a jack 10-5 board, he improves to top pair, top kick. But note that Kamoshi does have himself the gutter. Queen does the trick as well for the time being with 610,000 in the middle. Board pairing 10 doesn't aid the Italian. Can he find the 7 outer?
I need a 9 of diamond. I've been looking pretty dirty.
Was asking for the 9.
You have to flip it.
They made it look so easy moments ago when it was a 2 outer, and yet here, as part of the 7 outer, it does not show up. And just like that.
Must be a sharp guy.
Like he doesn't particularly want it for the job, but he just like wants the training and stuff like that.
Yeah, why not?
And be around people doing that.
Yeah, being around intelligent people is always a bonus.
Yeah.
That's sick though, to teach yourself coding with ChatGPT and get into like the toughest program that there is. Must be a sharp guy.
Yeah, super sharp.
Boy, even pocket sixes can't be excited to think about putting 20 big blinds in the pot, but maybe 2.
Never heard a bad story about him.
90 if you do. Suited combo in the big here.
Yeah, finding himself again against the big blind of Bryn Kenny. Chip leading this table.
Do you think people pursue?
I think we see a lot of defense.
Playing very similar?
Any suited hand.
I know that I think I haven't asked that question formally, but like in my opinion, it seems like you guys
Queen 6-5. Set versus bottom pair here.
clicky and like like
One diamond on board.
Yeah, like
Thomas loves it.
Yeah, if something goes close, it feels like.
And in that previous encounter, we saw about half pot from Boivin on the jack-high board, similarly draw-heavy. He was bluffing in that instance. We'll see what he comes with a set.
It's a lot easier to pull the trigger than if like.
Does have the spade, which is of course helpful sometimes in case of emergency. 55K.
They're gonna be way less.
Says Thomas. Definitely sized to retain a broad array of what Kenny's got, and also recognizing that the adhesive attributes of Sensei would be hard-pressed to walk away from that sizing.
This comes over time.
In particular, when he actually has a little piece and some backdoor equity, so the pot up to 350K, and all of a sudden, a very threatening diamond on the turn as one pair, which was in a world of hurt and could have very easily been drawing dead on the turn, now acquires the flush draw, checks over to Thomas. 685 effective, what we're playing.
2 flush draws on board. An open-ended straight draw possible. I expect to see a big size, even with a set, not necessarily wanting to let a lot of equity get realized.
Later regret it. That's a big thing. 215.
215, says Thomas. And now,
And I think that makes it
if you're
40.
Kenny,
I guess that's right.
you're looking up and realizing that once you call, the pot sits at 780,000 and 470 is all that remains for Thomas.
Yeah, we've seen some players approach these spots feeling obligated to play jam or fold with low SPR out of position. I think Kenny recognizes that calling is a very reasonable option. Pair of fives giving him a good enough hand on its own to beat any bluff. And the diamonds being an added bonus. And do we expect to get a value hand to fold if we go all in? I think not really.
Yeah. 100%. That's a real struggle. I also like when I first played, I was like,
Time bank being used.
accepted kind of, or like you want to.
Still a lot to think through when there's not much money behind, but Bryn seems to agree. We can beat a bluff, and maybe we can improve against a value bet.
So he announces call, but he does not get there. Four-liner on board, front door flush. Staring those set of sixes in the
does
face.
Kenny want, now that one flush draw has completed, to represent that that's the one he was on?
This would be so savage if Kenny just rips. You could see it too, because the 4X doesn't belong to Thomas.
Yep.
And he might expect that Thomas would be keen, if he had simply spades, to check back and ensure he were able to realize equity in this stone money bubble situation. With that on his mind, you could see a freewheeling rip, and boy, Thomas didn't hesitate.
Six of spades, six. I mean, huge hand for the spot. The confidence to call that quickly, I mean.
I was thinking the same thing.
Very impressive composure, I would say. Knows what needs to be done. I mean, he might fold a hand like pocket kings, but 6-6 with the six of spades.
You know, it's funny, they... And back now with continuing coverage of the 50K 7 Max from Jeju, South Korea. Ali Najad joined by Randy Nanonoko Liu. And Randy, it has been the Bryn Kenny Show. Even though he is second in chips right now, as we quickly dive into the Triton Poker Plus app, Matas Symbolis being the chip leader, Bryn is the man upon whom we feasted our eyes for the bulk of that first frame, not to be overshadowed, of course, Mike Watson, who's quietly been doing his thing, a little north of 3 million, desperate to kind of get a big score after it's been a little bit of a dry spell. Let's dig right into these two new feature tables, Randy. First, going to focus on the blue one up top. Let's zoom in on it. Shaman O'Dwyer out there, Brandon Wilson out there, Alex Foxen and company. What should we look for here?
I mean, mainly a lot of solid players. They have kind of the similar stacks, right? 20 to 30 big blinds, so no one pure dominating at this table.
Yeah. Plazinitis with 35 bigs. He's going to be the deepest of the stacks here. Look at Poseidon Ho, 210,000, just 4 bigs. Obviously, trouble awaits him potentially if he can't find a spin. Zooming back out and then getting into the red table. Talk me through this one.
What stands out for me, I see Santos, Savarna, and JNT at this table. JNT, like, this is kind of a small buy-in for him, right? 50K. Like, usually he makes his deep runs in our main events, but here he's making a deep run into 50K.
Now, rumor has it that if we're going to talk about deep runs, not generally the nomenclature that we utilize for this, but Ferdinand Putra has been playing the cash games, and last night's edition didn't wrap up until 11:30 a.m. here today. And if I'm not mistaken, Producer James, noon was the restart for this one. Is that right? Now, let's do the math real quick here, Randy. If you finish cash game at 11:30 and then 12 p.m., that leaves you 30 minutes for what? A quick shower, maybe a shave, if that.
You also have time to walk to your room and back.
Yeah, and honestly, you got to account for that as well as we send it back down to continuing coverage here in the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series, where the business end of the buy-ins is upon us. Elsewhere in the room, the 150K has gotten underway, by the way. Registration still open for that one, and I would imagine there's some people getting some REM cycles in before they do make that decision. Watson, boss in Redville. The aforementioned Lithuanian Paulius. The boss in Blueville. Symbolis, of course, the boss overall. Elsewhere in the room, also from Lithuania, 30, 60, and 60. What we're playing, as you get that glimpse, brought to you by WPT Global, Santosh Suvarna, Dan Smith, Sub 10 Bigs, and the aforementioned Poseidon Ho, obviously really in need of a spin. He is the shortest stack in the room right now. 26 remaining, 100K is the payout. It's going to stay that way for a minute. Efforting the exact point at which the ladder will be upon the field. And looking at the Triton Poker Plus app, 23rd is when we tick up to 111,000.
Yeah, that's cool. You
yeah.
requested that?
Yeah.
I like that. I'm going to say everyone else's last name there.
Seems like a must to Triton to have.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a cool name.
Thanks, man.
Do you say Poseidon or Poseidon?
I don't know. I don't even know what's the right pronunciation.
Okay.
I call it Poseidon.
Yeah, okay. That's how I would say it. Yeah. But I was told at the other table that they would say Poseidon or Poseidon.
I think European
But
call me
that's like,
Poseidon.
yeah.
Kaufman,
Poseidon
Queens.
sounds better, stronger.
He took ace-jack up against ace-king, by the way, on the stone money bubble and managed to emerge unscathed, doubling. And now here he is with 920,000 coming in. Roughly 15 bigs. He's put 2 of them out there. Brandon Wilson offsuit 1 gapper.
Yeah, Kaufman would love to see Brandon Wilson defend. He's in terrible shape with 10-8 off. Could easily see him come along though for a min raise. Because if he is up against an impaired hand, he's doing all right. In this case, he's not. Five, 3 deuce, 2 hearts. Imagine this hand is pretty much over on the flop, as Kaufman shouldn't be looking to slow things down with the wheel stuff out there. You need to protect against ace highs. So there should be a lot of C betting from Kaufman.
330,000 in the middle. Kaufman, by the way, under the hood, behind the lenses, giving off police composite sketch vibes. Right about here. You know what I'm talking about. They're like, suspect was last seen wearing navy blue hoodie in the park.
No crime here if the 2 queens.
No. This is honest poker. 110K C bet. And for Wilson, let's see, but it does feel like we can comfortably step aside as opposed to working our way into the weeds, even as the covering stack. Sure enough, he does step away. Continuing to cobble is Kaufman. Taking a look at his Triton resume here at his first festival. 1 cash in 6 attempts prior to this. It was 63rd in the 25K 8 max, but this cash, his second of his career here at his first festival. TBD. Minimum of 100,000 for the time being.
Slide the queens over to Paulius.
Yeah. Club and spade version. On the puck. Clicks.
Chips are in.
Poseidon. 10-9. All in.
The flip.
deciding with a couple of big blind Annies already in there. Now is as good a time as any to defend 2 clean cards and a gut shot, but that gutter is blocked by Paulius.
Queen.
No club in hand.
Queen. 8.
That's a good card.
Let's head the other direction, as a 7 is suddenly a path to an escape for Poseidon, and instead he can make nothing more than a pair of 9s. Love the sportsmanship. Great attitude there on the Taiwanese delegate. One of those markets that we're eagerly keeping an eye on, by the way, is poker is definitely a thing out in Taiwan. Not just as evidenced by Poseidon's participation, but
See you later, bro.
also from some of the stories we're getting about tournaments being held in Taipei. Who knows, maybe one day the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series pays a visit to Formosa Island.
Yeah, there's a lot of talented players over in Taiwan. We'd love to see them venture out here. This is Poseidon's 3rd cash of the festival. Not too bad.
Is hot pot a distinctly Taiwanese thing,
No,
Randy?
No, it's not.
Just China in general?
Just, yeah.
They love it out there, though.
Yeah, they'll eat that stuff every day if they could.
I gotta tell you, man, I'm not.
You're not into it?
You know, just the communal cauldron bubbling in the middle of the table. Let's all toss what we want in there, then attempt to fish it out. It's a bit primeval, you know, and a lot of the mystery meats that come out.
Mystery meats.
I know it's not a but tripe. I mean, this one in particular.
120.
If I wanted to boil a Michelin tire and then chew on it for the remainder of the meal, I know where to go. I don't just. Why do we have to search through the inner lining of a cow's stomach for these things? You know, is it a? You love it, don't you? You love.
I
tripe.
actually do like the tripe.
I knew it.
But let's take a look out here.
Yeah, we
JNT's
love
in.
the ace queen. If we're JNT, top pair, top kicker, and it has performed up against what looks to have been a king queen for Tune Mulder. Didn't clock it fully, but it seems as though JNT was a favorite the entire time, despite being covered. Came in somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 bigs to that altercation, so it's not an insignificant chomp down on Mulder's stack.
Yeah, it was king queen suited that Mulder had.
Just an open jam from the button. Tune waking up in the big and defending. One in progress back here at the feature. Open to 120 on the button from Brandon Wilson's ace queen as well. And again, top pair, top kicker, but on this occasion, far from king queen suited. Foxing with a 10-7 that lacks much hope and faces a 75K follow through.
Really not much for Alex Foxen here. Especially off of that stack, so check fold comes in. So you more of a like shabu shabu guy then? Could you get your own cauldron?
It's so funny. I thought you might go that direction. I don't even like the shabu shabu, which tells us that it isn't simply the communal factor that bothers me. It's just the cook it away from me and then bring it to me ready. Although
Self-service is not your thing.
But the Korean barbecue, I don't mind. But there is full service at the Korean barbecue too. But the problem with that is you always smell like the charcoal. You got to throw those clothes away after Korean barbecue.
Yeah, I wouldn't be taking your clothes over there into the Korean barbecue.
You can't wear anything nice to the Korean barbecue place, let's be honest. And they got the high-tech ventilation that supposedly sucks the smoke out.
No,
from
it doesn't work.
Never works. Don't buy it. I don't care what they're advertising at your local spot. Meanwhile, 6'4" suited for Brandon Wilson. He won't advertise.
So if after like the main event you get invited to a Korean barbecue here, you gonna deny from boss?
Listen, boss could invite me anywhere, and I'm not denying. Okay, this much I'll.
You're
just
like in your
let
whole
you know
Dior get up.
Oh man, I guess there's always dry cleaning. I mean, I hope. Or Febreze.
What do we have here? 10 deuce.
Yeah, 160 with the Doyle. Suited king. Should be able to defend here from Lindy. Note the size up slightly from Foxen, 2.5x.
Clearly very aggressive to open this from the small blind off of his stack. Just hoping Lind takes that strong. What do we have again? Tune motor involved?
This is Vladimir Minko with pocket jacks. He is all in, and it is Tune Mulder, I believe, who's got this ace-10. This one's in progress already. Full board is 7-9 deuce queen 7. And even though Minko is putting his chips forward, it's not because they're being transferred, just accounted. Man, this is back-to-back blows being suffered by Tune Mulder. First J&T, now Minko.
I mean, you can't blame Tune for reshoving ace-10 offsuit into 2 jacks.
Not at all. But he's reeling now.
Okay, do you like soup?
Yeah, I love soup.
Okay, so you're okay with hot liquid?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I'm not a mutant. Hot liquid is delightful. In fact, whilst feeling sick for the bulk of this Jeju festival, the soup at the breakfast buffet was my first stop. Each day, you can get a fresh little udon or kind of pho bowl. Toss the cilantro in there, a little bit of the hot sauce, open up the sinuses. A delightful.
So you didn't
soup is
go
great.
the kimchi stew route?
Listen, no offense to our hosts here in South Korea, but personally, things that are fermented, as I've come to understand them throughout life, should be avoided. I don't have the palate for the pickled, vinegary, you know. Suvarna, by the way, a palate and a taste for pocket sevens, understandably off of 430.
There's a chance Watson comes along. It's not that big of a jam. He's already invested in the big blind. And it's not much of his stack. As you can see, if you could see the 2 sevens, he would quickly make the call. He is flipping. Let us run it.
So you suspected that Sir Watts, sitting 3 million deep, might play a spin of roulette with Suvarna. And he's bringing 2 overs to the party. Performing pretty well, 48% equity. Suvarna sevens ever so slightly in the lead in a 950K pot. Ace-6 deuce, nothing to worry about for the time being. Facts remain on the turn. And the sevens holding on. Santosh Suvarna not going to be exiting this 50K just yet. I suspect he and Putra both may be light on sleep.
It's like, hey, if you get eliminated, you know where to find me.
Yeah. Dead asleep in the hallway somewhere, as he probably isn't going to make it back to his room.
13.
I love, by the way, the spin that Santosh has put on the Triton main event winner watch that he always wears. That white strap as opposed to the black one. That's slick.
Oh, is that adjustment he made?
Yeah.
Oh.
Normally it's all black, but, you know.
He made it his own.
Santosh bringing a little flavor. And Suvarna now 4th in chips at his table after that double, nosing in front of Lun Lun. Dan Smith in need of a spin sooner than later. Someone in the chat, R. Ben, asking, does cereal count as soup, Randy? I mean, I wouldn't call it a gazpacho.
Look,
but it is cold soup.
Yeah, I was
cold
saying.
soup is not soup. Can we get that down?
I agree with you. I don't like cold soup.
It's weird to call it a hot take, but maybe it's a cold take. But yeah, cold soup, you know, and they're like, oh, today we have a chilled watermelon gazpacho, tomato. What? It's not what it is.
It's easier. I mean, like, your hot soup turns into cold soup when you put it in the refrigerator.
Right.
That's not
And
good.
you always reheat it Meanwhile, heating up is Smith. Mentioned he's looking for a spin.
All in.
What better time than from the button with the 2 queens?
Been a lot of pocket queens at our feature table.
Sir Watts ain't the man. Kiat Liu Chun
Price
with
10.
the ace-7. Very much is. You see the slam dunk from Smith. Proudly brandishing the queens, but of course, not out of the woods just yet in a $750,000 million chip pot.
That shirt is troubling.
It's a bit antagonistic, isn't it? Now, the lower half reads, love you. I don't need to explain what the upper half reads, but it's probably what he's thinking right now about this deck, which puts an ace on the flop. Smith needs a queen. A 4 would work for a carve-up.
Okay, 4. I was going to stand up and try to hit the queen, but now I'll sit and 4.
Oh, wow.
I got ace 4.
Kiat Liu Chun offered sportingly for the chop, just given, obviously, that he had to run pretty good to hop in front of those 2 queens.
It's okay.
So the bottom half of the shirt comes in play. I love you now.
Boy, that was an emotional roller coaster. Smith, by the way, didn't he have a mustache earlier this festival?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did. He also wears cowboy hats sometimes.
Here's the thing. When I see that kind of, you know, I'm not going to call it drastic, but decision, I often look back and wonder if that isn't a slump buster kind of move, right? Like you got to change something up because you haven't been running good. But for Smith, he's already cashed a couple of times in 6 attempts. This is cash number 3 of 7 already here at this festival. Granted, they weren't the meaty stuff. 55th in the 20K for 34 dimes. 31st in the 25K for a little north of 61,000. We know that his hopes center upon higher finishes and payouts.
You got some slump buster strategies or something over there? Didn't really know it was a thing.
Well, there's a lot of slump buster strategies, Randy, including maybe swiping left on some characters that you might not otherwise in the interest of maybe throwing a bone. 3 deuce.
That's cool.
Jack deuce, ace, king, queen, 180 in the middle.
That's a cool take.
Yeah. Dirty Diaper getting it done. You know, the term slump buster, I believe, was coined famously by Chicago Cubs first baseman Mark Grace way back in the days, and it did center around romantic decisions that one would make, an offering to the gods, if you will, to try to...
An offering to the gods.
Yeah.
What are we offering?
Or an offering to the 2s and 3s that are on Tinder. I don't know, man. I'm just saying.
At
that's
least it's
kind
not
of where
ones, right?
That's not my strat. For me, the slump buster, you know, I'm like, go to the spa, get a massage, take a few days off, you know.
Yeah, you know what I do?
You never run bad.
No, I go to the roulette table.
Oh, no.
I try to get that buy-in back.
Let's see.
And then sometimes it turns into a double buy-in.
Yeah.
Try to make a quadruple buy-in. You know
yeah,
how
what
it
you
goes.
do is called a slump booster. Stan Smith, meanwhile,
You know, martingale is a real strategy.
trying to boost things. King 10 off, Queen Jack for Watson. Looked curious momentarily, but...
This will be curious.
Yeah, very much so. Pocket 8's on the button.
Round 2.
Pocket 5s for Putra.
Good laydown.
Yeah, jam and call in front of him. He didn't make a meal out of it whatsoever. The call from Chun, of course, does look strong given the 6 big blinds plus in front of him.
Flip. Chop again, bro.
This is a hard
Chop
shot.
again.
Settle though.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
How about 10 Jack Queen King Ace?
900K in the middle. Jack 3 deuce, and the 8s are holding on.
4, 5.
Chop is not going to be a thing this time. And it could be time to cue the boys to men for Dan Smith. He reaches for the mic.
Ace.
Is a king or a 10 available? No. And so Smith can climb no higher as his run ends in 24th. The last of the 100K payouts. $23 remaining now with 111,000 on lockup. Mystery hand time back at the featured table. Paulius Pleasanitis in the big blind versus Steve O'Dwyer, who's got a pair of 7s. Now picking up a gut shot, efforting the road traveled to this point.
Yeah, should be a limp pot, little 60K bet on the flop and call. Here we are now.
Is blind versus blind.
8's not the greatest card for O'Dwyer, despite picking up a gut shot, because the 8 could improve Paulius.
Hence the check.
I mean, very clearly, Paulius can have anything, given it is a limp pot. You could have random 2 pairs, draws. Full pot is the play for Paulius. Already immediately concerning for O'Dwyer, right?
Sure.
He's got 3rd pair. Does have clean outs, right? The 6. It wouldn't surprise me if he was 2-step away, but then again, O'Dwyer tends to be curious from time to time, and he's going to come along.
He is not going to find the 6, 7, or the 9 for that matter, however. As the board pairing ace. Draws another check from Steve.
So I believe the ace in general is probably a bad card for Paulius, because when he went full pot, it's quite polar to be like straights or 2 pairs. And the ace actually counterfeits 2 pairs. So let's just say Paulius had like 8-7, 8-5, 7-5. They wouldn't like to see this ace.
So where do we put Paulius?
Well, if he's willing to bet again, then I would put him in the camp of maybe a straight, like 6-4, 6-9. Could be a boat if it is the better 2 pairs on the turn, like ace-5, ace-8, ace-7. Bluffs mainly should be diamonds. It could be some kind of float on a flop with backdoor spade draw that whiffed.
Well, the trouble for Steve O'Dwyer is there are plenty of combinations that did whiff. He does unblock the spades. He does interfere with some of the whiffs, maybe with the 9 in hand.
It's a bit confusing because he blocks some of the strongest hands with the 9, right? Like 9-6. He blocks full houses with the 7. Plus, O'Dwyer has a range advantage in terms of strong aces, and for him to check call turn, O'Dwyer could have like ace, king, ace, queen as played, whereas Paulius cannot, given the pre-flop check through.
1.2 into 900. Polarizing sizing here as the overbet is 1.33x.
Kind of feel like O'Dwyer is going to lay it down. Man, sometimes he can draw the power of the shaman and try to figure this one out.
It's very much a why so much thought on Shaman's mind right now. And, you know, Pleasanitis is very aware of the polarity of this posture that he's taken.
Paulius can go greedy, though. Like, he could go for overbet because of O'Dwyer likely could have, like, a big ace in the spot that might pay off.
Even though this one was limp pre?
Yeah, I would say, well, I'm just saying O'Dwyer can still have the big aces. So, like, if Paulius had a big hand, I'm saying, like, he can go for big value. Because it's not unreasonable for O'Dwyer to try to trap from the small blind against Paulius pre.
Boy, O'Dwyer looking very unconvinced, and it isn't immediately clear whether or not were he to click call for this 1.2, a massive chunk of his remaining 1.7. If the pot doesn't go his way, he grabs a cape, and what has he shown? 3-4, the busted double gutter. And there are going to be some folks who are going to have a very trained eye upon that altercation there, as it suggests that man is not to be messed with. Something you and I have figured out long ago, just from the opportunities to observe him here at feature tables, and anybody else who's been in his wake would have a similar takeaway.
Ollie, the prices of Shaman's trinkets have just tripled.
Yeah. I don't know that that was anything to do with luck. That was simply a skillful assessment of the situation. And, you know, if you're Paulius, you gave that spot there all that you had. And unfortunately for the Lithuanian, after coming up empty on that, all he has now is a 22nd place chip stack with 23 remaining. 10 bigs for Plasinitis.
I mean, that's as big as of a soul read as you can get. Like, that sometimes ends careers, you know?
Dude, yes. There are, career might be a little bit rich, but I hear what you're saying. Like, there's pots that stick with you and that make you really question yourself. Like, oh, am I bad? Maybe I'm bad. You're like, I mean, because how do you call me there? Am I a tell box? You know, things like this. I'm not alleging that that's what's on Paulius's mind right now, but certainly he wouldn't be faulted if those sentiments were leaching in at present. As you see, Kaufman, 120, suited ace, raise and take.
That call is just absurd. The more I think about it, he's clearly not even close to the top of his range.
So, by the way, he's washing it down with some ramen of some sort. The noodle, that's fantastic here from O'Dwyer. Shout out to the chopstick use, by the way. Looks pretty proficient. Loves to spend time in Japan. By the way, Shina Okamoto, who joined us here for the first time, caught wind of O'Dwyer and Shina playing an exhibition match in Japan. Meanwhile, this match, not an exhibition. This is a live fire drill between the Russian Martirosyan and the other Lithuanian that remains, Mantas Simbolas.
So action is on Martirosyan.
This board reads ace, 9, 8, 2 clubs, 2 spades. After the 10 of spades rolled off on the turn, a round of checks. It looks like the front door flush just came home. 6 of clubs, is it?
Looks accurate. So it looks like a very dangerous board. Ace, 9, 8, 10, 6. A 7 would make a straight. Of course, clubs would make a flush. It's also blind versus blind, so very reasonable for someone to have hit this board, whether it be a 7 or not. But there's already 1.1 million chips in there, so lots of chips have gone in, whether pre-flop or flop. You see a check from Artur.
Okay.
There's the check. What do we got? Ace.
6 for two
Move for
pair.
two pair.
It appears more than enough versus whatever it is that Simbolas was working with.
He's giving a little nod. Like, not sure if he got sucked out on the river or not. Probably not. I don't like this table.
Yeah, and it's not even a personal slight. The less we like a table, the bigger the compliment we're paying it.
True.
I'll tell you what, during the break, when you came into the booth, I just did a quick lap to look at the 150. I would, and I'm not even kidding, maybe have more value in just burning that 150K as like firewood or something, you know, than sitting in that particular murderer's row of talent. Meanwhile, Kiat Liu Chun, Red Kings, opening Putra ace-jack off on the button.
I kind of like 3-bet fold with this hand.
325?
Yeah, I like this a lot. It has good properties. If you get called, it plays all right post-flop. You have position. You don't really mind folding this to a 4-bet, because oftentimes you're just dominated by like ace, king, ace, queen. If Kiat Liu Chun can slow play kings, that would be pretty sweet, but it's very hard to do so.
Yeah, he does end up coming with the 4-bet. Note the sizing 580. Really doing his best to retain a fairly broad array of Putra's 3-betting range, but with 1.1 million back and a request for another 255,000, obviously it would take a good bit of hand for Putra to make that choice, and I don't know whether or not ace-jack offsuit qualifies. You hate to orphan that 3 1/4.
Wow.
Oh.
Well, I mean, you got to snap. You've got kings.
Yeah, I mean, Chun was convinced that aces would be there. Yeah, I think Putra might be feeling a little bit nit-rolled by the response.
Of course.
Ace King Jack.
3 million chip pot.
Yeah.
2-9 and a tickle to be exact with 23 remaining. Putra could find a miracle here. Jack 9-4. How about top pair and the nut flush draw? Yikes.
The miracle is being called.
An ace, a jack, a spade, all spoil the fun for the 2 kings.
More outs now.
10 on the turn.
Same out.
14 out. Jack, maybe.
Putra, 32%, 1 to come, and that ain't the one. So Ferdinand took the high variance spot.
Again, main event.
Liu Chun going to reach over and help himself.
A part of me feels like maybe that was a little bit of fatigue forced with that ace-jack, you know?
You know, in retrospect, I feel as though Ferdinand probably recognizes, and he may have even recognized it the moment that he did it, that maybe that was unnecessary. But if you really, if rumor has it, and is true, haven't slept, and you're running on fumes, we've all been there. There's just this subconscious desire to be relieved of the intensity of the situation, all the decisions, all of the pressure, and it isn't the worst feeling in the world to bust there. Obviously, he does pick up $111,000, so in the money, and can just go maybe get some rest and get into the cash game streets where, you know, that $111,000 is a drop in the bucket compared to what's being exchanged. Dylan, queen 10 off, limps. Kaufman, suited, 2 gapper.
5 seconds. Okay.
Wants to see the flop for free. 180. Blind versus blind. 9-5-7. Advantage Kaufman with the pair.
Two overs for Lind. If he stabs this flop, he probably wants to stab a lot of turn cards to kind of attack the weakish one pairs. Starts with check. I suppose Kaufman would like to check this one back. Not really the type of hand you want to get blown off of, especially when you got backdoor diamonds working as well.
Check back from David. Oh, and that allows Lindy to get a free pull at this turn, which puts him in front with top pair.
A very easy spot for Lind to go turn plus river for value, especially with all the straight draws that exist. His main target is 7 and 5x, as 9x usually you'll hear from it, from Kaufman. Kicker is not much of an issue, given Kaufman didn't raise pre-flop after Lind limp.
90,000.
90K, half pot from Dylan. And of course, once we've checked back, we know that we invite with some frequency just any two to take a swing at us with the perception that we're not interacting with the flop. And if we've missed this turn, should be an easy exit.
Yeah, and he is calling here, and the reason mainly is he believes he's up against a queen or nothing in terms of value. As a 7 and 9x probably wouldn't be looking to bet this turn card.
Now the river puts a 4-liner on board. Lindy blocks 10 jack, but there could be a little bit of 6x in Kaufman's range as played, perhaps more so than Dylan's.
Yes, Kaufman definitely has more 6x. Usually the 6x is coupled with a pair. Very reasonable for those hands to call turn bet. There is merit to turning the 5 into a bluff because of that 5 just... It's just not usually the best hand unless you're up against like King Jack, King 10. If you do bluff this spot, like going near pot, trying to force a queen out, maybe some river 8 that was semi-bluffing the turn.
Dylan has knuckled over. Let's see whether or not Kaufman feels the need to turn it into a bluff. 5x does feel like it could be fake showdown potentially.
290.
Oh, 290, the number he comes with. And if you're in Dylan's seat, this queen 10 is now a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, this doesn't feel good, holding top pair to see your opponent bet on this texture. The thing is, Dylan needs to ask the question, how many of Kaufman's hands are turning itself into a bluff? Right? Like, if Kaufman was holding, like, a 7, some 5s, are they always betting? Is it just some of the hands? You know? If you can figure out that question, then it will determine whether you should continue with queen 10. If you don't think enough pairs are turning itself into a bluff, then you're probably just letting this one go.
Well, let's walk it down. 9x isn't turning itself into a bluff, is it?
I agree.
7x, maybe?
I can see it.
What about 8x?
8x probably not, because
Okay.
it beats some of these semi-bluffs.
We hold the queen. So 5x and 7x more than any other two combinations. Maybe some busted spades?
Of course, busted spades would have to stab on this card.
And all of it comes together to leave Dylan curious enough to make this call. And I think Kaufman was well aware that that 5 deuce that he showed wasn't going to be hauling it in. And Dylan Lind picking up a nice one there.
Yeah, I think at this level, you just have to respect your opponent to be able to turn their pairs into bluff enough.
Yeah.
And that's why he's not letting go that queen 10. Nicely done.
Is that the Jurassic Park logo being parodied for Anatomy Park and then
I see it.
presumably Dylan's organs on the T-shirt there? Okay.
Yeah, he's just having surgery at the moment. Just we should close that up a bit.
Boy, that's a part of the closet that you don't get to utilize all that often in Las Vegas, the knitwear. Knit with a K.
Yeah, okay.
NIT,
yeah,
of course.
Knit. If he was wearing NIT wear, he would have folded the queen 10, all right?
Yeah, that's a good point. What's the one thing at a poker table, Randy, that if you looked over at a player would make you think that they were a nit more than anything else? Something that they might have.
I feel like you have an answer for this already.
I'm thinking through it myself, but I wanted to buy time by putting it on you, as Kaufman has it on him. Now sitting 780, bruised.
I don't think I have a good answer for this one. You got something for me?
I feel like if you've got a pocket protector, you know what I'm talking about, where so the pens don't leak the ink, you're wearing like a short sleeve button down with one of those. You know, you're like, oh, my math teacher's here playing 2-5. That's nitty.
Yeah, okay, I see that. Maybe someone who has a Tide pen on them. Oh,
I have Tide pens.
And you have a pocket square. Oh.
I have a pocket square, not a pocket protector. Don't get it twisted.
Okay.
This is
It's
swaggy.
you, but it's you.
It's not me. I need to protect my pockets. Get out of here. 40, 80, and 80. Flipping back over to the other feature. You know that guy, though. You've seen that, the math, you know, kind of the math nerd, like professor.
So you're saying they always have glasses on?
Glasses, for
Like,
like
it's not-
bifocals
but yeah,
even.
bifocals. Definitely not designer.
No, you're not Bing Biao freaking Versace's. This is King Jack for Chidwick. Maybe the chat can weigh in. Oh, you know what? As we see Chidwick jamming, by the way, and running into the Kiat Liu Chun ace-king suited. Let's put a pin in things as Kiat Liu puts 4.6 million and change on things. Now, jam and rejam in front of Suvarna's ace-9 of hearts. I think Santosh knows better than to go sailing here. Sub 10 bigs, obviously, you salivate at the prospect of a triple, but good discipline there from Santosh.
Oh, man. Really? Aces like that?
A for Lun Lun. No sooner do I blink on the back end of praising Suvarna than the appraisal for Lun Lun comes in handsomely in the big.
King high straight is what I need.
He covers
Queen Jack 10.
Chidwick.
Queen Jack 10.
Chun Spirits.
Then we chop.
Not dampened too much, just given how much he covers both stacks by. But
X40.
my goodness, Lun Lun performing incredible here in a three-way spot pre-flop. 81%. Just 100K on the side. He plays Chun for that. Chidwick involved for the 2.5 in the middle, but both he and Chun have just 9% equity. King 7-6. Add a couple of points to it. Chidwick needs a jack. Chun with just one king available. Needs that card. The ace is moving to 90% on the turn. And that'll do it as Lun Lun just woke up with one in the big blind. He's going to have a triple up. And for Stevie Chidwick, he's going to have a visit to the payouts desk.
That was the easiest hand Lun Lun's ever played in his life.
Yeah, no shame in it. 111,000 on the heels of the Putra elimination. Going Chidwick's way. Back over, we find Alex Foxen's ace-3. ripping from under the gun. An ace-9 in the big blind for Brandon Wilson was deemed a qualifier. He is performing well. 1.75 million in the middle. The pace of bust outs accelerating. Alex Foxen hoping that this isn't going to be another one of those data points. Queen, Queen 10, opportunities. 3 a clean winner, a 10 for a carve up.
And this chops a lot, actually.
Yeah, the queen would work as well. As does this king.
That's an amazing card for Foxen.
Very much so. Now, we just need to dodge a 9 as the chop is secured. And both parties make Broadway. And I think Foxen will very well be happy with that outcome.
He just has a bigger one.
Given the spot he found himself in pre. Okay, while they sort that one out, chat did have some submissions with respect to attire or trinkets that would lead us to thinking someone was a nit. Yeah, hold on, indeed. Can't barely catch our breath.
Wait,
this one caught us off guard.
Is Toon done?
Oh, wow.
No way, he had so many chips.
I mean, we saw 2 hands that didn't go so hot for him. Man, it really did come apart in a hurry, it would seem, for Toon Mulder. He had ace-10, Juan Pardo had pocket queens. He got it in pre. Malakastas, the covering stack. See, like that there, whatever the refashioned scarf / cravat, you know, that's not nitty attire at all.
That's classy.
Boy, the improbable vision of Toon Mulder being dispatched without mercy. One that we really didn't expect. But the deck had other ideas.
Owen.
As Mulder becomes the most recent recipient of $111,000. Pay jump acquired by the field. 122K secured. Steve O'Dwyer's turn in the cutoff. Jack-9 suited. He's jamming. Wilson. Ace-4.
I mean, he's sitting on 1 million with the big blind being 80K from the small blind, and he's really giving this a lot of thought. This would seem a bit loose for me if he was to go with it. Because I would imagine O'Dwyer is jamming a lot of better aces too.
And even on the occasions in which that ace-4 is in front, Randy, the margin by which it is presumably is not that big.
Yeah, it's not very far ahead of Jack-9 suited.
Yeah, so some apprehension, but
snapped off like
ultimately
Foxen.
The fold from Wilson and the snap call from Foxen, as you mentioned, Randy. Big blind defense for $7.95. Pot at 1.7. Alex, a decent-sized favorite here. To the flop we go for further focus. A queen in the window, monotone texture, 9 on board. Foxen's king of spades. Taking outs off the board for O'Dwyer.
Very hard for O'Dwyer to win this one. Oh, but he turns to pair.
Jacob says hello, and might Foxen be saying goodbye? He needs a spade. A 10 does the trick. A queen would do it. For that matter, so would a king. Heaps of outs. But still a dog with one to come is Alex Foxen. And it's 9s full for Steve O'Dwyer. And, well, we don't love the result, but we certainly love the spot. If we're Alex Foxen, who was so poised to haul in this 1.7, and instead the spin up for the shaman continues.
Even if I called, it's going the same way.
No chance Foxen's ever going to buy a trinket from O'Dwyer.
I wasn't that either.
Maybe he would buy it just to put
I wasn't beating
a
that
bunch of
either.
needles in it, like a voodoo type deal. $122,000, by the way, going to Foxen. And and the remains of his stack going to Shaman. 4.6 million and change for O'Dwyer. Kiat Liu Chun presiding over 48 bigs of his own over at the other table. We are going to need to do a little bit of rebalancing now as 19 remain. We're going to step aside for a little over 3 minutes. We'll be back continuing coverage of the 50K seven-handed. Comes your way after this.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at GTOWizard.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
And welcome back to the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series. Alina Jad and Randy Liu on the back end of a redraw. That redraw currently populating in the Triton Poker Plus app, so unclear exactly what the implications of some of these seat draws are, but it is happening in real time right now, and it has been happening for Juan Pardo. In that frame, he emerged as the chip leader, dethroning Matas Simbolas, who had been at the top of the counts. He has been sent careening down into 5th. Bryn Kenny steady in 2nd, and of course we watched Shaman Steve O'Dwyer really spinning it up there, not always taking the best of it, but you know, the dark arts, the sweet sciences, whatever you want to call them, Shaman is dialed into them, and they have been paying dividends so far here in this 50K. So Kiat Liu Chun, also 4th in chips, has been performing well. I'm going to see whether or not we can get to some of these draws. You can kind of take a peek here in the app at what we have going on. Shaman all by himself at the red feature table. Let's see who ends up filling in the gaps there. He is rooting against, of course, Bryn Kenny and Juan Pardo from dethroning him, the only 2 stacks larger than his in the field. Randy, down at the bottom, we find Paulius, 19th in chips, 19 remaining, 7 bigs for him. And as you look at the distribution of chips over here, that clip that we that pace we picked up after the money bubble burst from 34th down to where we are now? That was pretty speedy. Are we going to see more of the same?
Yeah, it won't be as speedy as the money bubble section, just because we are 19 remaining, and you start to remind yourself, oh, the final table is around the corner. The final table is where all of the big money jumps are. So, of course, those short stacks are going to look for spots to get it in, but they're not going to be reckless, I suppose.
All right, well, let's talk about the payouts then at the final table. Not to get ahead of ourselves, of course, but $10.75 million collected in total for this prize pool. The eventual champ, the first of our over $2 million payouts, will be awarded to them, 2.233 to be exact. 3 total 7-figure payouts, 1.5 to the runner-up, and then $1 million. So make the podium and get yourself a nice haul. And you did see the biggest gaps between the rungs come in chunky fashion at that final table. We're going to get that one underway 8-handed as opposed to 7-handed. Standard protocol here. And, of course, the task at hand for those that are trying to be a part of the procedures is to survive for the time being and then find the opportunity to potentially thrive, pick up a hand. But you know how it is. The blinds can eat you alive.
Yeah, the blinds can eat you alive. The big stack's going to do what they've been doing is chipping up, playing good poker. We've seen O'Dwyer demonstrate that when he made that hero call with the pair of sevens against the 4-3 offsuit. Juan Pardo is surging. He basically took Toon Motors chips in multiple chunks, right, installments. Bryn Kenny kind of just doing his thing,
Okay, you just brought up Bryn Kenny. Guess where he parked his bones? At Shaman O'Dwyer's table. Top right of your screen there, you can see it, and he's just 2 seats to the left of Shaman. So that's a bit of a disastrous development for O'Dwyer. Symbolus, 35 bigs, also there. So chunky stacks surrounding O'Dwyer. Not really a great draw taking shape for him. Meanwhile, you're looking at the 2 features on the left of your screen. I'm going to close that 4th table as there will be nobody parked there. We're only in need of 3 tables in this 7-handed event with 19 remaining. Lun Lun, 32 bigs to the left of Pardo. That's where you like to find yourself. And for Pardo, boy, that is a really nice draw as nobody threatens his stack there.
Yeah, that's true. And it's kind of those like 10 to 20 big blind stacks at his table where they have to play relatively straightforward. So he can make quite good assumptions and, really just pounce on them a bit.
Yeah, Thomas Boivon, by the way, has been on a bit of a spin up. 35 big blinds, performing well. He had his chips all in on more than one occasion so far here in this broadcast. JNT, 13 bigs. He just, he can do it, man. JNT, just don't sleep on this man. Those chips aren't going to be collecting any dust. He's very capable of surprising some people in some spots and then showing up at an FT fairly loaded up. Brandon Wilson has just been drawn to that feature table as well. He's sitting in similar territory with just 1 million, 2 to the left of JNT. All right, we're just about ready to get the cards back in the air. 2 feature tables and 1 outer as we resume coverage of the 50K 7 Max from here at the Landing Casino at Jeju Shinhwa World. Brought to you by Jacob & Co. In the foreground, that lone outer table. That's the entire field on one page. Brought to you by WPT Global. Look at those who performed well during the redraw, those that perhaps didn't. Note that Dylan Lind, 23 bigs, along with Boivon. He's able to be a boss stack at his table. That is remarkable.
The blue table definitely got the best draw. Chip leader with 23 bigs is amazing. Even for other short stacks like JNT and Brandon Wilson, if they double up, they become the table chip leader. Like, you want to be on the blue table.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we're going to start with that blue table.
Easy jam spot for the 2 9s.
Paulius agrees, rips it.
Oh, that's bad.
It's still an easy spot.
580.
But once you get called, that spot is going to be a far more difficult one.
Dylan's always going to be a customer here, just whether he wants to reshove or just call. Probably doesn't matter too much either way. Still would scream strength. Puts in 580.
Oh, that's so bright.
That call does exude tremendous strength.
What's that bright light there for?
7 bigs.
You said this was what?
Brandon. King Jack suited.
Taking my head off. I gotta not look over there.
Even though Wilson's getting a bit of a discount, because Lynn just called it, King Jack suited 3 ways is too weak.
But your script is different than mine.
So the bow out from Wilson, and maybe Pleasanitis will be experiencing a bow out of his own. He's grabbing his backpack. He doesn't have a whole lot of optimism enshrouding him right now. Mike being reached for, maybe a little premature. We don't even have a flop up there. 1.36 million. Is the reverse juju going to work? 764 board suggests not, as he slips to 10%.
No, he's fully demiked.
I gotta tell you, if I'm Dylan, that makes me nervous. The queen, however, is a reassuring sight. Now we got the backpack on. He's all but walked away. We've seen it before. 2 outer. Not this time, though. And Paulius completes the process by walking over to the payouts desk. They do have a reasonable haul awaiting him, $122,000. Only one more of those payouts rather, remaining. And then a 16K jump to 138 if you can make the top 17. 18 remaining, and Dylan putting some runway between himself and Thomas Boivin.
Do you think taking off the mic before the flop's a bit greedy for the equity siphon?
Might be a little too much. Well, it's, I don't know, it's intense, you know. It's really, I think.
Huh?
I said it's really intense. It's like, hey, if you're just doing it because you honestly think you're dust, then.
You can never be dust.
Well, I mean, but if you just, you know, you're like, you feeling like you're out, then.
I love that Kale's trying to unpack and examine what the GTO was there, as it did feel like an egregiously premature D-Mike and gather your belongings process, as the flop hadn't even been delivered there by Paulius, but maybe he knew something we didn't. Meanwhile, collisions at the outer, bringing you up to speed. This was a raise to 175 by Sensei Bryn Kenny. Kiat Chun flatted the button. Minko also joined the party, pictured here. Queen 10-8 rainbow. All 3 parties checked. On the turn, Minko would lead 375,000. That turn was the 3 of hearts. Only called by Kiat Chun. River puts the backdoor flush on board. It's a king. Minko has checked it over to Chun, and I believe Chun has bet 675. Does that
Story
seem
checks
to
out.
sync up with what we're seeing?
Yeah, that looks right. Minko now in the tank, and given the action and the sizing Kiat Chun has taken on the river, I don't really think Kiat's bluffing. It feels like he's trying to get paid off for this smaller size relative to the pot. Backdoor flush does come in. All right, there's the call. And Minko's good.
Show? King, queen for top 2. And I don't believe, did Shun show his hand? It was ace 10.
Oh, so he did turn his hand into a bluff.
Yeah, he had that ace of hearts. So second pair on the flop versus top pair.
Yeah, I guess Kiat wasn't really going to down the 2 pair for whatever sizing. But I do like that he turned the 10 into a bluff to try to shake out a queen, because the king of hearts is very scary as it overcards the queen, and backdoor hearts got there. Gotta say, nice restraint from Minko to not stab that river earned him a bet from the ace-10. And we getting Sensei to the feature table?
It sure looks that way, and I don't think anybody at that table is complaining about his departure, just given how much of a handful he can be in any of our larger buy-in events. He just seems to show up and perform consistently, looking to make a deep run here. Has heaps.
That's it.
You can look at Brandon Wilson thinking, thanks. Yeah, no, appreciate that.
Perfect.
I mean, it's just amazing, Bryn's results. Like, he doesn't show up for the full festival, just the big stuff, and he's always at the end of the tournament.
I really don't know how to explain it. There are just those that rise to the call, to the occasion. He just wants to be in the highest pressure spots. He wants to play sky high. He wants to take on the best. And if I had to guess, somewhere, subconsciously or otherwise, he loves scrambling. Some of the GTO wizards that he is surrounded by.
Torture.
Torture. Better than getting something that you didn't want this to call with.
Respect shown.
No sooner does the man park his bones in the seat.
Who just busted here?
Hmm?
Who just busted here?
That was.
Takes one down.
Perfect, thank you, brother.
No.
Was there a strategy there? Bryn's like, who busts in this seat prior to me sitting down?
You know what's funny, man? Like, he won that pot, though, right? Like, if all of a sudden he played a big one and doubled someone up or something, that would be the question on my mind. Who died here, right? But when you pick one up, you're like, oh.
Oh, he
maybe
left
the
too
guy
soon.
busted too early. Exactly. King 10 suited here for Dylan Lindy. Apologies. I've kind of gone back and forth quite a bit with respect to the pronunciation, and shame on me because I know at one point Dylan had mentioned the right way to pronounce the surname. We're going to go with Lindy.
Oh,
Here,
you got like
2-4.
1.7 or something?
1.5 something.
Thanks.
Now, Wilson deliberating on the button with this ace-10. Little does he know it, but he's
I don't
dominating.
know what. Where's the security?
Not today.
It's a good day for security. I haven't seen it in a while.
3-bet, just about jam.
You're saving security for the main event.
Yes.
King 10 of spades really loves the request for another 570,000.
And there's still another 105 back.
8.
Yeah.
9 against 8.
And we have to expect that 105 will be very ready to be deployed.
Oh, he's ready to get in there.
Remember you got like second in
He
the
did
London
announce
main
call,
event
though.
too, right? I think he lost to Tim Adams heads up in London too, right? Yeah.
Bryn reminding
But he's
JNT
going crazy
of
because he's not getting the win. Second place, he's like
the time
Yes,
he was
because 2-9, 2-8,
almost
2.
victorious.
Ooh.
Triton
Triton
London
river.
versus
Oh.
Ace 6-4, meanwhile. Wilson on the monotone board, finding top pair.
Huh.
Just air for Dylan.
Yeah, but Lindy's supposed to call another 105,000 because Wilson reshove off of, what, 10 big blinds or so? So the king and 10 could potentially still be live in case Wilson's got, like, a pocket pair, even though it's a monotone texture. Plus occasionally comes runner hearts and you chop it up. A little bit surprised Wilson doesn't shoot out the last 105,000 on the flop. I would guess he would need to jam it on the turn when it gets over to him.
Deuce on the turn. Brought on by the lack of betting on the flop.
And we're on a direct pay bubble right now, so that might be the reason why Wilson checked to also extend the length of this hand. You see him keeping, like, he keeps looking at the clock to see if anyone got eliminated.
Well, there is a pay jump. 16K separating 18th and 17th. Board pairing 6 on the end as Brandon's final 105 has not sought to get into the middle. Wonder if Dylan is thinking king high is ever good. Obviously, once that 105 comes in, feels like virtually never. Meanwhile, we do have an all-in and call situation as nothing was held back here. Santosh Suvarna unable to get her done. Efforting the particulars in that exchange there.
Yeah, the 8s for Suvarna went down by the ace-9 of Matas. 6-6-3 ace on the turn. 5 blank on the river.
You know, Suvarna's like, put it on my account. He's walking straight out of here. No pit stop at the payout desks for him. Maybe eager to get some REM sleep. So for Brandon Wilson, the loss of Suvarna does mean the pay ladder was secured. His 100K is delivered, but the payday is not.
Kind of feel like Wilson missed out on 100K there.
You tell me to bluff?
You would see it anyway.
Well, I think in his mind, he was thinking it would be more precious to fight for that pay ladder in the event that my hand is no good. And the board texture was, let's face it, absent the hearts, you know,
yeah, but I mean,
pretty innocuous.
100K is more than one big blind. That can roll over, you know?
Sure. So 17 remaining, $138,000 the next payout. Both 17 and 16.
Flat.
We'll enjoy that haul. 17,000.
Very.
The gap. What's happening here? Another all in.
Yeah.
Zekiatlu Chun and is this Minko?
It is Minko. 2.4 million apiece.
Okay. Let's see if we can get the particulars here. Forgive us as it's hitting us kind of the same clip it's hitting you guys. It was pocket queens versus kings. Kiatlu Chun coolering Vladimir Minko there. The only good news for Minko is that he covered Chun, and not too many people in the field did for quite some time. Chun had heaps.
A lot of big blinds went in there.
Holy smokes.
Yeah. Kiat, min raise to 160. Minko, 3-bet to 400. A 4-bet rip from Kiat. Obviously a quick call from the queens, and kings held.
Minko's going to be down to just 2 bigs, by the way, when that one's all said and done. $165 ahead as Kenny attacked from the button. Lindy defended and flops beautifully with 7 deuce deuce. Always a favorite, dominating Kenny. Board texture that Sensei could be getting after here.
And Kenny with the C-bet. King 3 offsuit.
Yeah, this is...
Usually it wins on this flop.
Yeah, not this time. Futile is the barrel.
Lin actually has a hand that could strongly consider check raising, as an ace high would probably pay off. Calling is alright too, to kind of protect your ace high check call range. Gonna play it fast. It looks pretty bluffy on 7 deuce deuce.
And you know, I think Dylan knows that Bryn's one of those guys that can really wade out into some quicksand and take you into some dark alleys. But it is King 3, the one to do it with. Even the lion-hearted Bryn Kenny decides not, understandably.
Thank you.
We'll follow the latest Triton Poker Series action with exclusive insights from the BetACR Sportsbook. The only place to get down action on the Triton Poker Series. Stay informed on the best odds and expert analysis. Sign up today at BetACR. I can't remember if we've had this chat, Randy, and we've had a lot of chats.
Go.
You ever bet sports?
It's funny because I don't, but I did for the first time,
Yeah,
and I
for
actually
60
used
BB spot now is
BetACR, believe it or
definitely
not.
huge.
I was betting on the Aussie Open.
The tennis?
Yeah, I heard Djokovic was really good, so I bet on him. to
What do you
beat-
mean? You heard Djokovic was really good?
Yeah, the odds were great. He was playing against that Spanish guy.
Yeah.
Carlos.
Mm-hmm.
It's not Mortensen.
Nope. It's not the one.
I don't know, but whatever. The kid.
So you got a hot tip, and you decided that you should just blast
Well,
off
I'm
on
like,
BetACR?
I was like, how's this guy ranked lower? Doesn't he have more Grand Slams than this kid? So I bet on him. And
Alcaraz.
yes, Alcaraz. That's
Mhm.
right.
So you fired, and it
I
paid
won
off?
money. Yeah, I did. I'm a professional sports bettor now.
Well, okay. I would maybe pull back on that a little bit. Boy, Vaughn, by the way, being yoinked on by the two red jacks of Kenny.
I had one anyway. No difference. I feel
Three
good
bet
now.
and take as once
You would've folded
again
if I folded, right? If I-
consistently at
I know,
some
I just
point
called.
during the festival, concerns stoked about Randy's deep addiction to gambling.
I'll tell you this.
Perhaps even problem gambling, some would say.
When Djokovic was down a set, I put more money down.
You're okay.
Because I was like, wow, better odds.
I mean, you really, honestly, Randy, is your house paid off? Like, I know that's a little bit of a personal question, but just I'm asking on behalf of Selena and Nova, just to make sure, because you can, like, I can handle you. You can hit my couch if things go belly up, But the whole fam is, that's.
Oh, you wouldn't do that for us.
I mean, everything good, Randy? I mean, we're just, they taken care of. You got.
They're okay for now.
Once you start getting into these tennis streets, might not be the case.
Yeah.
Tennis is a very popular one to bet on, by the way. So is ace-10 suited, Brandon exercising up front. Because it's, you might be able to get, when the Aussie Millions tournament was going on, back in the day before the challenges to hosting poker tournaments were a thing. Pause. Minko's last stand, it would seem.
Yeah, he's got a couple of chips back, the blue ones. Board is 8-7 deuce.
Oh, man, he is...
That looks strong.
A little bit steamy, I think, after getting coolered Kings, Queens. O'Dwyer and Watson both joining him in this one. Boy, I don't blame him, but I haven't really seen something like that in these streets for a while. Watson summons. This was min-raise open, button flat, big blind defend, check, final 2K deployed. I believe it's been called in two spots.
Only in 15, they have to put one blind or?
No, they can call. You can always call, yeah.
Okay, 15K officially, forgive me. So dry side pot between Watson and O'Dwyer now. As Minko's clip is empty, and perhaps his patience as well.
Board pairing 8.
Yeah, the flop 8-7 deuce rainbow. No action between the two active participants in the dry side after that board pairing 8. that you mentioned. Looks like paint on the river over here. Full shutdown.
What do we got?
Oh no.
That's a look away.
Yeah, it feels as though O'Dwyer just banked
He looks
on the
defeated.
river. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't just look it, he is defeated. Shaman. Once again.
Shaman hit the jack on the river to beat the 7 of Minko, who had the best hand.
Yeah. And by the way, it was the only way for Shaman to do it because it was Jack 6. Granted, Watson had ace 3, but boy, you know, when it rains, sometimes it pours. Just ask Vladimir Minko.
Dude, I'm pretty sure they use that line in Gone in 60 Seconds, Nicolas Cage, right?
First off, don't try to come with pretend that between last night and today you got down the pay-per-view rabbit hole in the in-room entertainment. Some real fresh pull there. What was it, 20 some odd years ago? The Gone in 60. Eleanor,
yeah.
Right?
All right. Thanks for showering, buddy.
I actually don't remember anything other than Eleanor.
I don't like you
movie.
right now. Stop. I'm done.
I have feelings, Randy.
So, I was pretty proud of that moment, and you took it away just like that.
Wow.
All right, what do we have here?
Don't try to paint that picture. Off to a flop we head. This is an open from the button of Chun to 160. Symbolis defending the big, no all-ins. 10-6-3 rainbow was the flop. 5 of clubs on the turn. No flush draws to speak of.
Both players are sitting very deep. Perhaps that's why we see a lot of checking. Onto the river, which is the king. Would expect this card to check to the pre-flop raiser, given the action King X tends to be in Kiat's range a bit more. Plus, if Kiat was looking to stab, he might stab the king, but it is Matas that's shooting out a big bet. 315, snap called.
Yeah, he sure was. And what have we here? A better kicker?
See King Jack for
yeah.
Kiat.
So both players hitting top pair on the end there. 315,000, the official sizing from Symbolas there. And that round will go to Chun, who after the Kings v Queens takedown, which was the bulk of the harm done to the freshly departed Vladimir Minko, the green candle continues.
Seconds.
Man, the stacks at this table concerns me.
Sure. Symbolas limps the small. Watson allows it. Yeah, there's just 4 players at this table right now, all of them sitting deep. To the flop we go. King 5-6, 2 diamonds.
Yeah, so a limp pot here. Been a table with a lot of post-flop betting.
And here's one more example of that. 240K, says Symbolas.
You don't normally see full pot size bets, blind versus blind, from the small blind.
Yeah, right away too, on the flop, not on the turn.
Yeah, and actually, if Watson had like a 5, for example, it's not really a clear situation how to navigate against the big sizing. He does make the call.
Suddenly, this one grows. Turn is the 8 of spades. Two-tone texture, some coordination as well. King 5 of diamonds, 6 of spades, 8 of spades on the board.
A little bit of straights got there, 7-4, 7-9. Another flush draw presents itself. These types of textures, if another bet comes in, it tends to be on the big side, given the drawiness of the board. That was a quick fold from Watson. I'm going to presume he had a weak pair or something.
Didn't give it any thought whatsoever. Maybe 5x, 6x. That wasn't down to take that kind of heat. 450K. $138,000, by the way, going home with Minko. One 138K payout does remain.
Yeah.
So we are on an immediate ladder. As 15th place is worth 155K, 17K the gap.
Like that, huh? And he just had us have everything, just gave us everything.
The
for
Japanese
free.
are so insane at making cocktails too.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Insane.
Yeah,
If
insane
you go
at
to New York
making
sometime,
everything.
my friend has an insane place in New York.
Yeah,
He
I
opened
love
2
that.
years ago. He's like number 23 in the world now.
Yeah, I want to go this year at some point in time. I'm going to go visit LEO in New York.
And he came from like one of the top ones in Tokyo called SG Club.
Yeah, yeah, that SG Tavern is one of the, I've been to SG Club too.
Oh, yeah, I
They're
was
like
gonna
the
ask
same
if you were
group.
there.
Yep. I like that place.
Yeah.
Well, Kenny and Lindy talking cocktails, but let's return our focus to the poker. Pocket deuces limping the small. Ace 4.
300,000.
Wants to play for a little more, 300,000.
Yeah, that's conversation got quiet very quickly.
Yeah, sure.
Things have escalated. And I could see the deuces actually go for a limp jam if he feels that Lin has got a lot of range that's just going to attack the limp.
All in?
Yeah, I like this play a lot.
Like apparently they're a whole chain of businesses now.
And look at Dylan just mucks and then picks up the conversation. You love this guy.
I'm sure they're all top.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
They're, not gonna, they're definitely not going to do anything that's not top.
No. No, they were quite good.
Did you go to Jumbo?
Did not.
It's like a yakiniku place. There's a bunch of them. It's a top place too.
You said you were going to a crab place. We actually went.
Kitafuku? That's
No,
the top crab one.
It's called Ginza Yukaite.
I'm sure it was.
And they're.
I'm sure it was good too.
So crab was their seasonal ingredient.
Yeah.
So it was all. Yeah, it was incredible. Like this is crab season.
Next time you'll go to Kitafuku for sure.
Yeah, I'll try that.
Next time you just write me. I'll give you the few that you didn't go to.
Word. Appreciate it.
If there's anybody in the field that has.
There's like restaurants and like bars. I can give you good recommendations in New York.
Yeah, it's a place I don't have that much information about other than from Elio.
I was going to say ample recommendations for
Yeah, me
places,
neither, I found like a few good spots that I just go back to
eat.
every time.
things to do in and around Tokyo.
Yeah, and if you need a place,
Sensei.
a home for your chips, you know.
Yeah, exactly. If you want to park your stack with me, I'm also ready for that. Here we are with JNT and Sensei taking their turn to play heads up. The ace-9 suited was always worthy of the open to 175, and of course on a two-club board, worthy of a follow-through. Kenny coming with 100K.
JNT, oh, is he gonna come along?
Yeah,
Likes
he
the
wants
price.
to peel, man. I gotta tell you, JNT can get down the streets a little bit. 8 on the turn. Now he doesn't get himself in any sort of trouble.
I like jamming in this spot for Kenny. His opponent is so short, maybe you can get a 3 or 5 to fold. This is good.
Just jamming, asking JNT for all of it. King high, obviously. Not enough. And Dorel will lay it down. Randy, I'm super into this current phase of the massage program. The sort of spidey fingers. Oh, there it is. Through the sinus cavity.
That has to be distracting while playing poker, though.
For who? The people that have to watch it? You know,
Well, you seem to be excited, my
BJ,
friend.
well, I mean, relax. What do you mean by excited, Randy? You know, it takes a little more than that to move the needle, but I confess that I am green with envy, and I would like to get on the waiting list because this is really one of the greatest billboards ever for maybe alpha massage therapist claim. I mean, look at, come on, the temples,
120,000.
you know, all of the pressure points on the cranium. He's really getting his money's worth out there. Wilson, couple of fives. Raise and take.
He raised it big. Made it 220.
Mm-hmm. When's the last time you got a massage, Randy?
From a robot.
What do you mean from a robot? What are you into, bro? What's going on over here? You went to some weird place. Did you go to the robot show in Tokyo? You know about the robot show?
No, I don't know about the robot show.
It's pretty famous. I didn't go, but it's anyway. Robot? You mean the chair?
Yeah,
like the robo chair?
Yeah, the robo chair.
Like the really nice ones where it's like, and it like squeezes you real hard, like
Yeah,
not the dusty airport in the U.S.
Well, no, I have one. That's why, and I have this
At your house?
Yes, I do.
You punted on one of those things? What'd you spend, like 8 dimes?
It was pretty expensive. I'm not gonna lie.
Randy.
It's got the scent to come out too, and it's got the
So what do you mean? Does it smell like burning electrical equipment? Because that's actually not the scent.
No.
Ace
Citrus,
Queen
you know?
suited. That's incredible. We're going to unpack that. As JNT unpacks the whole clip from the button, unfortunately, he's doing so when Dylan is all too prepared to be a customer. Can't blame him. 4.5 bigs. Baby suited ace. Not sure what's got Brandon Wilson interested. Oh, and now we are. King, queen suited, the blocker effects of it, Randy. You can understand why Brandon's making this choice.
All right, yeah, I don't mind it.
Boy, for Dylan, it's gotten a little awkward suddenly.
It has, but I'm calling this ace queen suited.
Are we? 100% of the time? We don't just say goodbye to the 210 with the perception that maybe we're not doing so hot against Brandon?
The thing is, Brandon is reshoving against a 4.5 big blind rejam, so his range is a little bit wider.
Boy, and you could see Dylan really was unsure about how he was performing, but he'll be thrilled as he dominates both opponents. The bulk of the biscuits on the side, 2.6 million, 1.5 in the main. All of a sudden, Dylan Lindy with an opportunity to haul in 4.4 in total. Rates to be the man to do it 44% of the time.
Looks like everything is sorted. Flop, incoming.
Jack 7-3. No pair anywhere. Dylan loves to see it. No clubs to worry about. Diamonds are a thing for Brandon. JNT on his feet as he knows the duckling is the only thing that saves him. Back-seated, but note that it's the diamond deuce. So JNT could find the double. Now, on the side again is the larger pot where Lindy still leads Wilson, needs to fade the king or the diamond, and has done just that.
Diamonds or 9 of diamonds were the only two.
So Brandon gets
John
scooped.
Noel. Yeah. The deuce. Oh, sorry. John Noel, deuce. Yeah.
445.
Listen, Brandon, by the way, breathless in between that fist bump.
That's right, Dylan.
Well, we won't hang around for the math. As we flip it back over to the other feature, is more carnage afoot. Ace-10 offsuit in the hijack. Masashi Oya presumably will get in there.
Yeah, ace-10 is willing to get it in. A little bit of a tank. I believe this is just more stalling because we're on a direct pay jump bubble. See him tossing a time bank. He knows he's going all in.
Milking the clock as far as he can and further.
Yeah, it seems like he's going to use a bunch of these time banks.
Still on that pay jump, right?
Yep, still on that pay jump bubble. 16 remaining, 138 guaranteed. If you can survive one more, you'll get $155,000. Or maybe he's just thinking, I've got better recommendations in Japan than Bryn Kenny. Here we go.
He's like, that crab place sucks. Meanwhile, ace 10 doesn't suck. 80% of the tokens deployed by Oya.
Loon Loon. He's woken up with the big hands.
Yeah, the pocket aces.
Super easy decisions, right? Aces, now he's got a practically open jam in front of him. He's got 2 kings.
Boy, and
he's printing.
Masashi Oya knows that when all-in is declared by Lun Lun's small blind, this ace-10 offsuit ain't so hot.
I think they do it based on the hand.
He's never folding,
So if it's
but
in
he is
the
going to
same
try
hand.
to cobble his way into a pay jump.
I think it's all right for him to use the time banks now.
Sure.
Just so you don't waste
because
time banks. It doesn't matter.
well, he's getting some advice from Mosbach. Tell him maybe you shouldn't waste those time banks.
Someone
So
asked in the same hand you chop.
here we go.
Oh, okay, so they're in a hand-for-hand situation where if both Masashi and someone else were to bust, they would chop.
Right, that makes sense.
2.2 million in this pot, and Masashi Oya desperately needs to find Ichiban. But instead, King Jack 8. Now, it could be worse, as he goes from 3 outs to an ace to 4 outs to a queen with the Broadway, plus the ace of diamond is working. It could get iced, however, if Lun Lun pairs the board. Which he does not. So, the Masashi Oya run perilously clings to hope that a queen is there, and instead the deuce of diamonds is all the deck provides. Had that 4 been a diamond, that's the nut flush and a double, but instead it is the end of the road. For Masashi Oya, the sun sets on the Japanese delegate. He will collect the final 138,
fireworks.
155, locked up by the rest of the field, and indeed fireworks. As we flip it back over to Brandon Wilson, moving all in for his remaining 85,000, all that he has after he took that high variance king-queen suited spot. No criticism whatsoever. It just was poorly timed. Dylan, 2 queens, another poorly timed moment for Wilson.
170.
Yeah, you see him just making the price a little bit more.
Yeah, Brandon all in for less than the big blind. I don't mean to suggest that this 85,000 is a raise of any sort.
170.
170.
Call.
Cold call by JNT of the 170. Now this is a little bit strange, I confess, because
It's not a usual spot.
yeah, it's
Oh my god.
it's a little bit peculiar. Brandon Wilson with top pair was in a bad way against Dylan. Now trip 10s.
Could see another small bet from Lindy. JNT could have some ace high, some flush draws. He's going to check it over. This is. Oh, JNT just thinks the ace jack is good.
Betting 200,000 on the double paired board.
I guess we just check call for 2 queens. Raising doesn't rate to get called by worse, although there's so much in the middle that there's definitely merit to protect against hearts. But call makes the most sense. He has a raise would scare off hands with very little equity.
8 on the river, as of course, Lindy not going to be folding to 2 queens, and JNT not going to be barreling. You'll lose the side of 570,000, and over $1 million now will go to Brandon Wilson.
It's a good turn. I'll take it.
Thank you.
Redemption.
No, 18. Sorry.
18?
Thanks.
Look at that Loon stack, 4 million.
200?
And now he's going to use those aces and kings chips into queen 9 offsuit.
I got to tell you, I'm excited to observe Lun's procedures. Obviously second in chips behind Juan Pardo, who could very well give him fits to the direct left, but this is a nice stack to wield. Coming up on just 2 tables here in this 50K for Lun. Jack 3-3 as the queen highs are intertwined. Mosbach with the backdoor diamonds. Lun with the better kicker.
Yeah, despite not pairing, this is pretty good board for Lun, just because the big blind has so much check folding on this texture, especially when they're short. So they're less likely to make moves. Mario, he's touching some chips here. I guess he's thinking about check raising.
475.
Oh, and that guess is confirmed. Look at Mosbach showing fight here, saying 3x does not belong to you. And the check raise to 475, shaving 150. To go with the 200 before it, off of Lun's hand.
Man, they're short and they still fight for every pot. Like, they're tough. Don't mess with his big blind.
Nope. Don't mess with that man either. Malacca Styles. Originally from Malaga, Spain.
Is that why his name is Malacca Style?
So.
It's like
yeah.
a play? Or is that actually the name of the city?
No, I mean, Malaga is the
okay.
island, if I'm not mistaken,
okay.
off the coast of Spain.
That's a cool
Ace
name.
King is the motivating kit.
Just enjoy the massage, Mario. No need to get in there, King 8.
By the way, you know, this camera angle here, one is want to know exactly what area is being worked there.
You want the behind-the-scenes cam.
I don't know that I do, Randy. I think that angle was, you know, probably the rated PG one to maintain. 10-6 of spades. Artur rates it enough to defend. Board comes 8-8-9. 1 spade. Gut shot straight draw. We know that'll be enough to keep Martirosian interested for a street, provided that the sizings are standard in nature.
Standard sizing on paired boards is small. So everything in line so far. Archer's never folding. Just whether he opts to check raise or not. Could really see it go either way. I suppose it depends on how he would play 8x. If he's playing 8x fast, then he's more likely to check raise gut shots. Especially if they got a backdoor flush draw to go along with it. Here we go. And I don't think this hand is over just yet. Juan is very aware that Artur is very capable of check raise bluffing hands like this. He still is ahead of a lot of straight draws.
Call.
So this pot is escalated quite a bit after that flop check raise from Artur.
So 110 was the follow through. 350 was the check raise. When the extra 250 or 240 rather does get called by Pardo, if we're Martirosian, we do have some concerns, but this is a greasy turn as it puts the spade draw with the gutter. And of course, Artur could tell the story of 8x. With some frequency, he would check raise with even a hand that strong.
Yes, he definitely would. And he even would check raise a strong 9, too. He needs to keep barreling here. He obviously has so much equity in case he's behind. I mean, in case he gets called. And he can easily get like some weaker ace highs to fold. He can get better draws to fold, like a queen jack, for example. They're not going to look to call a shove. And this is a really nice play from Artur.
Rips it in there. Pardo asking for a count, but obviously this prevents any further complications for Artur, who decides I've got enough equity even when Pardo has a big hand to warrant ripping it in here and forcing him to make the decision.
So
a little grimace on Pardo's face here.
For being unpaired, Pardo's got a pretty decent hand to call this pot-sized jam. Unblock straight draws, unblock spades.
And I don't think 9x does this. Do you?
Maybe. I think for a lot of players, no, but Artur, he check raises a lot, so he probably throws like strong 9s in there, like ace 9, king 9. But obviously, Juan blocks that bit, which is good for him.
Boy, you know, ask yourself whether or not you're even going to bother chewing on a spot like this, sitting on ace-king. Whether you would have called the check raise and whether you would even be thinking about it here on the turn in the face of the stuff. And yet, Pardo is doing just that, using time banks to try to work through the situation, unblocking the spades, unblocking all of the combinations that create the straight draws, none of which have arrived on the turn.
I think Juan is going to call this one. That's the feeling I'm getting. He doesn't want to embrace the variance, though. It's kind of like the look he's showing on his face.
Yeah. He could fold and fight on with 4.4, and even in the event that he were to call and be drawing dead, he could fight on with 3.2 and change.
Or he can call and win this pot and have 6.7 million.
Listen, he's not out of the woods yet. He knows that even when he calls and he is right, Martirosian has chunky equity. So is it penciling out?
That's a really good point. Is it worth the risk, knowing that you're only a little bit far ahead when you call? You're never just smashing your opponent. I heard a chip drop in. That's
I
the
did
call.
too. He flicks it in, and he will be elated to realize that the ace-king is in front. He is a favorite with one to come, 3-2. Martirosian's like, what does it take? This guy is white on rice. 3.5 million chip pot. Martirosian desperately wanting to bang it. And he does the hard way. The 7 on the end for the gutter, and no justice for Juan Pardo, who made an excellent read, made the call, and the deck offering him no reward for having done so.
I mean, both players played that pot excellently, you know, and that one just, it's a sucker punch, right? I make the right call and he gets there, it hurts.
Breathlessness in the 2-seat as Artur Martirosian bounces up to 3.5 million and is a nose in front of Pardo. My goodness. circle that pot. Gnarly. For the man from Malaga, which is not an island. I conflated it with Mallorca, which is an island, along with Menorca in the Balearics, off the coast of Spain. Malaga, simply a city to the south. Shout out to the chat, by the way, for the corrective input.
At
Apologies.
least they both start with M.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you could see it. I've not ventured into that part of Spain just yet. Producer James, where were you? The Brits, you know, they infiltrate Spain with frequency. Producer James confessing that he had tuned me out, but has been to Malaga many times and can confirm it isn't an island. At least not unless sea rise really gets weird, in which case it could be. Get a little moat around this.
A moat.
On the sea not rising for Juan Pardo. Instead, the flow has ebbed. David Kaufman knows a thing or two about that. With 5 bigs, 10-9 off, a trip through the blinds coming. He thought hard about it, but letting it go.
Look at those blinds that Mario has to deal with. Artur Martirosyan and Juan Pardo.
Yeah, Mosbach, King Jack. Button click. Queen Jack for the newly minted Martirosyan.
Yeah, I'm always very curious how these players are willing to play the Queen Jack or not in the small blind. 3-bet. Telling you, tough blinds.
3xing the open with the inferior hand, unbeknownst to Mosbach, who's reasonably up in range.
I think there's more merit to 4-bet jamming and calling the 3-bet. Otherwise, you just fold. Worst hand wins.
Boy, you know, everybody left in this field, especially those at the other table clocking what's going on here, are going to hate seeing Martirosyan pick up heaps. Not because there's anything personal, but because he is such a steely operator, man. This is a guy with a stack, you know, getting down to the final 2 tables and the FT. He's just going to give you problems, period.
Like, if I had a card that says you may eliminate a player of your choice, like, he's pretty high up there.
Oh, for sure. That reminds me of the idea that Jason Kuhn and Ike Haxton were throwing around about having a Triton event called the Decimator, where every time the dealer push comes, they low card for somebody's stack to just be wiped out. Doesn't matter how many chips you have or you don't have, you're just good night.
There's just a black hole, everything just falls down. Player and chips.
Yeah, the trapdoor. Meanwhile, Mosbach rebounding from having been 3-bet off of King Jack with 2 red kings, and Lun Lun could find himself in a little bit of trouble here in the big blind if he sought to inflate.
Yeah, so given that Mario raised in a cutoff, he's much more likely to be very aggressive ace-queen suited. Like if it was under gun open, maybe he comes in with call, but here seems a pretty standard reshove, and obviously kings is in there. Big pot, 4.25 million.
Writing was a little bit on the wall, it would seem. Mosbach steadying himself. Didn't necessarily anticipate playing for 4 1/4 here. Trying to work his way toward this final table. Nervy moments with 67% equity. Going the high variance route. King 10-10. Gut shot straight draw is of no consequence given that Mosbach has flopped kings full. Unless, of course, the royal flush draw arrives. No. Wrap it up.
Cooler.
Oh, the jack did show up, by the way.
2.1.
Please resume the massage.
Oh, yeah. And note, by the way, that tension levels through the scapula and trap which are being worked right now may have just been reduced, courtesy of that 4.2. Wow, she's really got the hooks in.
That's deep.
Thank you so much.
Oh, he has to collect his own chips, though? Like, the masseuse doesn't provide that service?
I don't think that he had to. I also don't think that the masseuse provides chip retrieval services, Randy. Although I suppose, you know, if you got it worked out, maybe you could negotiate something like that. Maybe you could even have them hold up your hand so that you can look at it without having to actually touch anything.
There we go.
You just whisper, 3.2 million, and then, you know, they just deliver it. What if the massage therapist misclicked, though? And you can be like, wait, no, 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 no. Ace 10 for Brandon Wilson.
Keep in mind, Wilson was all in with like 5% equity not too long ago. He's sitting on 26 bigs.
Yeah. Must have had some other things going his way while we were at the other feature. Efforting a glimpse. Currently sitting 9th in chips. Looking at his chart, yeah, there was Ace King versus Ace Jack. And he took it off of Sensei. Oh. That was the most recent infusion of capital for Brandon Wilson. Lots of fight in that young man right there. Same can be said, of course, for Sensei, who he bested in their last altercation, but whose presence to his direct left obviously is much to contend with.
Morning.
All in has been declared.
Now, please.
Ace 3 suited for JNT. Brandon asking for a count. What's he working with? Pocket sevens.
Yeah, the 2 7s is going to at least call. I think call is pretty good if you're going to flat your biggest hands too. You can have protection. The keeper can't just assume, you know, the middling stuff. This is good.
So a qualifier decides Wilson. The flat obviously makes his hand look strong. Not that there's any decision for Bryn. Over to Dylan Lindy. 8-9 suited was pretty under other circumstances. He bows out, and JNT is behind with 15 remaining. Final 2 redraw comes at 14. 1.5 million plus. JNT perhaps having experienced a stay of execution when he had that ace deuce against the ace queen. Found the deuce. And here he has not found much. Queen, queen, 9. Wouldn't mind a 9 to counterfeit those 2 7s. Ace, also serviceable. Add a 3 to the mix. Would have preferred a backdoor diamond draw, but still plenty of sweat for JNT. But the perspiration comes to an abrupt halt as all parties warmly issued the GGs to JNT, who's always wearing a smile and loves nothing more than being at a Triton Poker Super High Roller Series, splashing around. 7.7 million plus in career Triton earnings coming into this one, and we're going to slap another 155 atop that figure.
This is just a warm-up event for JNT. He's ready for the big stuff coming.
Yeah. 0 for 5 before this cash here in Jeju.
Are we playing any more hands or no?
So with 14, it's time for a redraw, Randy. As 2 tables do remain here in this 50K 7 max.
We have to do one more hand before.
Looks
bonus
like,
hand.
Yep. Hand needs to be made up at this outer table, so we'll pop over for a look at it. Oh, Kiat Liu Chun with heaps. In the big here.
210.
Shaman getting after it. 210 declared. Kale will head to the break, as will Sir Watts. Chun defends.
Huh? Okay.
You just tell him I haven't beat you in the hand. Let me take this. Does that
Chun
work?
definitely has held over him. There's no doubt about that. You heard?
Okay.
It worked.
Well,
that's all you have to do is just
a polite
tell your
request,
buddy.
you know. Apparently a free peek for credibility from Shaman. So he'll take the last pot of three-handed action, and that will bring us to 14 remaining. And there's a look at the remains of what was our two feature tables. Mosbach was boss over Martirosian. Pardo slipping to 30 bigs. Lun Lun also unraveling a little bit to 21 bigs. David Kaufman, plenty of work to do. Back at the desk, Ali and Randy with you. The one for me, Randy, Pardo's ace-king. That's the hand of that particular frame, especially in the chat where everybody was so mesmerized by the fact that, you know, he's calling the flop and then parlaying that with an all-in from Martirosian, making that call, and then, even though you've done everything right, sometimes the deck just doesn't have rewards in store for you. That's why he's not the chip leader at that table, and that's also why Martirosian fights on.
Yeah, and the thing is, that hand, it just shows cases how strong both the players are. You know, Archer realizing that he needs to attack, otherwise he's just check folding too much, playing passive. But Juan Pardo making the call all in on the turn with just ace-king high. But he knows his opponent. He has so much history, not only at the Triton series, but on the online streets, and they're battling. What can I say?
That they are. We're going to put a pin in things. When we come back, there'll be some stuff to unpack, namely the redraw, who sits where, who's got position, who's got the better table draw. We're going to talk about all of it as 14 remain in the 50K 7 Max. Back in a few.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with Passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
jack for Jamil Wakil in the small. Direct left, he's got Sensei.
Yeah, good enough hand to limp and maybe even face a raise. As long as it's not an all-in raise,
oh my
but
goodness. Kenny with Ichi. Pocket aces. And now he does apply a touch of frosting. 100K. Is this queen jack durable enough?
yeah, we're going to see a flop here. Jamil knows he's going to limp a lot weaker than this. He knows Bryn's going to attack with some trashy hands against the limp. 3x. Very reasonable price for 20 big blinds effective.
You know, when Bryn actually hits the rich part of the deck, he really performs phenomenally, and this is trouble on the horizon for Wakil. It could be worse. Top pair does have the gut shot. Club coverage for Kenny.
I mean, this is a huge hand for Wakil. He has to think good enough to put 800K at risk. Just a matter of how he's going to do it. Not insane to think about leading, by the way. Wow, he is.
That's exactly what he does, and
When
does
he's-
so for 175 of 800.
I think Jamil's thinking about his own range primarily. When he limps and calls a raise, he's all over the middle of the deck. There's a lot of medium connected hands that make this play, and Bryn's, when he has top of range, oh well, we're coolered. But when he has bottom of range, he might have 10-5 offsuit, 8 deuce offsuit, you know, trashy stuff like this. That's what Wakil's trying to get value from right now.
All in.
And that's a demoralizing thing to hear. All in. We have what looks like so much equity. Jamil going to accept his fate as he makes the call and nods his head. Okay, sure. Bryn Kenny has aces. Feels like pretty standard.
You kept them?
Far from, of course.
Yeah, I kept them. Pocket.
Now the 9 is needed for the queen jack. Jack would work for the time being. Now the 7 is no help, nor is the 6. And boy, you know, what can you really say? For Jamil Wakil, didn't do anything wrong there.
Yeah,
just ran into it.
Just a cooler and well executed.
Meanwhile, Paul Pua looking to cool off Toon Mulder. 415, couple of kings. Looked all right pre-flop. Toon has found a 10, but with a pair on board, the jack is of no concern to the kings. Just fading a 10. Doing so successfully on the turn. Can boss double into a 7-figure stack. 20 bigs, loosen the collar. Yes, sir. As the big pairs are performing well in successive exchanges at the features.
Short stack table.
I know I'll never do anything in business again. It's my Hail Mary only. All in.
9-7 suited for Brock Wilson.
It's like
all in.
725.
Climbed double.
Ah.
What? Have you climbed out?
Feels too good to pass for Bryn.
We went, yeah, a couple
10.
times. That's very fun, but I can see I'm.
Tend to agree with you, although Wilson does have 725.
reckless than I
This
was
is not a
when I was
negligible
younger,
stack
like
depth.
even like, I don't know, 3 meters high.
Knows
And
often this
hard
is an
center,
ace
you're like,
high.
Okay, there's no room for mistakes.
Some small pairs that he's flipping with, but
For that reason, I like
occasionally he dominates, as we can see.
High call.
Live cards here, but still ahead.
All right, he does make the call. This is for near a quarter of his stack. And Wilson, who has kept things clean, now all of a sudden finds himself in the mud. 1.5 million in the middle.
At least in South America, like big climbing hub.
3-2 dog, let's call it. Flop will bring us into focus. A couple of hearts out there. Could be a lot worse for Wilson.
the woods in the.
Any 9-7 or the flush will do.
Flip flops. Like you're flipping like pre, it's always a flip on the flop after.
Oh, and the
not
7
anymore.
is getting it done the hard way.
Do you plan
Bryn
a lot? Yeah.
could spoil the party with a king, queen, or a 10, and he finds the 10 for the nuts. And for Brock, what a tease after flopping the flush draw and then taking the lead with the pair. A gut punch. And a very familiar sight on the other end of the transaction is Bryn Kenny hauling in pots and beginning to amass chips in a big buy-in Triton. Not the first time we've observed that. For Brock Wilson, the min cash.
Slide the queens over to Paulius.
Yeah. Club and spade version. On the puck. Clicks.
Chips are in.
Poseidon. 10-9. All in. Deciding with a couple of big blind and big blind Annies. Already in there. Now is as good a time as any to defend 2 clean cards and a gut shot, but that gutter is blocked by Paulius.
Queen.
No club in hand.
Queen.
8.
Oh, that's a good card.
Let's head the other direction. As a 7 is suddenly a path to an escape for Poseidon, and instead he can make nothing more than a pair of 9s. Love the sportsmanship. Great attitude there on the Taiwanese delegate. One of those markets that we're eagerly keeping an eye on, by the way, as poker is definitely a thing out in Taiwan. Not just as evidenced by Poseidon's participation, but
See you later, bro.
also from some of the stories we're getting about tournaments being held in Taipei. Who knows, maybe one day the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series pays a visit to Formosa Island.
Yeah, there's a lot of talented players over in
2.5 in the middle, but both he and Chun have just 9% equity. King 7-6, add a couple of points to it. Chidwick needs a jack. Chun with just 1 king available. Needs that card. The ace is moving to 90% on the turn. And that'll do it as Lun Lun just woke up with one in the big blind. He's going to have a triple up. And for Stevie Chidwick, he's going to have a visit to the payouts desk.
That was the easiest hand Lun-Lun's ever played in his life.
Yeah, no shame in it. 111,000 on the heels of the Putra elimination. Going Chidwick's way. Back over, we find Alex Foxen's ace-3. Ripping from under the gun. An ace-9 in the big blind for Brandon Wilson. Was deemed a qualifier. He is performing well. 1.75 million in the middle. And the pace of bust outs accelerating. Alex Foxen hoping that this isn't going to be another one of those data points. Queen, Queen 10, opportunities. 3 a clean winner, a 10 for a carve up.
And this chops a lot, actually.
Yeah, the queen would work as well. As does this king.
That's an amazing card for Foxen.
Very much so. Now, we just need to dodge a 9 as the chop is secured. And both parties make Broadway. And I think Foxen will very well be happy with that outcome.
He just has a bigger one.
Given the spot he found himself in pre. Okay, while they sort that one out. Chat did have some submissions with respect to attire or trinkets that would lead us to thinking someone was a nit. Yeah, hold on, indeed. Can't barely catch our breath.
Wait,
this one caught us off guard.
Is Toon done?
Oh, wow.
No way, he had so many chips.
I mean, we saw two hands that didn't go so hot for him. Man, it really did come apart in a hurry, it would seem, for Toon Mulder. He had ace 80 attire at all.
That's classy.
Boy, the improbable vision of Toon Mulder being dispatched without mercy. One that we really didn't expect. But the deck had other ideas.
Owen.
As Mulder becomes the most recent recipient of $111,000. Pay jump acquired by the field. 122K secured. Steve O'Dwyer's turn in the cutoff. Jack 9 suited. He's jamming. Wilson. Ace 4.
I mean, he's sitting on 1 million with the big blind being 80K from the small blind, and he's really giving this a lot of thought. This would seem a bit loose for me if he was to go with it, because I would imagine O'Dwyer is jamming a lot of better aces too.
And even on the occasions in which that ace 4 is in front, Randy, the margin by which it is presumably is not that big.
Yeah, it's not very far ahead of Jack 9 suited.
Yeah, so some apprehension, but
snapped off by
ultimately
Foxen.
The fold from Wilson and the snap call from Foxen, as you mentioned, Randy, big blind defense for $7.95. Pot at 1.7. Alex, a decent sized favorite here. To the flop we go for further focus. A queen in the window, monotone texture, 9 on board. Foxen's king of spades. Taking outs off the board for O'Dwyer.
Very hard for O'Dwyer to win this one. Oh, but he turns to pair.
Jacob says hello, and might Foxen be saying goodbye? He needs a spade. A 10 does the trick. A queen would do it. For that matter, so would a king. Heaps of outs, but still a dog with one to come. Is Alex Foxen, and it's 9s full for Steve O'Dwyer. And, well, we don't love the result, but we certainly love the spot. If we're Alex Foxen, who was so poised to haul in this 1.7, and instead the spin up for the shaman continues.
Even if I called, it's going the same way.
No chance Foxen's ever going to buy a trinket from O'Dwyer.
That either.
Maybe he would buy it just to put
I wasn't beating
a
that
bunch of
either.
needles in it like a voodoo. All right, so we're going to start with that blue table.
Easy jam spot for the 2 9s.
Paulius agrees, rips it.
Oh, that's bad.
You know, it's still an easy spot.
580.
But once you get called, that spot is going to be a far more difficult one.
Dylan's always going to be a customer here, just whether he wants to reshove or just call. Probably doesn't matter too much either way. Still would scream strength. Puts in 580.
Oh, that's so bright.
That call does exude tremendous strength.
What's that bright light there for?
7 bigs.
You said this was what?
Brandon. King Jack suited.
Taking my head off, I gotta not look over there.
Even though Wilson's getting a bit of a discount, because Lynn just called, King Jack suited 3 ways is too weak.
But your script is different than mine.
So the bow out from Wilson, and maybe Plazinitis will be experiencing a bow out of his own. He's grabbing his backpack. He doesn't have a whole lot of optimism and shrouding him right now. Mike being reached for. Maybe And welcome back to continuing coverage of the 50K seven-handed event, part of our Jeju Festival here. The kickoff for 2025, Ali Najad and Randy Liu, Triton Poker Super High Roller Series coverage continuing with 2 tables remaining of 7 apiece. And as we dive immediately into the Triton Poker Plus app, we observe Malaysia's Kiat Liu Chun, the boss stack, just shy of 6 million in front of him. Sensei Bryn Kenny has been fruitful on the day, 4.7 million, just the expected sight toward the top of a leaderboard in one of our larger buy-ins. And as you look at this redraw, Randy, I want to zoom in on the blue table first, things that stand out.
Well, let's take a look. We have Mario, Wilson, Symbolis, Party. All have very similar stacks. If you look at this, all the way to Watson, right? 3 to 4 million in chips. So, you know, that's going to be most interesting to watch because they're playing 30 to 40 big ones, very healthy. Are they willing to kind of 3-bet there, or are they going to try to slide into the money, you know?
How much does Kaufman being there with the 4 bigs affect things at this particular table?
At this stage, it doesn't. You kind of just don't really worry about him. He's
He's
only got 4 big blinds. If he doubles, sure, we'll consider that. But for now, just kind of let him do his thing.
There is a pay ladder between 155,000 that is going to 14th, and then the 13th place payout of 173,000. Just briefly, do want to touch on that red table as well. See if anything thematically is catching your attention there, Randy.
Mainly, it's where all of the big stacks are willing to fight, right? We got Kenny, O'Dwyer, Martirosian, Liu Chun, our chip leader. Like, this is one that can splash very easily.
Yeah, the shortest stack at this particular table belongs to Belgium's Thomas Boyvan. As we look at the overall chip counts down toward the bottom, we do find Kaufman's 4 bigs, and then Boyvan not far from there, 12th of 14 runners. Cale Burns officially in 13th. So let's send it right back down into the arena. Play getting set to resume as the crew heads back from their break. Landing Casino at Jeju Shinhwa World here in South Korea, playing host. And that's the whole field across 2 columns. Brought to you by WPT Global. Blinds going up 50, 100,000. Actually, we're steady at 5,100. Forgive me, this was a redraw break, not a level increase break. We do have 3 minutes, call it 4 minutes remaining in the level before we go north.
Yeah, and because you mentioned we're on a pay bubble right now, technically speaking, like Kale and Thomas should be a little bit careful with their ranges because, you know, Kaufman's going to get it in soon.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to put a foot wrong and miss out on that potential pay ladder. Although, you know, they're also going to have designs on getting themselves into a more playable stack depth that would afford them the opportunities to play poker, multi-decision point options, as opposed to just the all-in or fold territory that you hate to find yourself in. These guys want to play poker.
What? So many 10. Not a good C button draw. Almost more typical.
Mosbach resuming massage.
Okay.
Tab running. Who do you think's the favorite to go off for the most on massages at Triton, Randy? Sensei isn't playing the full festival, and yet somehow I feel like he's a favorite, don't you?
Yeah, Sensei is very much out there. I don't think it's Mario, though.
No,
you know,
I think Mario's selective.
No, Elton sang. That guy's...
Yeah, but see, Elton's sharp because he goes BYOM. You know, he actually travels a massage therapist with him that just knows exactly how he likes it.
Do you think he gets a discount? You know, like
She's probably
buy
on
10 hours,
salary.
get 1 hour free?
She's not working hourly. Mosbach cut off. 200,000 to get things back underway. King Jack motivating him. Man, 7-8 of clubs. We like it.
Flick one in. You're not at risk just yet.
And obviously we hate to fold 2 blinds away and then, what, take the small, hope for something better later on?
Yeah, this is extremely standard to call. Keep the 75 back in case it's very unfavorable on the flop.
What is the next level? 125? I presume. 125 to 50.
8 in the window and no overcards to it on this flop. If you're Kaufman, I assume just lead for the 75 with the recognition that Mosbach is going to be calling almost 100%.
Pretty much.
There it is. Another 150 into the middle. Pot grows to 700,000. Kaufman poised to pull it in, but of course must fade. Kings and jacks with 2 to come.
No drawy card. No drawy card. No draw.
Successfully locks it up on the turn as he makes 8s and 7s.
Okay,
So Mosbach draws dead.
Looks out good sometimes.
Flesh wound for him.
So I got max value.
Yep. You could have tripled up, it would have been better. You quintuple up before, right?
That was not my mistake, right?
That's strong. Yeah. The other people didn't VP it, but it's bullshit.
So we'll flip it back over to the other feature table where Sensei giving Mosbach a run for his money. What a run for Shaman O'Dwyer, by the way. 33 bigs. Did take that last pot from Kyaatnu Chun before the break. And they have parked themselves at the same table once more. Nice to be to the left of Sensei for Shaman.
Like, what's the longest someone can get a massage, would you say? Like,
I mean, it depends on the therapist. Technically, as long as they're willing to go.
Also, it's more on the therapist than the...
Yeah, I mean, you know, at some point you end up deadly as catch crab claw. You can't really go anymore, you know? You just... Unless maybe they can, like, go elbow and not have to use their hands the entire time, then I think it's a little bit easier. It just depends on the customer. But
so what about hiring 2 masseuses and have them swap every hour? But do it very fluidly.
Well, then you're paying for one to not work for an hour?
Do you get a discounted rate, right? Because she's on standby?
I don't really know. No, because the opportunity cost of being able to... What the hell are we talking about? Why am I trying to unpack this for us? Ace-8 suited under the gun. Shaman's open, being mulled over by Sensei. And he's going to 3-bet. Aggressive posture being taken up.
This is the Bryn Kenny we know.
Mm-hmm.
Hyper-aggressive. Ace-6 offsuit from the big blind against the undergun open. This is very tough for O'Dwyer. Because if he's up against the goods, his Ace-8 is usually very cooked. Don't mess with the Sensei.
O'Dwyer dispatched.
呢個 live 㗎嘛？冇佢撳個 system 就直頭嗰個 best system 啊？冇呢度 best system 我多嘅咩？我多㗎。啊，我多嘅。哦，你都係我多嘅。所以佢哋嚟台之前一定計咗俾你先嘅，我就計先。
Bryn Kenny is one of those kind of snowballs of momentum. Randy, he just the more chips that he picks up, the more chips it seems follow. Always on the hunt for a parlay.
Any chance he's selling action? Because I would love to buy a piece. Seems to always return with more money.
Yeah, especially the bigger the event is, the more he really just performs, historically speaking. Meanwhile, the hijack performing. Ace King. Dylan could have Lun Lun in a way.
Yeah, and Lun Lun peaked around 4 million in chips. Seems like there's a potential for him to be out of here. His Ace Jack is a good hand to reshove with. Normally your opponent will be raise folding a decent part of their range, but Ace King will be snapping this one off. Lun Lun's at risk.
$1.8 million in total, ripped in there. Demoralizing revelation when Lindy calls and shows us the dominant ace. However, 23% equity.
Pocket jacks.
Almost 4 million in the middle. Pivotal for both parties, but obviously more so for Lun Lun, who's covered.
Oh, you still.
Well, now you, yeah,
King
look how
comes
lucky.
in.
So lucky.
Oh, you need queen. Yeah, no jacks. So
Goes
you
from
can still hit queen.
3 jacks to 4 queens. And now he goes from 2 pulls to 1. As the bell tolls, the clock ticks. Can he find the double? He cannot. And a dispiriting departure for Lun Lun, who had a fairly big stack not that long ago. I was talking about how much I was looking forward to watching his procedures sitting deep, and I don't know how critical we can necessarily be of this exit for Lun Lun here. Just given the hands that we observed, it just kind of was what it was.
It is what it is, you know. He surged quickly with aces and kings, but then he had very easy reshove, get-in spots, lost 2 of them, and he's out.
$155,000 collected for the 14th place finish. Next 2 payouts, $173,000. So no ladder to be concerned about. Number of questions in the YouTube chat, by the way, throughout the course of our coverage with regard to the 40K Mystery Bounty Draw. Champion already crowned in that one yesterday, but the Mystery Bounty Draw won't be happening until the dinner break in the 150K tonight. So stay close. Should be within the next couple of hours. Tops.
And that'll be a fun one to watch. Ibinger has got the most bounties. He could actually win more money than Sean Winter, who won the event, if he could pull the right bounties out.
The most incredible thing, and I know it was being referred to last night, was the minimum number of bounties a champion in a mystery bounty event can have is 2. Your own and the guy who finished second. Winter has 3, which means he only eliminated 1 other player on the road to victory, and somehow that is apropos of Sean Winter, isn't it?
Yeah, it's I was there for all of it. It was pretty amazing. Do see chips going over to Mario Mosbach?
Yeah. Can't pay for the massage with those. And by the way, it's probably a good thing because they're worth a whole lot more than you would imagine with just 13 left.
There's only 1 chip in front of KO.
Oh, no.
Oh.
0 bigs.
Burns, he bluffed it off with ace-3 on 6-5 deuce 6-7. And Mario made the right call with 8-7.
He was the Razor Pre to 200,000. Burns defended. Check called 125K on the 6 deuce 5 board. Board pairing 6 with a 3rd diamonds. He decided to lead out for 175. Mosbach called with the 7-8. Burns did not have a diamond. The 7 hit the river, so Mosbach made 7s and 6s. Burns got after it for 900,000, almost all of his chips. And Mosbach did find the call. So Kalo's left in here for his final 25K, posting the small. Mosbach activating, suited one gapper. Symbolas in the big. As it hops past Burns, does not
Good first card.
want to
Go
defend.
ahead.
So Mosbach will haul in most of his chips, as only 25K will be required to square off with Kale, but this is an opportunity to 8x his stack. I know it's maybe deceptively optimistic way to characterize the situation, especially given that he unraveled off of far more than that moments ago. But a bounce is a bounce, and it's what Cale Burns needs after a long hiatus from Triton. The Aussie is back. Can he keep his seat? Queen 9-8 sure doesn't look that way.
Not very good, is it?
Pair. And a good shot, straight flush draw from Mosbach. He's got a chokehold on this pot. Burns wants a king. Red deuce.
Rather you make a flush.
And indeed, a club would have been a better card. Is a king in there? No. Well, Kale, disheartened, of course, understandably. Do have 173,000 reasons not to feel too bad. It will be going his way.
Yeah, but you know, Kale's had an amazing Jeju. It's
Yeah,
his
talk
fifth
us through it.
cash. Fifth cash. You know, out of 7 events he's played, and 2 of them are final tables. Although they were 8th place finishes, but he's still well in the black.
No question about it. 25th in the 15K, the leadoff event. 16th in the Global Slam. And then 30K 8 max, 8th. 40K mystery bounty, 8th. And here he is, 13th. Keeping himself on the black side of the ledger.
So it looks like we're down to 12.
$250K open from Mosbach. Once again, reasonable holding. The perception from the table could be that maybe he shifted gears here. Brandon Wilson in the big with ace-8 off.
Yeah, you tend to see these little baby pocket pairs fold in undergun, but given how healthy his stack is and how tight players should be playing, given we're close to the final table, that's why you see him opening the crabs. Ace-8's gonna call.
$675 in the middle. Let's see 3. Brandon smashing it. Paired board texture.
Yeah, very nice for Brandon because it's very likely Mario's gonna fire a C-bet. It's very dry texture, especially with pocket 3s, which needs a little bit of protection.
$125K the follow through after the Wilson check. He is going to proceed with some caution, Randy, as obviously just because Mario's V-pipping doesn't mean that he doesn't have ace-8 beat here. A 10 could be in range. A better ace is a thing, and Brandon's worked hard to earn himself a 5th place chip stack just ahead of the average of 3.6 million coming into this one, and he's got plenty of people below him in chips, with plenty of big pay jumps still remaining in this one. He calls. The 8 doesn't actually change much other than the fact that the 8 on the river would be a good card.
Yeah, Mario can't really double barrel this hand. It's just too likely Wilson's got an ace or 10x. The hands he's ahead of is the gut shots that haven't hit a piece.
No further barrels from Mosbach. Checking back, and there is the aforementioned 8. So it's 8s full of aces for Brandon Wilson, a counterfeiting card. Mosbach playing the board.
I mean, that is actually an amazing run out for Wilson because it's possible he's up against a better ace. Now he can value bet against that.
Are we ever able to check and earn a barrel from pocket threes here?
No, because the pre-flop raiser is very unlikely to go bet check bet line on this because ace X is not really looking to fold.
925.
So here is a situation where the 925 from Brandon is very much begging to be up against a better ace, as we can see. Far from it. This should be a very straightforward departure for Mosbach, although he is chewing on it a touch before letting it go.
Can't really call that spot because you're also winning just half the pot, given that you played a board. Hey, that's Mario's buddy, Fedor Holtz.
So proud of the prodigy. No doubt about it. And I think it's particularly cool to see Fedor, who, you know, there's other things he could be doing. Plenty of demands on his time.
David spielt das ganz stark.
It would be easy to think that after all of the years that he has been playing the game, there would be some measure of apathy associated with sweating. He's like, what am I going to see here that I haven't seen already? But there to provide the support that I would imagine when he was at the stage that Mario is in his own career, he was so appreciative of. For those that encircled him, we've mentioned that German crew that he burst onto the scene with so long ago. The likes of Dominic Nietzsche, Stefan Sontheimer, Rainer Kempe, who was here. Tobias Rankenmeyer. We're all providing to him. Repaying the favor, perhaps, is Fedor. Meanwhile, Brandon going to square off with Mario one more time. 7-5 suited, dominated by the 9-7.
All right, so going ahead and check this one through.
King 5-4, Wilson finds the side card for the lead, and the 4 of hearts isn't a bad sight either. Second pair on the king high board.
Extra ammo in case he is behind. Plus, it is a pair that he can maybe get some value against at some point. Probably not on the flop. We usually see these middling pairs take it more cautious, but he's a betting type of player. He controls the fate. Not much for 9-7 off.
Well, listen, we saw Mario with that spicy little check raise against Lun Lun in the big blind. We know that he has the ability, but that situation was different than this one. You know, Mario rates, in my mind, as one of those opponents that every time you see a chip go into that stack, it's frustrating because you know how hard it's going to be to unlock that chip and get it back, right? And not because he's knitting it up, but because when he gets those chips in there, he's tight aggressive about it.
You're right. He's a tough customer.
Yeah.
What can I say?
It's a difficult safe to crack. Meanwhile, if you're looking to unlock some of the finest wristwatches on earth, pay a visit to the good folks over at Jacob & Co. and just get a look at what they have on offer. Incredible masterpieces that aren't just about the diamonds and sapphires and rubies, but even about some poker gambling themed gear. Getting a playful spirit into their watch functions, including the Astronomia Casino piece with the functioning roulette wheel inside, can all be found at Jacob & Co. Suited one gapper now for Sir Watts. Has quietly just been a fixture toward the upper portion of the leaderboard on the day. Haven't really seen him getting his hands dirty.
Yeah, I haven't got to witness him play so far, but seems to be holding his own right now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, every time I see Cymbalus, he's putting in chips. Chips are in motion.
Well, he's got enough to make that choice with. Suited and connected. Dominated, unbeknownst, by the Jack-9 of diamonds.
Wilson's very active too, actually. He's got position, suited Jack.
Plays it as a flat. Is this more conventionally utilized as a 3-bet to try to target the late open from Cymbalus?
I think a lot of players tend to play 3-bet fold a bit more of this type of hand. But, you know, Wilson, he's very confident in his post-flop abilities, and he does have an open and a straight draw with backdoor diamonds against the gut shot.
Backdoor hearts as well for Cymbalus as the road less traveled, embarked upon by Wilson. Does not have the betting lead. 800,000 in the middle, does, however, have position. And let's see, Matas no follow-through, Knuckles.
Very reasonable for Wilson to just bet this flop. Open and straight draw. All of the pocket pairs lower than 10 are looking to check fold this flop, as well as Ace-X that doesn't have much connection. Unless you fear the check raise, you should be betting this flop.
And he agrees with you. 275, no, 175.
It might be two
No,
because I
I
see
heard
two blacks.
didn't I? Yeah.
Yeah, I also see two blacks, so.
We'll get that corrected on screen momentarily.
Doesn't look like we'll need to.
Nope. Cymbalus. Just check folding there. Keeping it clean, wary of what Wilson was up to as a flatter on the button. He's going to mix in some trappy hands playing that way. Maybe looking to invite the blinds to try to squeeze a big pair and get themselves in trouble.
Yeah, if you play a flatting range, you need to be balanced. And I see 3 big hands.
Yeah, this is imbalanced. In particular, if you're Bryn Kenny, who's pipped by the queens of Dylan Lindy in front of all parties with a raise to 275 from Sensei, and then the third scoop from Kyat Liu Chun, the overall chip leader, from the button in front of them. Dylan just spun it up to this near 5 million. In terms of overall stacks, this is 1, 2, and 5.
Wow. We're going to see the biggest pot of the tournament.
Wow, Kenny did not hesitate. Just mucked the jacks.
Great fold.
Promptly. And now Chun. Boy, you know,
man,
he's not eager to play a pot of this magnitude right about now.
But how can you fold ace-king? He cannot. So we play a 10 million chip pot.
And it's the classic queens and ace-king. What we see oh so often in these moments.
One tee shot. That would be crazy if I didn't fold that.
Dylan, all in,
For like one- versus
covered,
like 1, 2, and 3.
hanging on.
You'd have to hope that it was ace-king, ace-king.
Yeah.
Kyat Liu Chun.
Yeah, you got to both show me ace king in the call.
Looking
Ace-king?
for another casualty.
Wow. Okay.
Queen 9 trade, top set for Dylan. Couple of clubs out there.
Club.
And even though we have paired our ace, we are now drawing dead. Kyat Liu Chun has just 500,000 now, Randy. He was at the top of this leaderboard. Came into the pot actually second. I misspoke and said he was the overall chip leader. Sensei was at this point. given some recent developments, but that is all ancient history, as he no longer occupies a slot anywhere near the one that he did before that collision with Dylan. Conversely, the 8-figure club has been joined.
We welcome Dylan Lindy to the 8-figure club.
It's a one-man club.
Oh.
Nobody else is in there.
No one else signed up?
Dos comas.
It's very exclusive, you know? You got to be good at poker to get there.
Lucky.
Nothing you could do.
You know, sometimes being bad at poker will mess around and put you there too. Not that that's the case here.
That's pretty brutal though for Kiat Lunchun. Just to like have these dreams and visions, like I'm going to be at the final table with the big stack, and now you're at the bottom and unlikely to make it now with just 500K remaining.
Did I give you time extension?
4 blinds left.
Man. What's the cutoff? Where is it so absurd that the ace-king must find the muck pre? In terms of depth, right? If the jam out of Lindy had been, you know, if the two of them were how deep?
Yeah, you should definitely.
Where he only had the 3-bet of 700,000 invested.
So they got in, what, 40 bigs there, roughly? That sound about right?
In that neighborhood, right? It
Probably around like 55-ish, I'm guessing.
55 bigs, and you look up and say, I can't.
Well, the thing is, yeah, something like that, because there's a point when the overlay, you know, like Kenny's open, the big blind ante, and stuff like that is not making up the 6-7% or whatever it is that you're behind, you know? Like, because Dylan's never jamming ace-queen in that spot, for example.
Well, Kiat Liu Chun doesn't waste any time. Jack-9 offsuit, and he's promptly putting in this $500,000, and look at Dylan Lindy looking to finish what he just started with pocket 5s. King-queen off for Bryn Kenny.
I think I should have 2 red time then.
Kind of like calling the spot for Kenny. No reason to fold, no reason to re-isolate. Closes to action. Playing a dry side pot too, which is pretty good for him because it's rare for Dylan Lindy to kind of just c-bet blindly on flop, so he can get a lot of free runouts, and does have a pair of kings.
So after hopping in there with a flat, there is a dry side active between Bryn and Dylan. Lindy's not going to have much of an appetite, I would imagine, given that cards are going to be shown for this 1.7 million chip main. And Bryn's flat is suggesting that he's interacting with this ace-king high board texture more often than on average. So the 5s do check back, board pairing 6. Chun now draws dead.
Yeah, so it's a dry side pot, and they, both Bryn and Dylan, probably won't be betting just because they can't really get called by worse, and they still have to beat Kiat Lunchun's at showdown. So I can't imagine 5s wanting to bet unless he just thinks that Chun is always unpaired, and there's just no way he can make that kind of a strong read on an ace-king 6-6. Like a lot of Kiat's range that's jamming 500K has a random ace or a king in it.
Second round of knuckles. Very dry run out that serves Kenny's purposes just fine. Not impossible for Dylan to have an ace-x.
So Bryn is basically block betting here. He's just hoping that he doesn't have to call a bigger bet on the river. Plus, you know, Bryn could maybe get called by worse occasionally by like jacks or queens. And that's the end of Malaysia's Kiat Liu Chun.
Full shutdown. Bryn will scoop the pot. And that, I confess, is a sight that none of us, not long ago, would have anticipated. That of Kiat Liu Chun demiking and being sent packing. 12th place finish for Chun. 2 for 2 so far. As the 25K WPT Global Slam, where he finished 45th, is the only other event that he has played so far here in Jeju.
Stacks are in.
Kaufman, lean in the big blind, 8-9, bottom pair. And the open ender up against the nut flush draw in a 1 1/4 million chip pot, let's call it, where Simbolas min raised, got called, and then the rest was deployed quickly. Trip 9s on the turn. Take the ace off the board. Just got to fade this club. And unable to do it, making the straight for Kaufman. He too follows behind Kyat Liu Chun.
Oh, and that's all right.
Chun taking down $173,000 for 12th place. The good news for Kaufman is, busting when he has, he's going to take down $192,000. As just like that, we are down to 10.
That fast.
And it's not as though every one of these altercations have involved super short stacks. Granted, when they have, it's been big pot collisions prior, like the one between ace king and 2 queens, where Chun was unable
Hey,
to
look at these
punch
two.
out. Yeah, look at that.
Oh, yeah, we busted together. Nice.
Bust bros.
Bust bros.
Ace tray for Dylan. Clicks it.
Ace 10 suited. Gonna guess this one comes in as call because he doesn't want to play a big one with Dylan. It also retains some of these dusty hands opening because he's the chip leader, right? Ace 3 offsuit, so it's okay for him. Bring Kenny, despite not having the pre-flop initiative.
Yeah, this is the stack that now casts a shadow over Brins. So he does proceed with some caution, and he's flopped himself bottom pair and the Broadway gutty, club-free environment. Dylan with nothing more than the Broadway gut shot himself, and perceptions that a flat from the small blind of Kenny is supposed to be very Broadway combo rich. Maybe some under pairs.
It could be under pairs, but technically he can delay c-bet against those under pairs. He's gonna try to attack it now, I suppose, with this 250.
Methodical. 2BB follow through.
Yeah, and once Kenny continues this flop, we throw all of those under pairs out the window. Now it starts to be this Broadway type holdings. And the thing is, it's very hard to range bring Kenny, whether it's like a 1-pair hand like this that probably can't handle 2-barrel, or even a hand as strong as like King Jack, 2-pair, Jack 10. These things will be looking to check call as it's not nutted on King Jack 10.
Diamonds slide in the front door here.
Much more likely to see Dylan multi-barrel if he had the ace of diamonds, because that would block a lot more continues, equity to get there. If Dylan can find a bet, though, this should down to ace 10. It's very hard to do so.
Yeah, I can't fault him for checking back. No diamond in hand and nothing other than the Broadway gut shot really to speak of after being check called on the flop. 9 of spades on the river.
There is some consideration for Ring Kenny if he needs to turn the 10 into a bluff. Although Dylan is the chip leader who has so many more unpaired hands that he might not need to do so, because you're up against a loose range. I think this is fine. I don't believe Dylan can throw Queen X out the window for Bryn Kenny. Or even like flushes. Like Bryn could check a flush in this spot, so I don't feel like Dylan can just be like, oh, he checked to me on this 4-liner, therefore he doesn't have it and I can just blindly bet and win. He does need to be very careful. +2 pair might not even fold to him, despite the kind of nasty run out.
$1.25 million in the middle. It was really unclear what Dylan's feelings were about it. He does ultimately find the shutdown, and this round will go to Sensei.
So Bryn, he only wins pots or what?
More often than he loses them, it would seem, especially on the day here in this 50K, and the bigger the buy-in, the more of a nose he seems to have for the top part of the leaderboard in a deep run. Like you said earlier, Randy, if he's selling action, you're first in line.
Like, I'm a gambling man, and that's not really a gamble. That's just free money.
So you didn't even know who Alcaraz was when you barreled Djokovic on a hot tip? Where the odds were good? Because
the odds were good. I was like, wait, he's #1 player. Why is he ranked number 8? This makes no sense. All in.
Well, first off, all in is a little dangerous. But, yeah.
You don't need to be good when you bet. You know, you just need to have that right feeling.
Oh, I've had some feelings, Randy, that have been followed by even worse feelings. Oh, Dwyer, by the way.
He's got a good feeling about this
like,
Jack 6 suited.
Rip City time. Queen 5 of spades giving it a think.
With ICM, I don't really see this one being a call.
Well, let's unpack that landscape. Boivin is the shortest stack with 11 bigs. Martirosyan, second shortest stack, but 10 bigs separate the two of them. In terms of payouts, 192 on lock. The gap, 36,000 between 10th and 9th. This is really taking shape in a delightful way in terms of the sort of varied cast of characters we have remaining. This is really, we're not going to be able to put a foot wrong. When we get down to the final 8 here, no matter who remains, that final table is going to be epic.
Yeah, just looking at who could potentially make this final table, this might be the most exciting one so far. Little 7-5 of clubs for Bryn Kenny. He knows what to do with the big stack, and Boivin, he knows what to do with 2 7s.
So Sensei, with a dollop of wasabi. Boivin says, okay. Pour some soy sauce on it. And then all of a sudden, Dylan Lindy. He's got the shishito.
1-1.
Rockets for the boss stack. Thomas rates to be headed for the showers here. Kenny's exit will be prompt, regardless, once Lindy so much as motions toward the pot.
And obviously, even worse that Bryn Kenny has a 7. Gonna be trouble for you, Thomas.
There's the revelation. Number one versus pocket 7s. 2.7 million in there. Someone optimistically pointing out that Boivin has 2 live flush draws. Suppose matters could be worse, but they ain't great. And the numbers tell the story. Just 20%. A 4-to-1 dog heading to this flop. 8-8-9. We could see some straightiness potentially for Thomas. Can he pick up that draw? Yes, indeed. So instead of a 2-outer, he will take 6 outs to the river. Can the runaway freight train that has been Dylan Lindy's stack come to a halt? No, it can't. As he continues, full steam ahead. He'll continue for the Belgian, however. $192,000 will go to Thomas Boivin. And we are on the final table bubble here in this 50K. 9 remaining, 8 will make that journey.
Pretty rough for Thomas because this is his second 10th place finish this festival.
You know, in terms of the emotion,
next break?
sure. But before you go lamenting your plight, because you've now finished on a final table bubble on not one but 2 occasions with 2 10th place finishes, consult the number of strikeouts that there currently are. Dive into the app, and there's plenty who've yet to break the seal here in Jeju, and maybe extending to multiple festivals. So nothing to hang our head about if we're Thomas.
You're that guy, huh?
The napkin appears stuck to the bottom of the soup. Okay, and now it's actually dislodged.
That's littering.
You know, I wouldn't go citing him for that. This seems like a got his hands
That's
full.
a 1-round penalty for your next tournament, sir.
Well, you're running a tight ship, Randy. Gee, what's the worst punishment that you've ever given out as a dad? Do you have to revoke the electronic devices, or is that not a thing yet at your daughter's age?
No, I mean, I do. I've sent her into the laundry room.
What? Whoa, Randy, I'm not trying to get you prosecuted by whatever the Australian governing body is for, you know, child endangerment. I hope it's a cush laundry room with plenty of air and light and, you know.
Plenty of hard surfaces.
Jesus, Randy, what's going on? Corporal Lou here with the... Stick to the tournament directing, bro. This is crazy. 10-10 Jack. Martirosian dominated pre. Finds Jacks up against Sensei. Path traveled was an open to 275. Big blind defense. Knuckling over. Open-ended is Kenny. Chips looking like they're going to flow forward. 150.
So Arthur shouldn't need to check raise his Jack in this spot. Especially his kicker isn't as strong. I like check call. Also helps defend when he has like ace X. He wants to have some strong pairs when he check call is weaker.
I got to say, the impact of Sensei when you're out of position against him in these spots cannot be overstated. And this 9 can't either. Martirosian, open-ended, but Kenny just binked the king high straight.
Nothing can go wrong for Bryn Kenny. I mean, when your opponent check calls his flop and this card drops, like, they often have a piece that's not looking to fold, whether it be a Jack or 10x. Even a hand like 8-9 might be curious. Just don't want to size in a way to get some hero folds. So let's see, what is that price? Yeah, 475 just retains like almost all of Archer's range.
Yeah, and he repeats the number as though he knows it, and it's a little annoying because he knows, Bryn knows that that size is going to keep him involved, and your innate reflex is to wonder, why do you want me to stick around so badly? How much hand do you have? Just that poker player's paranoia. Martirosian left to call. Needs a jack to fill up. King for the chop. And instead, it's a 7 of hearts. So backdoor flushes arrive. Artur unblocks them. 4-liner on board. 8x fills in.
This card might actually work in Archer's favor. He has excuses to get away from the Jack now, whether it be backdoor hearts that got there, maybe some heroic 8x, and of course the King-Queen that he already loses to. There are full houses, but it's actually Archer who's still thinking. Is it a Turn my hand into a bluff?
You're not suggesting
I'm not suggesting it, but he's thinking about it.
I mean, is this hand the right one with which to do that?
I would rather have the Queen of Hearts if I was ever going to consider it. To block semi-bluff.
Yeah, we can
heart
see
draws. Oh.
that card rests in Kenny's camp. Artur
block, it looks like.
Didn't go nuts. 450.
I don't really know what this accomplished. He never gets called by worse. Is it the I don't want you to put me to the test, so this is how much I'm willing to price set?
You know what's crazy is if there's anybody who, when you ask them not to put you to the test, is apt to put you right there, it's that guy on the screen right now in my mind. And in comes the jam. And, of course, Martirosyan powerless to do anything other than muck, feeling as though he got his response there rather than facing a larger bet size. Had he checked and then maybe bluff catching for a lot more of his stack. And Sensei ascending as he tries to narrow the gap between himself and chip leader Dylan Lindy here in this 50K on the final table bubble. Now just a couple of million separating those two. Mario Mosbach, the only other stack above the average, which is at present 4.8 million. Mosbach with 5.2. Martirosyan on the back end of that exchange now sits sub 10 bigs, 115. Dusty ones for Shaman and Lindy. Martirosyan 10-9 off.
I mean, you got 10-9 in the small blind, less than 10 big blinds, must jam. Ooh. Kenny, Jack-9 offsuit.
Oh my gosh, he has no idea, but he's got Artur in a way here.
You know, like, if we're playing for chips, Jack-9 offsuit for 9.5, 10 blinds is a call for chip EV. The good news for Bryn Kenny is it's not much of his stack.
Call.
And he just casually looks down at the offsuit Jack-9, says call, and things couldn't be a whole lot worse for Martirosyan. 25% to 70% with only one live card.
Kenny's an animal.
The dojo is open for business. $2.5 million chip pot. Can Martirosyan get lucky? King 8-5 suggests not. Kenny has diamond coverage. Maybe a straight draw for Artur, just to make things a little sweatier. He'd prefer the 10. None of the above. And the demiking, an understandable procedure. 3 outer, no outer. Jacks for Kenny. When it's all said and done, and for Martirosyan, he is done and dusted in 9th. Here in the 50K, and yet again, that which is on our screen is an unexpected image. Zubov there to console his man. And they're on their feet as the two tables will combine down to 1. Final 8 here in the 50K. And we got here in a little bit of a hurry, I confess. I didn't really expect it to happen at the clip at which it did, but the right combinations of players, hands, and lines brought us to this point. Ali Najad, Randy Liu, back with you here at the desk. I will be tagging out. Griffin Benjer's going to take you through this final table in just a few moments, where Juan Pardo is actually going to be the shortest stack. He was up the leaderboard, but when I say short, 20 bigs, he knows how to operate. Biggest stack, Dylan Lindy, eager to see how he handles things with a guaranteed $276,000 for a top 8 finish going to everybody in the ladders. This is where the rungs get big. And the ICM, these guys are all studied, is going to be on display, Randy.
Of course, it's the biggest first prize that we've had so far this festival in this 50K. And all of these guys, very well studied. They've all won trophies in their lifetime, in their careers. Like, it's a star-studded cast. In our short stack, 20 big blinds Juan Pardo, he knows what to do with that.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Sensei, of course, that's the guy who I think most who are out there observing the stream right now are excited to see, because he's the one that turns on the blender. He's the one that likes to put a lot of the GTO pros into the awkward situations, do the unconventional, and see how they react. And while some would be critical of his procedures, observing them and saying that maybe they don't fall in line with what solvers would see him do, his results speak for themselves. We're talking about a guy who's been jockeying with Justin Bonomo for the overall winningest to ever do it moniker for years now, ever since he actually finished second to Aaron Zhang in the Triton Million in London 2019. But the deal that was struck left him winning the largest tournament in poker history. So will he be adding to his career Triton totals? That is TBD. I'm going to be stepping out, as I mentioned. Why? Because we do have the 40K mystery bounty draw. You know how much I love that one. We will be bringing you coverage of it once it is completed during the pause in this particular event. But this final table is shaping up to be a great one, Randy. I'm going to leave you with Griffin. I'm going to leave all of you. Don't go anywhere. Just a few minutes. We'll be back to kick it off as the 50K is down to 8.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent? It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker and daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series coverage. I'm Griffin Benger. He's Randy Liu. We have gotten down to our final table of the 50K No Limit Hold'em 7-handed event. A lot of familiar faces in this one, Randy, led at the top by Dylan Lindy.
Yeah, and Dylan Lindy, you know, he has a pretty massive stack going to this final table. He's got 70 big blinds, but obviously the man right behind him is Bryn Kenny with 65 big blinds. He's been doing his thing, you know. He's been 3-betting aggressively. He's been making hands. Like, Bryn Kenny, this is a man who just always gets it done in the biggest buy-ins in the world.
Yeah, they call him Sensei for a reason, and he's really been showcasing what makes him so special. That ace-king value bet without a pair earlier today stands out for me. One of the smaller pots he played, but just in general, just always seems to be, really elevate his game as the buy-ins get to this stage and even higher. To feature some of the other players on the table, I mean, we have Mario Mosbeck in third, Michael Watson in fourth place. We got Steve O'Dwyer, obviously no stranger to these final tables, and Symbolis having a great series. Juan Pardo. I mean, these are the who's who, really not a wart among them. Pretty impressive lineup here for this 50K.
Yeah, it's a star-studded field. Currently, the average stack is 36 big blinds, only 2 players above that, which is Dylan Lin and Bryn Kenny. But everyone below, from 3rd to 8th place, they're playing a 20 to 35 big blind stack range, which allows them to still get in there, right? Like, they don't have to be forced to go all in or fold. They can have some 3-bet folds. They can flat defend their big blinds. And, even Juan Pardo, he still is in there as a shorter stack with 20 big blinds, because we see that he's always looking to fight for each and every pot, even at these final tables,
Yeah, and I think in particular, I think Mario is going to have to tread lightly, maybe Michael Watson as well, as their sort of 3rd and 4th in chips, some separation between that sort of 20 to 23 big blinds for the other players. But these are the kind of players that are really going to find ways to make these chips work for them. And what I mean by that is, these interesting ways we see the game evolving with these short stacks where they, like you said, smaller 3-bets, maybe min raises off as little as 10, 12 big blinds. So I think a lot of these players are going to be tough to eliminate. And it really is going to be up to Dylan and Bryn to sort of do that table captaincy, co-captaincy, and really slam it down on everyone.
Yeah, and obviously the main thing is that Kenny is out of position to Dylan, so he probably won't be opening as wide. Dylan is the chip leader. He's got a great seat.
Yeah, and these are players I think that have played a lot with each other online over the years, so that's going to be interesting as they play on such a huge stage. We are going to throw it to Luca, who are going to introduce the players on our final table.
The biggest 50K in history for Triton Poker. 215 entries. We're down to a final table of 8. They're going to compete for glory, this beautiful trophy, and 2.2 million on top. Please allow me to introduce you to them. Seat number 1, with 4.5 million from Canada. Please welcome Mike Watson.
One of the best poker players of all time, frankly. So many titles in every single kind of event, including 4 here at Triton, 12.5 million in earnings. He's a big threat on this final table.
Our seat number 2 from Austria with 5.2 million. Please put your hand together for Mario Mosbeck.
Mario, one of the fastest growing poker players I've ever witnessed, has Fedor Holt on his rail. Part of the poker code, has 2 titles already at Triton.
And that smile.
Seat number 3 from Spain with 3 million. Please welcome Juan Pardo.
Also known as Malacca Style, one of the most feared players in the super high roller circuit, but yet to have a title here at Triton. He's going to look to change that today.
Seat number 5 with 10 million from the US. Please put your hand together for Bryn Kenny.
Bryn Kenny is the winningest tournament player of all time, has 45 million in Triton earnings. His average cash at Triton is $2.6 million.
Seat number 6, we have our chip leader from the US with 11 million. Please welcome Dylan Lindy.
The online legend. I've logged a lot of hands with this guy, and this is a huge opportunity for a big breakout for the American.
Seat number 7 from Lithuania with 3.3 million. Please welcome Matas Tsimbolas.
Lithuania has shown that have a lot of strong poker players. Matas has 4 cashes so far. This is his first final table.
Scene number 8 from Ireland, 3.4 million. Please welcome Steve O'Dwyer.
What a great final table shirt and a slow walkout. Everyone knows what they're dealing with when it comes to Steve O'Dwyer, one of the scariest players in all of tournament poker.
Last but not least, closing down our final table in scene number 9 with 3.5 million from the US. Please welcome Brandon Wilson.
This is Brandon Wilson's first Triton series, his second cash. His other cash was here in 7th place for $259,000, also a final table.
Button has been drawn in seat number 7. On Matas, we're gonna start 75, 150, 150. I wish you all the very best of luck. Yola, shuffle up and deal, please.
And here we go, the 50K, the biggest 50K in Triton history, and the cream often does rise to the top. Look at the names that we're seeing here on this final table, highlighted really by Bryn Kenny, despite Dylan Lindy with that chip lead. Mario Mosbeck, third in chips. Watson, I mean, the amount of cashes between these guys in Triton, I kind of want to count it up just to see. We would be in the 9 figures almost, I think. Pretty remarkable. Cards will be going in the air any second. Everyone getting situated, making sure they have their waters, their snacks. We're going to be in here for long haul. There's a look at those prizes, Randy. 8th place guaranteed, well over $250,000, all the way up to 3 7-figure scores between $1,000,005 for third, $1,005,000 for second, and that massive prize for first place, $2.233 million.
It's a lot of money.
It's not bad.
And chat, while you have your chance, let us know who you're rooting for to take this one down.
I mean, I didn't look, but that's should be nice. Oh boy.
A misdeal to start things off.
It's like a false start, you know? It's fine. It happens.
And you can see Dylan's got position on Bryn Kenny, which is bad for Kenny. Ideally, they would kind of sit across from each other.
I really can't overstate how incredible a lineup this is. It's really blowing my mind just seeing that camera shot right there of Mosbeck, Pardo, Bryn, you know, and then seeing Michael Watson here. Watson, you know, sort of growing up in the Canadian poker community, I certainly looked up to him. He's known as Sir Watts. Has EPT titles, WPT titles.
He's won everything?
Yeah, I don't want to speak out of turn, and I probably should have looked this up before, but I'm pretty sure he has the Triple Crown.
I think you're right about that.
But with all these Tritons, it should be really the Quad Crown, if you ask me.
All right, Dylan Lindy is going to open up as our chip leader with Queen Jack off soon to cut off. Going to take the first pot for raise and take.
If I had to handicap this thing, it would be hard to bet against Bryn Kenny, Randy.
Yeah, I told you. His average cash is $2.6 million at Triton. Like, that's absurd. What's even more crazy for me is that Bryn Kenny, he doesn't play a full schedule when he comes to Triton stops. He normally just comes out for like the tail end with the biggest buy-ins.
The big boys? Yeah. Speaking of big
absurd.
boys, what a shirt.
Little pickup for the shorter stack. Sure he's not complaining.
Ace King for Juan Pardo. Came into this FT, has the short stack with 20 big blinds. Would be happy to get this money in and find a double.
Let's see. Doesn't look like there's going to be a raise and take this time, as Mario's got the suit clean against the min raise.
Pardo, statuesque. Mossbeck with similar, very little movement, but gonna have to move to make that call, and does.
So 825. Top pair, top kicker for Juan. Given he raised under gun, this really smashes his range. Also, given that he raised off of a 22 big blind stack. So shouldn't really see much involvement for Mario when the likely C bet does come in.
Yeah, and I think maybe if Pardo was in later position, or if we were playing quite a bit deeper, you could see this hand as a candidate to continue maybe as some check raises, but not against under the gun, Randy.
Yeah, obviously, the later the player opens, the wider the range is, so it's not just ace-x, right? More unpaired hands that you can attack.
Fold it around to Steve in the hijack and let go Queen 7 suited. Here's sixes at the cutoff. 20 bigs for Brandon Wilson.
Should be good enough to raise, especially because the big stacks are out. He's racing into a shorter stack who's in the big, who won't be defending as light.
Now we will see some open shoving with 20 big blinds or something like sixes. I think it changes a bit, Randy.
Probably
at a final
not
table.
right now,
Yeah.
because usually when you see the 20 big blind jam opens, they're jamming into some players that have like 10 or 12 or so. Here,
Yeah.
every 20 is the minimum.
That's a great point.
Someone's playing. Pair of nines looking good. Wouldn't fault Brandon to consider checking back sixes on this texture. Pretty difficult to play either way though, because he bets, he gets called. It's like, oh, am I up against a draw or a better pair? I do like check.
Might be a good card in disguise for Brandon Wilson. Had the turn paired the 9 or the 10, might have felt inclined to call a bet. In this case, however, expecting it'll still go check through, but May just go checked all the way through. Still avenues, I think, for Brandon Wilson to win this pot, but not many. You know, you really find yourself at the bottom of your range if the river comes an ace or a king or a queen, and
yeah,
sixes I think might be a candidate to turn into a bluff. Queen would, you know, obviously not work, I don't think, against the potential bottom straight that Pardo would have.
So check through, ace on the river, ace of spades, bringing in the flush as well. That is obviously not the card Pardo wanted to see, because a lot of check down hands are ace X.
I would say don't be surprised if Pardo finds a way to win this pot facing a bet. You know, he does have the eight of spades in hand. It would really pressurize, you know, just a lone ace, something like an ace queen or ace king. And Pardo very capable. There was a hand earlier today against Alex Foxen where, you know, he had check raised the river on actually a rivered ace with just, you know, fourth pair, third pair.
Well, the first question is, does Wilson feel he needs to turn the sixes into a bluff?
I think he does, yeah.
Okay, so this is trying to fold out 9 and 10x, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's about half the pot. Yeah, I definitely think there's more merit for Juan to turn his 9 into a bluff rather than hero call. Because his range is actually so uncapped. He can even check raise for value with like 2 pair.
Yeah, and of course all the
played.
straights as well. You know, could have king queen in the situation, could have queen 8.
Now we got to ask the question, what hand is willing to bluff as played? Because Wilson did open off of a 20 big blind stack, so he doesn't have as much of this 6-7 suited, 5-4 suited, this kind of stuff, you know, that would probably need to stab. So then that just leaves these pocket pairs. Are they always betting when the ace come, or is it just sometimes?
It strengthens Brandon Wilson's range, but also he's still capped, right?
It feels like Juan is kind of debating between check raise or maybe just give up.
Wow, that leans more call or fold to me, that this energy. It's also important to point out that even though there are a lot of check raises that for value he could have, Brandon Wilson wouldn't always fold them, right?
That's true.
Brandon Wilson could also have something like ace-9, for instance.
I mean, Wilson could
Ace is up.
just bet an ace and call for check raise if he just doesn't believe, right? Doesn't necessarily need to be 2 pair plus. So nice play there from Wilson, getting down the better hand, realizing when to turn his pair into a bluff. Queen 9 offsuit. That's not going to open fold.
And you got to be careful when you sneak into the dragon's den. There he is, resting a bit, looking at his claws. But you don't want to wake him. 9-5 off. Potential candidate to put some ICM pressure, but elects to just check. Maybe a little more playability than he would want to give away. Pretty interesting flop. Spade flush draw for one Pardo. Gut shot for Bryn. Say the board favors Mr. Kenny.
Well, he's got chips to splash with, so it's not unreasonable for him to stab. $175K. The 9 of spades is decent firepower. 2 overs to the board, which is nice. Wouldn't really fault him for continuing. Even if he's up against the 8x, he's doing all right. There's the flush. Now Pardo just hoping that Bryn Kenny stabs at some later street. Kind of feels like an auto check turn spot for Kenny. It's not as credible for him to bet with a small flush on the turn on a 4 flush. So I feel like if he is going to bluff at it, he likely checks the turn and stab river.
Bryn lets it go. And one Pardo comes into the Dragon's Den, finds a little bit of treasure, sneaks out of there. Don't make a habit of it though, Malacca style. Pocket threes for Mossbuck. Yeah, just gonna let them go. 30 big blinds. I think that fold is a great example of the respect you need to pay to your chip leaders, 2 to your left, who can put a great deal of pressure on you. I mean, if he were to min raise there and Bryn just makes it 900K, he can't really continue. So not much playability.
Yeah, even Juan Pardo would be looking to attack the cutoff open of ace-10 suited. So Pardo has been chipping up. It's no longer the shortest stack by a decent margin.
That's just Pardo the plan.
Small fire. Small ball.
It's fine.
It looks like Mario tapped out on the massage, but Bryn Kenny's still going.
Right now, especially.
Thank you.
Is there any way you can get me the...
Yeah, you can see ace deuce suited raising rather than pocket threes because it has better properties in terms of post-flop playability in case the blind comes along. And also, it blocks hands that are willing to attack you pre. whether it be the bigger aces or 3-bet bluffs with the ace. Dylan's got king queen. Gonna jump into this pot. And small blind, and Matas Symbolis has got queen jack offsuit.
Yeah, a bit tricky here, I think. Could just flick in the one chip, but you have to imagine you're, I don't know, maybe breaking even against Lynn's range. I guess it's not bad, but
Price is always good.
Yeah, you are concerned about, you know, something like what Dylan has, or perhaps a king jack suited, maybe even king jack off calls from the small sometimes here against the hijack open. Maybe those fall into more 3-bets.
Do have the open-ended straight draw acquired for Symbolis.
Mario's not gonna try to get his coins from this board.
Yeah, I doubt he would c-bet this board texture against a small blind flat and a big blind flat. Like, the small blind flat has pocket pairs or has broadways, and broadways have gut shots on this texture. So he's basically just not folding to a c-bet, Dylan.
Oh, disaster strikes for the Lithuanian. Makes top pair, open-ended. Dylan Lind just has not just the nuts, but like no redraw, no flush redraws nuts either. Like he is just absolutely belated here.
Always hoping Matas has got an 8.
Yeah,
stabs.
absolutely. But I think based off the hands, we might see a check through again.
Yeah, there's not much reason for Matas to inflate this pot with queen jack. He doesn't really want to spend more to see a river card in case he bets and gets raised. And it's kind of like too narrow of a range for Mario to try to represent. Like you basically need like an 8 or king queen to stab here on the turn. So ace deuce likely just says, all right, try to spike that ace. Not the greatest run out for Lind. Obviously Mario could have some ace kings. He now chops with a king. He didn't hear from 8x on the turn. Seems like Lindy feels there's more value in trying to induce a bluff than to seek value, because he probably doesn't expect 2-pair to even pay off on this run out 3 ways.
Now Mario finding himself with the stone bottom of his range and can't help himself.
Well, finally, Lindy gets a customer. He shouldn't be raising this spot because he never has the nut straight, and there is a chance that Mario actually does have ace king. The king wouldn't fold anyways if he was to raise. And you leave the door open for Matas to occasionally do some heroic overcall.
Yeah, and what does Matas do? I mean,
At this
it
point,
feels like a fold, but
seems a pretty easy fold here. A bet and a call on a 4-liner like this.
yeah, finds a way out. Wasn't too difficult.
Dylan thought he was going to chop that pot. He's actually going to take the whole pot.
Nice start to the final table for our chip leader.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Very nice.
Well, guys, check out WPT Global, the online home of the World Poker Tour. Win some passport money and buy into the 25K WPT Global Slam that we do have at the Triton Series. We do also have a deposit code 100% match up to $1,500 if you use the code Jeju. Jeju. Go ahead and check it out, and maybe we'll see you next time at the Triton Series.
Good.
Raise 300,000. Call. Call.
Mario opening up the ace-10. Folded all the way to the big blind. Steve O'Dwyer. 2 suited cards. Some pause for consideration.
What's his shirt say?
So I think it's the name of whoever it would the person would be in the
Sumo
shirt.
wrestler?
Yeah, so I don't want to speak out of turn, but I do remember overhearing a conversation Steve was having once, talking about a great experience he had in Japan. Really fell in love with the culture and the people and their interest in poker, and maybe that's just sort of a nod to them, or maybe it's a figure that he grew to appreciate or already did. If anyone knows who is on that shirt, please feel free to let us know on the YouTube chat.
So he got it at the sumo wrestling gift shop.
Maybe.
The merch shop. Okay. I dig it.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Marcus on YouTube remarking, Toko Shoryu. So imagine a very famous sumo wrestler. Toko Shoryu.
Did you ever
This
watch
is me Googling.
WWF wrestling? Oh, there was a wrestler. I think it was Yokozuna, sumo wrestler. Obviously, that was more scripted in terms of abilities.
So Toko Shoryu actually retired just last year at the age of 37. Seems to be quite a big figure in the sumo community.
Onto this flop, King Queen versus Queen 10. Advantage to Bryn Kenny. Also has betting initiative. Queen of clubs potentially relevant for Wilson if he wants to tangle.
Bet 150,000.
Even more context from Marcus, and then we can get back to the poker. He was the top division champion in January 22 in a massive upset victory.
Got it.
Wilson thinking this Queen 10, Queen of clubs may be good sometimes, but more than that, may not be drawing dead or anything, and you have the backdoor clubs. It's nice, I guess, to peel if your opponent even has something like pocket eights. You can start to pick up some equity. That would be more equity against eights, but not against King Queen.
Yeah, and Top-seeded king is a great card for Kenny in case he was up against some pocket pairs. Plus, he doesn't have the king of clubs, which is good because he might be able to find a value bet against a king x of clubs at some point.
Bet 250.
Another tiny bet from Ben Kenny.
Yeah, I actually quite like this. I mean, you kind of price set against ace-x and really against flush draws, where you can just check back instead of potentially facing a big river bet from like a 7-8 of clubs if it bricks, or the ace if Brandon Wilson has it.
Yeah, why give a flush draw a free shot at hitting? Right, you want to charge that a little bit.
850.
Yeah, there's the risk of
Jeez.
this. There's the risk of this, and I'm going to be curious to see how Bryn reacts. I mean, this is great high-level stuff that I think we were expecting at this final table. But Brandon Wilson, by all accounts, the least accomplished on this final. So to see him, you know, find this move, I think this is really impressive, and I think this is going to be very interesting to see how Bryn reacts.
Yeah, so Brandon believes that Bryn wouldn't bet an ace for this sizing on turn. He's trying to shake out. Wow, that's an amazing play from Brandon Wilson. Just one up Bryn Kenny.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I doubt they have much history with one another besides this tournament. So Bryn can't make any assumptions about how Brandon Wilson plays. This is Brandon's first Triton series ever.
And that's just such an important pot, not just for Brandon's chips, but I would think for his confidence playing against players of this caliber. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm sure he's, you know, he's here to Triton, he's playing with these kind of players all the time, but to come to the biggest stage, you know, one of the biggest stages of his career, and to go after the greatest of all time and actually see him bleed a little bit, that's going to do wonders, I think. And he's up to 4.5 million, 30 big blinds.
Yeah, that was a really nice read in terms of sizings. You know, how would Kenny play an ace? Would he do the same sizings? Felt that's not the case. Kind of felt like he was just trying to buy himself a cheap river. Sometimes it's the lesser known players that are most dangerous. Kenny, he's gonna come back to work. King 10 suited.
Yeah, I mean, if you compare Bryn Kenny's cashes on Triton versus Brandon Wilson, you know, there's about $45 million in between them. So it's, you know, it's the most David versus Goliath we can hope to find here on this final table.
So Maltese is contemplating a 3-bet fold, I believe, off of ace-10 off. Like, it's a very reasonable hand to do it with. Doesn't play as well as a flat. Looks like he's just going to cut out probably around 750 to 800. 800. It's a tough final table. They're not making it easy for the big stacks.
Yeah, and Bryn obviously with a very pretty hand, but got to be concerned with just 2 million back at 150K big.
5 seconds.
Man, if he can find a jam here, he's sick.
I think Matis would fold the crushing hand.
Yeah, he definitely is going to fold if Bryn can find a jam.
I mean, the thing about shoving this hand in particular is that, you know, obviously the super nutted range dominates you, but it's not like you're getting induced here by king queen suited or king jack suited. It's like only one dominated king induces here, and that might just shove pre-flop, right?
Ace
on
king?
2.8, yeah.
Yeah.
So he's really, there's going to be moments where Symbolis has queens, maybe even induces with jacks, of course aces. But then there's going to be a lot of 3-bet folds like this hand. So, you know, it's not just ace-10, but it's ace-9 suited, ace-8 suited. It's not a clear fold to me.
Yeah, he's not done yet. And plus, he unblocks the ace-x that might 3-bet fold. This guy is sick.
I'm telling you, man. He
Bryn
sees
Kenny.
exactly what's going on.
He's too good. He's too good.
Yeah, and I'm pretty happy with the way we broke down that hand. I mean, that's just such a sick shove.
That was loose.
I felt like
I mean, think about it, right? 20 blinds, you think, I mean, jacks might induce.
I wasn't a
Randy?
believer.
Yeah.
It might.
But if it's more about aces, queens, kings.
But the thing is, even if you're up against queens, jacks,
That's
like,
yeah.
you're doing all right. And he's already told everyone he had a suited king.
Yeah. King 10 suited. For sure, you want to see. You got to show me there. How's king is so pretty then.
Range 225,000.
Man, the whole table just heard him tell everyone that he reshoved king 10 suited. Do you think they're going to go after him again? Like, tone's been set.
Let me take those up.
I'm seeing a couple of comments on YouTube being like, how can he fold that against Bryn? How did he fold? Listen, and we're not making a habit of 3-bet calling off ace 10. In general, you know, I mean, Bryn happened to have a hand that was dominated by ace 10 offsuit, but, you know, you can't be making a habit of inducing with ace 10 off, especially at a final table with these massive pay jumps to consider. Important not to be results oriented based off the fact that you can see that Bryn had king 10, right? And that's the other thing that makes the hand so impressive is I think that
Look at Mario folded ace 5 offsuit in the big blind.
Respect.
It's like, all right, I'm done with this Bryn Kenny guy.
That was a good one.
That was a good one. Yeah. Felt like if I do something.
Although it wouldn't have felt great if you shoved.
But if I 3-bet, you put it in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dodged one then, huh?
Yeah.
You had the 3-bet fold one.
Yeah. I was like,
Yeah, ace queen suited. You weren't getting that one.
Lucky.
refreshing that they're talking openly about what hands they had and stuff.
Yeah, Bryn has always been like this, willing to share about the hands. You know, it's something that you pretty much never see from all the other pros out there, right? Like, he's always just chill out there. He's just raking in the big bucks. Suited connector for Wilson.
For those of you who have watched the last couple of days of coverage, you will know that there was a 40K bounty event yesterday, and not all of the housekeeping, all of the accounting has been done for that event, Randy. We haven't given away the bounties yet. Players like Matthias Eibinger, the 10.5 bounties. Don't ask about the half. It's just a thing. We're finally going to be giving those mystery bounty, prizes away at the dinner break of the 150K. It's going to be very, very exciting. Ali Najad going to be presenting as players come up and rip open their envelopes. Players or their partners oftentimes or family members. Lucky pulls. It's always a very exciting time. The cheapest pull you can have is a 40K. There's about 21 of those, all the way up to the single biggest that is $500,000. So we're going to show you all those pulls in about half an hour.
I just want to know if anyone asks you to open the envelope for them.
Sorry, say again?
Did anyone ask you
No,
to
no,
open
no,
some
they
envelopes?
didn't. They probably should. I'm a lucky guy. You want to know why? Because I get to work with you every day.
Oh. Actually, I ran into Eibinger earlier, and he did not ask me to open any envelopes for him. I'm a little bit annoyed now.
Yeah, you should be.
And he was very friendly to me, but no,
I usually
he
never
didn't
care
ask.
To see what someone had.
Did he at least offer to drive you around in his tiny car?
His tiny car. Oh, I get it.
You will.
Yeah.
Part of playing on stream.
Like, I know where the 500K envelope is. I've got
I mean, likewise.
that touch, you know?
Do you? Wow. That is
Yeah.
too much power, Randy.
I might have gotten hooded
No wonder
there.
you're not playing these things.
Yeah, my goal is just to get one elimination and then I just sit out, and just open the envelope and be done with it. Watts has been extremely quiet. Still hanging in there.
Too good. Too good.
Everyone paying fealty to Sensei, giving him a walk.
Yeah, Dylan still is the ship leader. But Bryn Kenny is kind of controlling this final table so far.
Yeah, and obviously the most
if you had
impressive
like
hands we've seen
something
so
like
far
Jack
was...
Deuce hand, that would have been hood. Then I want to see if you would have ripped the river.
You didn't allow us to get there.
I know. Now I'm thinking more, and I think you hit me with some deuce.
Brandon Wilson really did
put
pull one on Kenny. He has no idea.
Look, it's hard to outplay Bryn Kenny. I can speak from experience. I used to play against him online all the time. He'd often get the best of me.
Seems like you guys have different
career paths.
Career paths, yeah.
Yeah, you could say that. Yeah, when I told him I wanted to get into commentary and stop the grind up to the super high stakes level, he's like, "Come on, man, stay. Don't do it." And I'm like, "No, you go. You go ahead without me, Bryn.
The hell it went
You're
down?
the chosen one, man." Yeah, we hugged, we kissed, not on the lips, you know, but just like the Godfather. Like he gave me 2 kisses on the cheek. You know,
do you want to follow through with this story of yours? You can,
and he said, he's like, if you ever commentate for me, don't go easy on me. And then as I was walking out, I said, you know I won't.
You double down, huh? Seriously.
That's all I know how to be.
Don't know how to fold. What do we got here? Dylan, reshoving ace-9 against Mario. It's just been big stacks, cruising.
That was my play too. The problem is not into your stack. If you put any other stack in the big blind, that was my play too for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, it becomes a little awkward.
Yeah. And I was like, I can 3-bet. What, like. You might have 4-bet.
Not gonna lie, I'm digging what Dylan Lindy's wearing. That sort of
It's a great
uncly
spot to 4-bet me there.
sweater. I feel like I want to have a
What about the
scotch with him on the lake dock. You know?
Did you eye the T-shirt he's got on?
I did not.
Take a look when you get a chance. I think you'll appreciate it.
That's why I didn't 3-bet.
Meanwhile, ace-king for Brandon.
He's gonna be like, oh, no. You're 2 out of line. I don't believe this shit.
Oh, Wilson, you're in trouble.
And just so unfair for how well Brandon's played this final table with that awesome bluff against Bryn Kenny. Sometimes the poker gods have a sick sense of humor, you know? They're just like, oh, dude, this guy.
Oh, my God, Kenny has jacks. There's no way he doesn't get it in. Jeez. 3-way all in?
I take exception to the no way. I think there is a way. 5 seconds? I think it is unlikely. It is a small chance, but I think there's a chance. That's all I'll say.
You know, he knows that Pardo can 3-bet fold off of this stack. He's likely just going to click it because Dylan, you know, sitting with coverage stack after. They make like 2 million.
Don't get me wrong. I understand the money is in most of the time here. It's only for 25 big blinds effective. I'm romantic about Bryn Kenny.
There are
you know?
some interesting things that could develop, though. Let's say he makes it 1.9, 2 million. Brandon goes all in.
Yeah.
Pardo calls. Can he save like another 2 million? Like, can he ever?
Can Brandon Wilson ever fold? Probably not. But you know, these are very strong ranges.
Yeah, I mean, man, it's disgusting, but like.
I mean, the reason why theoretically Brandon Wilson can't really fold. I know everyone at home right now and they're watching this. They're like, "Oh, come on, fold! He has aces!" Like, look at how strong this is. Well, you know, Juan Pardo could have King Queen off here, 3-betting light against Brandon Wilson, right? Bryn Kenny, this is his range, right? His range is jacks, maybe tens, you know, ace king plus. We appreciate that about Bryn's range. We don't think that he has really a bluffing range. So Brandon is reckoning with the fact that he's going to probably have to flip or chop against Bryn's range a lot of the time. But having said that, Juan Pardo could just have kings or aces too, you know? Like, I don't think it's within the realm of impossibility that Brandon Wilson makes this fold. I don't know.
But
just
if
need to see what
Juan
happens.
has bluffs in his range, which I'm certain he does, you can potentially get a big overlay, right? 1.1 on the side from Juan, big blind ante, and small blind. You know, that's 1.6 potential dead money.
Yeah. Here's the question, though. When Brandon Wilson goes all in for $5 million, if he
Wow,
does, yes!
He's sick.
Yes, Brandon Wilson. Nobody will believe you, but I will. Because I'm your biggest fan, man.
Brandon, MVP so far at this final table. It's annoying for Bryn, but he might be up against ace king. How happy is Brandon Wilson?
It's not great. He knows it's ace king minimum here, that the pairs all dominate. He's going to have to hope to hit a jack. Just a cooler here for Bryn Kenny.
I still can't believe Brandon Wilson is not in there. It could have been out for Bryn Kenny, maybe, had Brandon Wilson got in Pardo. Here we go to flop. Is there a jack? Nope.
And Brandon not offering up any information to the table.
No, you don't tell people about
I
those
mean, you
folds.
do, though. Like, if it was just a normal tournament, right? Couldn't wait to tell everyone.
Look at Pardo. 8.375 is the stack he plays.
Yeah, and that's quite significant in his quest for his first ever Triton title. Really feels like he's due, isn't it?
Gotta say though, Brandon did nothing wrong in that spot.
No.
2 jacks.
I think those are 6 high.
Yeah.
3.7.
It's actually Juan Pardo's 6th Triton stop. So if you run that simulation a million times, I think he would have a title by now, a decent percentage of the time. So I think it might be his time here in this 50K. He's actually no stranger to winning 50K buy-in events. He won the 50K at EPT Barcelona in 2019, and another 50K in London, pardon me, in Cyprus, just in 2023.
I owe some time, Banks. I don't want to get in trouble.
If you didn't want to get in trouble, you shouldn't have played Ace King, man. That was crazy that you got dealt that hand and got away. That was good stuff.
Lost the minimum.
Of course, everyone on YouTube said it was an easy fold. So
it's pretty
you
easy.
know, you're lucky. You're lucky they're not at the table, but
pretty easy when whole cards are up.
yeah.
Really, really great hand of poker. That one. Like I'm telling you, this is the final table to watch. The skill is insane.
Can we? Cool. Can we do like an hour so we don't come back too early?
For Doyle?
So that then you can leave. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, here.
Ooh, I like this comment from DRMKLR. Missed opportunity with the mystery hand on that one. Like if we gave kind of Pardo the mystery hand, you know, or even Bryn.
Bryn's like, yeah, I'm back in. Ace-5 offsuit in the hijack, gonna open. Not slowing things down. And more chips are not coming back to Bryn Kenny because O'Dwyer's got 2 8s off of 12.5. Slam dunk all in spot. Perhaps leave a chip behind or two.
5 seconds.
2 million.
Raise 2 million.
Effective all in for Steve O'Dwyer.
Oh, where'd the clock go?
Repping the Irish flag.
There's more than 3 players. 1, 2, and 3 players.
Just joining us, this is the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series in Jeju. This is the 50K 7-handed final table. But don't be a smart ass and count how many players are on the table, okay? We always start the FT with one more than what the event lists. So normal 8-handed ones will have 9 players, etc. They're playing for a record-breaking field, 215 players. First place, well over 2.3 million bazingas.
Juan Pardo, he's the new man. Ace-5 offsuit in +1 with those Kenny chips. Couple 6s for O'Dwyer. He's on the button. Does he want to make a move against the early position open?
He's thinking about it.
Seems a little excessive with Matas sitting on 7 bigs. Yeah, I like this fold. Obviously it would have worked.
Never an easy out is Steve O'Dwyer.
You can see Watson not going to defend Queen-9 offsuit. So much ICM pressure right now on these shorter stacks. As they wait for Matas and Ballas to hopefully get it in.
Oh, Randy, before I forget, and I would like to do it with witnesses. Just the voucher I owe you, buddy.
Witnesses.
Well, they know they can they can tell there's an exchange happening. Very
Okay.
graciously, I forgot my food voucher yesterday, and Randy lent me one.
You didn't forget it again, did you?
Huh?
Did you have one for later today?
Yeah. Don't worry.
do I need to-
Yeah, don't worry.
Do I need to?
I brought extras. No. This
take
isn't like
back-
a
take backs?
No.
Okay, we're good.
Yeah, we're good. We're straight, dude.
Always knew you're a straight up guy.
Bryn Kenny. Straight up loaded, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Pocket Queens. Lady Gaga. As Triton Cannon, right? That is Triton Cannon. That is what it is in Triton, right? Lady Gaga. Thanks to
Lady Gaga 5 in the muck. Can you say it any faster? Deuces, that's out. And offsuit into the muck. Raisin takes his theme as of late.
shout out to Chiari saying nice things about our commentary here at Triton. People aren't always nice, so every now and then when there's someone like you that appreciates what we're doing. No, but seriously, it means a lot. Still full ring here. Symbolis is the one in trouble with those 7 big blinds. Really a huge spot when he 3-bet folded ace-10 to this scary serpent known as Bryn Kennedy. Bryn Kenny.
Come on, man. Put some respect on his name.
Oh, come on.
Seriously.
Yeah, like I haven't put enough respect on him all FT.
Yeah, you just took it all away with that one line.
Been playing too much Resident Evil. Leon Kennedy.
You think he's related? Do you think he'd do all right in a zombie outbreak?
I think he would do all right in a zombie outbreak.
A little T-virus breakout?
Yeah. Oh, nice. You nerd. I always knew you were a nerd. Michael Watson. Nice hand on the button. 15.5 blinds with 10s.
I played that game with a blanket over my head. It was too scary. 2 10s. Oh, 2
no.
10s versus 2 jacks. How could Watson ever fold this? Like 15 bigs?
Never. It is a full-fledged, unadulterated cooler. It's game over, man.
Yeah, your Canadian brother is going to have some trouble here against Mosbach. Because Mario is supposed to shove the worst pairs. 9s, 8s, 7s, 6s. 10s is ahead of ace, king, ace, queen. Yeah, just, I don't really see an escape route.
5 seconds.
That's very interesting though, to see Mario go for 3-bet and deuce from the smaller pairs.
Yeah, I mean, they just will do everything they can, these sickos.
Gotta assume Mario has 3-bet folds off
Yeah.
of the stack for him to make this play. Otherwise, it wouldn't really make much sense.
Yeah, I mean, what is, oh my God.
He's contemplating
those-
it, yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, why is this guy not 3-bet ripping it? Is he just polar?
I mean, the power of the ace, man. You would expect all the big aces to just shove most of the time. Maybe if he's willing to do this with jacks, he would do it with ace-king. But I don't know.
Oh my God, Juan Pardo.
Wow. Michael Watson.
He's out, right? I think Watson's out.
I don't know, man. Okay.
What did Juan Pardo just do?
I'll tell you what. I will bet you a 25,000 won voucher
5 seconds.
that Michael Watson goes for it.
Okay, that's fine.
You'll
sure.
take fold?
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, thank you.
gosh. Here. Imagine I just starve and the rest of the stood there.
Do you need this for later?
No, I actually brought 2 down in case I went over 25,000.
But Juan,
wow,
huge misstep, misread.
But look, I mean, it's 30%.
Juan just saved Mike Watson. Can he find an ace to get there?
Oh my God, Watson.
Like it.
Sir Watson.
Sir Watson would have hit a set of 10s. Look at him. Look at Watson.
He knows he was supposed to get lucky in this pot and be on the right end of a cooler instead. Juan Pardo could not resist. Just thought that, you know, I mean, look at the spot, right? If Watson's prepared to fold pocket 10s, then when the times that Mario is light, he takes this down, right? So it feels, I know it looks a bit punty or whatever you want to say, but really there is method to the madness, and that's a really big double up for Mario Mossbach.
Over to the
and
team.
I wonder if Watts can resist telling.
How many high fives is that? That's 6. Where's
only,
Fedor?
I only have like 4 friends. How many friends was that just on the rail?
That was 6.
Do you know what I'm saying, though? I mean, like, the times that he is 3-bit folding, that would have folded out pocket 10s. So
that was an insane hand. Watson's like, seriously, buddy? Why didn't you just let me get it in bad and let me have all of the chips? Like, that could have played out in so many different ways. Maybe Mario reshoved jacks, and then obviously ace-5 is never getting involved, and he calls off 10s, and he binks the 10. Maybe Juan just doesn't go for ace-5 offsuit.
well, Mario is learning.
Haha.
And yeah, Juan Pardo is not thrilled, obviously, at the result. But there is a double-edged nature to his sometimes erratic playstyle. I mean, he has the reputation of being one of the sickest bluffers in the game.
I don't know. It's a brutal one.
Some really interesting spots with some big pre-flop hands so far on this FT. The ace-king for Brandon Wilson against the jacks and aces, and now the 10s, jacks.
Maybe not.
The fly in the ointment being the ace-5 of Juan Pardo.
I guess check flop.
Yeah. You like the ace-queen suited better than the jacks there, I feel like, by a bit.
Wilson. Snowman's. Nom nom.
There's been so many insane hands already, and we haven't had a single elimination yet at this final table.
Ooh, I really like this question on YouTube from Leo. But if 10-10 call, JJ action question mark, question mark, question mark. I mean, do the jacks always call off the remaining 2 million?
What are you talking about? Sorry.
I'm saying if Watson had called off the 10s, does Mossbach always go with the jacks?
You mean if Watson overcalled 10s when ace-5 jam? No, he probably folds. But I just don't really ever see Watson call in there. That would be crazy to me. So I didn't really consider that as a potential, universe. So it's Brandon Wilson opening 8s. Kenny's got 4s in the big. Surely he's contemplating, can I reshove this? He's going to reshove.
No.
What's Wilson going to do with 2 8s? Wilson, he's been kind of getting active, but then again, he folded ace-king. Obviously, a very different situation.
So he's asked for a count because when you ask for a count, the clock pauses. Obviously, Bryn is covering him, so he knows that. This is sort of gamesmanship that I think is within the rules.
Can he call here with 2 8s?
I think that
Matas is on 7 bigs.
I think that you should really strongly consider calling at the cutoff and certainly on the button because of Symbolis and his 7 bigs. This is really dicey for 20 big blinds. I think you need to let it go. Yeah, you can't risk losing a flip against ace queen. And yeah, sometimes you're going to be up against something like 4s, but it's just it's not worth, being up against those 2 overs, I think.
This final table is something special, isn't it? Like, the plays. Downs the 2 8s. so unpredictable. So exciting to watch. And Wilson feels a bit disgusted.
So Sebastian Diachu on YouTube just asked, commentators, what's up with the 2 green buttons in front of Kenny? Actually, well, Bryn Kenny, many years ago, found a genie lamp, and his first wish was to become the greatest poker player in the world, and those are his other 2 wishes, and he keeps them at all times. Just
I see.
Keeps them close. No, they're time bank chips. Time bank chips, different time bank chips do have different uses. Do you want to break them down, Randy?
Mainly the green one is 5 blue time bank chips, which is 30 seconds apiece, so that's just 5 time banks.
450?
We just don't have enough blue ones to hand out, I guess. Okay. Are we going to get another kind of crazy one, maybe? You could see Dylan Lindy consider 3-bet ripping ace-10 offsuit into Juan Pardo, right? Like, it's possible.
It's a lot of chips. I think Dylan would lean more call here, in my opinion.
But then again, there's a short stack out there. Look at this. Does he down to 8s?
Whoa. Yeah, because of that ICM pressure, I get it. It makes sense for Dylan to shove.
Every decision has been so tough for everyone. Look at Juan. He's like, seriously? Why can't you just give me a worse hand or a better one so it's easier for me?
So we did talk about that previous hand. I mean, this is very similar to the last situation, except the positions are so much different. We said that, you know, at the cutoff, maybe Brandon Wilson should consider calling the button, maybe what you might have to call. This is the button spot we were talking about. However, Juan Pardo has quite a bit more chips, maybe 30-40% more chips than Brandon Wilson had. So he's really been thrown for a loop.
This is, I think, a tougher spot. Because he's deeper, there's even more risk premium that he needs. And the thing is, his button raise against a jam like this, 8s for chips crushes the range.
Yeah,
you know, it does pretty good.
All the pairs, deuces through 9s are here, which you're only losing to one of them. You know, some ace-5 suiteds and stuff like that, which puts max pressure certainly in there. King-queen off, ace-10 off are the hands you're kind of hand range where you're flipping. I think he's going to call, but, you know, obviously he's not thrilled about it.
Juan starts his hand 4th in chips out of 8 players. Lindy, the chip leader. To put things into perspective, there is also a 7 big blind stack out there waiting to potentially bust out soon. Oh, the 8s are down.
Sick,
I love this final table.
And if he knew what Dylan Lind had, I don't think he wants to call, right? Like, do you really want to flip a coin at this stage when, you know, you have 28 big blinds? There's a 7 big blind stack, 13 big blind stack, 17, 17. You need to fold.
Mamma mia.
Yeah, they're just finding out. They're like, Mamma mia. And I've always wanted Mario Mossbach to say, Mamma mia.
Like
Because of the Italian plumber from the video game.
The bottom or the top?
You guys are with me on that?
Serious.
I actually really appreciate that he's like, that coin poker is his thing. Mario, you know? Mario collects coins.
Yeah, golden coins.
Golden coins.
That's such a tilting spot when you have to like fold 8-8 because then you can just get destroyed by whatever. I thought about a 3-bet again. That one would have got stuff shoved on too.
Cooler.
I wonder,
cooler for sure.
Randy, just throwing it out there.
in the small,
Maybe we explored just open limping the button with 8s there, right? So as to not be
I just chickened out.
face that situation.
Look, man.
I'm just
Pre-flop
talking.
this final table.
I'm just talking, man.
No, there's nothing wrong. I don't mind you exploring it. I'm just saying.
I don't want to fight in front of everyone.
This is the roughest final table
Yeah,
for the decisions.
This
you know?
is literally like
It's good stuff.
If I had to make a list of the best tournament poker players in the world, I mean, I can take a quick look, but I think about like 6 of these guys would be in my top 15, 20.
Yeah, but the thing is,
I'm not exaggerating too. Like,
look at this, Dylan Lindy attacking Bryn Kenny with ace deuce of clubs. Like, these guys are relentless.
Yeah.
Maltas is like, wait, why, Dylan? I was going to re-shove on Bryn Kenny.
Running it over.
Get the spots or no?
Yep. For sure. And right now, those rips can be a lot wider than other times.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of people on this rail. They're excited.
You're like chip leader and you keep looking down at like the shove versus like button open. You keep looking down at it too. It's like you're done like a button cut off, button cut off.
Oh.
What is that for?
Oh.
It's always fun.
Sometimes you're the nail, sometimes you're
Oh.
definitely better to be the hammer.
Yeah. Just as Dylan Lind last hand before the break, he says, sometimes you're the nail, sometimes you're the hammer. Bryn tries to get away with one with Jack 10 off against the chip leader's button, where he has 2 cards that I think he has every right to 3-bet him with. So some really fun meta here, carrying over from not just the last hand, but the conversation that followed. Oh, Dylan, it was right there.
He's like, I don't want to 3-bet this guy once again, back-to-back hands. It's great news.
You got to be
for
careful
Kenny.
about Bryn Kenny, right? You don't want to push your luck too much. But I think that one would have worked.
Nice
but then
deal.
maybe, yeah, a chip on Bryn's shoulder for Dylan for the rest of the table when he gets that information. As we do go to a break. All 8 of our players are still here, but the one who is worse for wear is Matas Symbolis. 4 big blinds. Obviously, that hand against Bryn Kenny highlighting, you know, what's gone wrong for him. Michael Watson, another situation where, you know, folded what would have potentially been the winner. In that case, would have been the winner. Steve O'Dwyer getting pretty short, hasn't had chances, all the way up to Dylan Lind's significant chip lead now with close to 15 million chips. Some separation from Bryn Kenny, obviously, when Bryn sort of got cooler with those jacks against the aces of Juan Pardo. But yeah, I mean, if you paid to see this final table, you're getting what your money's worth. You guys are lucky enough to have gotten it for free. So we are going to do a sort of a 15-minute break here for you viewers. When we come back, we are going to come back to the desk, but then eventually we will be throwing to that very, very exciting reveal for the 40K, the No Limit Hold'em Mystery Bounty reveal. And that's going to be really, really exciting. We have a lot of, I mean, over 10 pulls for Matthias Eibinger alone. Of course, Makita will be there pulling. We'll see, you know, which friends and family sort of might be there to pull some envelopes for their friends and families. So that's exciting.
Yeah, that's exciting, of course. And, you know, then we just end the stream after. No, of course. We come back to this 50K final table. We crown a champion.
I'm not missing a hand, okay? I don't care what has to happen. We can end the mystery bounty thing early. I'm not missing any of this. No, but we're going to get to all of it. And, again, in about 15 minutes, come back with us, and you won't miss any of those pulls in the mystery bounty.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with Passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Off. 20 bigs for Brandon Wilson.
Should be good enough to raise, especially because the big stacks are out. He's racing to a shorter stack who's in the big, who won't be defending as light.
Now we will see some open shoving with 20 big blinds with something like 6s. I think it changes a bit. Randy,
Probably
at a final
not
table.
right now,
Yeah.
because usually when you see the 20 big blind jam opens, they're jamming into some players that have like 10 or 12 or so. Here,
Yeah.
every 20 is the minimum.
That's a great point.
Someone's playing. Pair of 9s looking good. I wouldn't fault Brandon to consider checking back 6s on this texture. Pretty difficult to play either way though, because he bets, he gets called. It's like, oh, am I up against a draw or a better pair? I do like check.
Might be a good card in disguise for Brandon Wilson. Had the turn paired the 9 or the 10. Might have felt inclined to call a bet. In this case, however, expecting it'll still go checked through, but may just go checked all the way through. Still avenues, I think, for Brandon Wilson to win this pot, but not many. You know, you really find yourself at the bottom of your range if the river comes an ace or a king or a queen, and
yeah,
6s I think might be a candidate to turn into a bluff. Queen would, you know, obviously not work, I don't think, against the potential bottom straight that Pardo would have.
So check through, ace on the river, ace of spades, bringing in the flush as well. That is obviously not the card Pardo wanted to see, because a lot of check down hands are ace-x.
I would say don't be surprised if Pardo finds a way to win this pot facing a bet. You know, he does have the 8 of spades in hand. It would really pressurize, you know, just a lone ace, something like an ace-queen or ace-king. And Pardo very capable. There was a hand earlier today against Alex Foxen where, you know, he had check raised the river on actually a rivered ace. with just, you know, fourth pair, third pair.
Well, the first question is, does Wilson feel he needs to turn the sixes into a bluff?
I think he does, yeah.
Okay, so this is trying to fold out 9 and 10x, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's about half the pot. Yeah, I definitely think there's more merit for Juan to turn his 9 into a bluff rather than hero call. Because his range is actually so uncapped. He can even check raise for value with like 2 pair.
Yeah, and of course
as
all the
played.
straights as well. You know, could have king queen in the situation, could have queen 8.
Now we got to ask the question, what hand is willing to bluff as played? Because Wilson did open off of a 20 big blind stack, so he doesn't have as much of this 6-7 suited, 5-4 suited, this kind of stuff. You know, that would probably need to stab. So then that just leaves these pocket pairs. Are they always betting when the A's come, or is it just sometimes?
It strengthens Brandon Wilson's range, but also he's still capped, right?
It feels like Juan is kind of debating between check raise or maybe just give up.
Wow, that leans more call or fold to me, that this energy. It's also important to point out that even though there are a lot of check raises that for value he could have, Brandon Wilson wouldn't always fold them, right?
That's true.
Brandon Wilson could also have something like ace-9, for instance.
I mean, Wilson
Ace
could
is up.
just bet an ace and call with check raise if he... Queen 9 offsuit. That's not going to open fold.
And you got to be careful when you sneak into the dragon's den. There he is, resting a bit, looking at his claws. But you don't want to wake him. 9-5 off. Potential candidate to put some ICM pressure, but elects to just check. Maybe a little more playability than he would want to give away. Pretty interesting flop. Spade flush draw for one Pardo. Gut shot for Bryn. Say the board favors Mr. Kenny.
Well, he's got chips to splash with, so it's not unreasonable for him to stab. $175K. The 9 of spades is decent firepower. 2 overs to the board, which is nice. Wouldn't really fault him for continuing. Even if he's up against the 8x, he's doing all right. There's the flush. Now Pardo just hoping that Bryn Kenny stabs at some later street. Kind of feels like an auto check turn spot for Kenny. It's not as credible for him to bet with a small flush on the turn on a 4 flush. So I feel like if he is going to bluff at it, he likely checks the turn and stab river.
Welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Jeju. I'm Griffin Benger. He's Randy Liu. And it's one of my most favorite times of the... Oh, yeah, rub them together. One of my most favorite times of the series here. We're going to be opening up those envelopes to see, who gets the big bounties all the way up to $500,000. So I'm let's get right to it. But before we do, let's see how we got here. I mean, there are some, big eliminations on that final table to get to this point. So let's jump right in, starting with Cale Burns. Matthias opening that cutoff with a standard raise. Electing to go with call was Cale Burns. Instead of shoving that 20 big blinds, looking to flop well, does. And this is just a straight up cooler. Cale Burns, quite unfortunate, I think, in how well he's been playing all week, cashing in, feels like every tournament, 5 so far, dead on the turn, and is our 8th place finisher. Ended up finishing with 3 bounties. That's one of the many that Matthias Eibinger got over the course of the tournament. Jeremy Osmus, this was a very, very interesting hand, Randy. I'm sure you remember this one.
Well, this was a huge pot where Makita defended the big blind and came 6-4-3, and look at Makita opting to take the lead.
Yeah, and ended up creating 4 bets in on this flop.
Mm-hmm. So there was a re-raise from Makita after Jeremy raise. Jeremy commits all of the chips, and all of a sudden, they're playing a 10 million chip pot.
Yeah, it was a very fair fight, 53% for Jeremy, but that plummeted all the way down to 5% on the turn, and Makita was able to secure one of his 7 bounties. And Jeremy Osmus finishing with a lowly 1 bounty, but I think he's feeling pretty okay with the way this series has gone so far. Ting Biao would be our next casualty, getting that open-ended straight draw, playing about 16 big blinds. Winter just absolutely smashing that board.
Yeah,
plays it as a check raise.
Go for that check raise. Ding Biao said, I don't believe you. I've got outs in case I'm wrong. Creating that 11.65 million chip pot. Jack on the turn.
Yeah, and a worse 2 pair won't do it for Ding Biao. Was our 6th place finisher. Was able to get 4 bounties, which is a decent chance to pull something nice. Again, $80,000 average in equity for those bounty pulls, which we will get to very shortly. Our next casualty, Benjamin Tollerine, really reading this situation correctly in being maybe slightly ahead of Clemens' range, but a lot of diamonds out there, and was able to take home a decent score for 5th place, but not a single bounty for the online and really live legend. This was when Winter really started to pull away. Comes in with the button open.
Toy car.
Yeah, snaps off Matthias Eibinger. Is actually Clemens with that reshove, of course. Pardon me. I am remembering now. Gets that safe flop. Turn, not interesting. Needed a king or queen, didn't come. But I'll tell you what, Matthias Eibinger, he is top dog when it comes to the bounties going into these pulls. 10 bounties to pull in just a few minutes.
We'll find out who has more.
Reuter getting coolered here, Randy.
Yes, he did. Ran into the ace queen. Makita with the covering stack.
My sweat here.
Safe on the flop. Clean turn.
Yep.
Yeah, 3rd place and 3 bounties for Clemens, but a breakout score for the Austrian. I'm sure he is pretty pleased with that result in hindsight. And now Makita shoving for those 10 big blinds, getting snapped by the dominating ace for Sean Winter. And Sean trying to get that monkey off of his back and getting his first Triton title. Such a lovely interview, Randy, afterwards with Marianella, talking about, you know, all the close calls and really wanting to finally get a trophy, and even was ready to pull off his mic, taking a chug of his sparkling water. 7 bounties for Makita, but the title to Sean Winter and just 3 bounties, but that's the smile of someone who has won their first Triton event. So that's how we got there. And in a couple of minutes, well, in 1 minute actually, we are going to throw to Ali, and he's going to start pulling those envelopes. It's going to be exciting. The lowest bounty to pull is 40,000. The average, like we discussed, around 80,000, goes all the way up to 100,000, 200,000, and then that one big one of $500,000. So you look at someone like Ibinger, who, you know, didn't finish in the top 3 in this event, but could potentially become taking home the biggest score with those 10 bounty pulls.
Yeah, you know, there's a decent chance, like, he has 10 tries to try to pull to 500K, play a little bit of spoiler, ruin everyone's fun, you know. And then, again, we got Winter, who did win the tournament. He only got 3 bounties. He got his own, he got Makita's, and one other player at the final table. Of course, he's looking to kind of add to his top price.
Yeah, and don't discount the reality that a lot of the times in these situations, someone with 1, 2, 3 bounties ends up pulling a really massive one. So the equity is clear, again, around 80,000 per pull, but we might see some surprises once we throw down to Ali and we start pulling these things out. I mean, it's very exciting.
Do you think there's a strategy here on how to pull? Do you feel around? Do you just go for the top one? I mean,
feel like
there's got to be something.
I'm a little suspicious with this, superstitious with this stuff. If I'm pulling like a seat draw, I always go sort of like one to the left. Okay. I'm like left-handed. I don't know. Do you have any kind of superstitions like that?
The one that you're assigned, I suppose. No, you just got to feel it.
Oh, you got to feel it out.
That's the one.
Okay, Randy, that's the secret. Okay, well, let's go throw to Ali as we get this thing started. This is exciting.
Well, to have this many Triton players on a stage and they're not parked at the poker table can only mean one thing. It's time for a mystery bounty draw. Joined by Luca Vivaldi, Ali Najad, here for the festivities, and in this box, half of a total prize pool of just shy of $9 million, $4.46 million to be exact, is distributed amongst 56 envelopes. A 57th envelope inside has $0 in it, but that's your draw again. Now, the gold envelopes, of course, as always, what the players are here for. That's because the big paydays come in that color. $500,000, the largest envelope, of course, only one of those. However, there are other big paydays. 6-figure scores of $200,000, 4 of those are available. 100K envelopes, 8 of those. White envelopes, not quite as pleasant unless you're on the rail and somebody else is pulling them. More of them in the box than the golds as per usual. 80K, 10 of those. 60Ks, 12 of those. And 40K, 21 of those. 20 players are behind me right here with bounties, eager to get things underway. So without further ado, we call up the first of the fortunate few. Roland Rakita, come on down with your 4 bounties, Roland. Are you guys cheering for him to get gold or white? I can't tell. All right, Roland, you brought some people with you, I see. Who do you have with you?
Fabs and P, come on. Fabs and P, Didi and Lippy, 4 bounties.
All right, 4 bounties. Are you going to pull one yourself?
Yeah, but
who goes first?
Fabs and P.
All right, come on down. Mr. Bernhauser. Reaching in. Oh, guys, you gotta pay the chips. We verify everything around here. Okay. Do you have a strategy?
No.
Well, you picked the right guy, Roland. He's prepared. Oh, geometry. Here, yeah, rectangle out of a circle. Now, hold this envelope up to that camera right over there and open it so everybody at home can look. Hang on, there you go. Yeah. We're gonna sweat together. All right. No. Don't make it a private thing. Everybody wants to know. Squeezing. What do we do? It looks white, guys. It looks white, guys. You're all excited about that. And what do we pull? 80,000. Not too bad, Roland. All right, who's next up? High fives. If it's going to be white, you want it to be 80,000. Okay. Redemption. Come forward, reach in. Oh, did we exchange?
Sorry?
Did you exchange the envelope?
Yep.
Okay. And pulling. Gold! $100,000. That was a scary little moment there. I thought maybe we were going to burst the 500K bubble quick. Who's next? You're going yourself now. You're going to let Sam Mueller be the final envelope?
No, Didi is the final.
Dietrich is going to be the final one. Okay. So Roland not going to be his own anchor man. Going third, already having picked up 180,000. That's pretty solid. Okay. Das ist weiß. 40,000. Roland, your friends are doing better for you than you are. What's going on? Dietrich, maybe you can do a little bit better. Redeem the token there. Reach in to the box. Big scramble. Okay. Show it to this camera right here. Might be toward the front. Wait a minute. It's gold. Everybody relax. 1-0, 2-0, 3-0, 4-0, 5 zeros, and a 100K. That's the best case scenario if you're out in the field. Well done. A total of $320,000 going to Roland Rikita. Now, where are you, Ding Biao? Come on down. Ding, you have 4 bounties. Who's going first? Your brother? 1 and 1, and you'll do 2. Okay. Hang on, you got to pay. You got come on. You got to give him chips here. You can't. What's going on? All right. 4 redeemed. Here it is. And this is your friend?
Yes, yes.
Name?
Macau.
Macau? Oh, Marco. Okay. Show the camera. White. 80,000. Not bad. Okay, moving on. This is Ding's brother. Always at his side, by the way, every time we're at one of these festivals. Supporting his man. Reaching in. Okay. You want gold, right? Show the camera. White, 40,000. Okay, 120 so far. By the way, you guys should be pretty pleased with what's going on so far back here. Ding, come on down. 2 more remaining for Ding Biao. Muscling that envelope. Broadside. Wait. Easy to the camera. There you go. It's white, but it's 80. $80,000. Ding Biao has 1 more pull. Guys, what color are you rooting for Ding to pull out of the box? If you just had your choice. White, I think white, right? They want you to get white. Do you want to hurt their feelings? Just pull gold. 500 and they'll all be sad, right? Okay, hang on. What color? White. 60K, the first of those. So Ding Biao, with that 60, a total haul of 260K. Next up, believe it or not, there's someone in the field who we have to call the bounty hunter. I'm talking, of course, about Austria's Matthias Eibinger. He has 11 bounties. The Heartbreaker himself comes to the stage. Look, 10.5 to be exact. That's because on the bubble between day 1 and day 2, when the bounties activate Luca, 2 different bust outs took place. So this first bounty envelope will be shared with Winfried Yu. Now, obviously, the bigger that this bounty envelope is, Matthias, the more money you win. However, you have to share it with Winfried. So are you rooting for 40,000 right now, so you only have to give Winfried 20?
Let's go for the 100,000 now, and then I pull the jackpot for myself.
Okay, he says 100,000. Step up and do your thing. Are you going to pull first? Or you want other people to pull first?
I'm pulling for the shared one for Winfried.
Wow, okay, is that allowed? I've never done, okay, this is the shared one for Winfried. This is a lot of pressure. Normally, I feel like this wouldn't necessarily be allowed, guys. But let's see how I do for Matthias. Okay. Luca, hold the mic. Do I want to change?
Do you want to change?
I don't think so. We got to keep this thing moving. Ooh.
Can I do Ali's? Come on, Ali. You need to show it to the camera.
I'm showing
Squeeze
to the
it
camera.
slowly.
Oh, it's white.
It's gonna be white and
60. Better than nothing. 60,000, Matthias. 30,000 for Winfried. 30,000 for you. Who's next?
Who wants to draw next?
Lady, and who is this, by the way, Matthias?
Nadine, my partner.
Okay, Nadine, come on down. Ow! All right. So how many is it kind of a game time decision how many you allow her to pull?
Let's see.
Okay.
I have so many lucky friends that I'm very confident.
Okay, here we go. Nadine, do us a favor and show the envelope outward to that camera right over there. Just like that. And reach in and pull it out so we can all sweat it together. It's gold! How gold is it? Slowly, slowly, guys. This is dangerous, 100,000. Woo! Well done, Nadine. 100K for Matthias, 160 in total, 9 more still to go. Fedor Holtz, normally I bring you here and you're pulling for yourself, but you're doing it for your good buddy. What's the strategy?
After 23, so...
23. Jordan, okay. Let's see whether or not a slam dunk $500,000 is in there. Did you negotiate anything, by the way, Fedor? I mean, I know you're a businessman. Maybe a 1% free roll?
You know.
We'll trust that we'll trust that Matthias is going to take care of you. Now, let us sweat at home alongside you. First job is make it golden, and it is gold. Fedor, I know you know how to sweat. Right now, there are currently 5 100s left, all 4 200s, and the $500,000. What is Fedor pulling? It's 200,000. Well done, Fedor Holtz. You got yourself a money man here. Nice horse, well done. All right, who's next? That's a tough act to follow. All right, Daniel Razai. Okay, so a bust of Daniel, 2 away from the money. The good news is you're over it, though.
Yeah, sure.
All right, step right up. You know how to do this. Okay. Reaching in. White, 40K. That's all right. That's all right. How many more do we have left? 7, it would appear. 400,000 already for you, sir. Still counting. The field rooting for white. Matthias and his camp rooting for gold. Here we are. What have we done? What have we done? You didn't have a dud, did you? You would never do that, Luca.
I'll try my best.
What color? It looks white, and it's 40,000. All right. Moving right along, 6 bounties remaining, a total of 440K already cobbled together for Camp Ibinger. Negotiations right now. Please come on down. And you are, my dear?
Candice.
Candice?
Yes.
I have a lot of faith in her.
Who is Candice?
Good friend of Nadine.
Okay.
And have a lot of fun every day.
All right. Let's see if this could be the most fun thing you do on this trip. She says she hopes so. White limits the amount of fun you're going to have, but 80,000. That's the most fun you're going to have once you pull a white envelope. So 5 bounties now remaining. $520,000 already secured. This is astounding. Nikita, you're going to come up and do one for Matthias. Okay, here we go. Bads, who finished 2nd in this event, to Sean Winter, who was ultimately the champ, doing his part here. All right, show it to the camera. Just like that. There you go. White.
Yeah.
60 though. 60K. Not too shabby. 580,000 now, I believe. Is that right? 520. 520. Okay. So 4 remaining. That's right. It was the 490 with the half. Okay, come on down. Camp Matthias continuing to do its work. What happened?
One slipped away, but maybe this is the lucky one.
One slipped away. This one's white, but it is 60,000. Things could be worse. 580,000 now officially tallied together by Matthias. Is it time for you to do your own bidding?
I'll try myself now.
Okay, step on up. Matthias, 3 envelopes will be headed your way. First one, muscled out. You can hand me the chips. There you go.
Let's do it quick. Not painful.
You want to rip it off?
Yes.
40,000. Well, it was quick, and for the field, it was painless. For you, it was painful. All right, Nateen's being called back. All right, he's tapped himself out. Final 2 pulls, is that right, Luca?
Okay. But then it's tomorrow, right? Okay.
No drama. Nateen, did you pull 200,000 last time you were here? That was Fedor. That's a tough act to follow. You pulled 100,000. Can you better that number?
I hope.
White.
Okay.
60K. Mid-tier white envelope there. One last pull remaining for Matthias. Everybody waiting patiently in the ranks. Guys, 200 and the 500 still remaining in there. It could have been worse. 11 pulls. This was sweaty for the field. Nateen pulls one final envelope. What color is it? White. White. Okay. And it's 40K. So that'll do it. Luca, what is the final haul for Matthias Eibinger?
It's 780, but the first envelope is split in half, so it's 750.
$750,000, Matthias, the bounty hunter, handsomely rewarded for his efforts. Now, Bads came up here to pull for Matthias, didn't do so great. Come on back, Bads, where are you? Did he disappear on us? Where's Nikita? Ah, there you are. I was looking for a white hoodie. Okay, so you have how many bounties, my friend? 7. Who have you brought with you?
Yeah, Alexi first.
All right, Alexi, come on down. Are we gonna go one by one?
What do you mean?
How you're letting him pull one, or we'll see?
Yeah, he do just one and
all right.
Pull 500.
Here, Nikita's saying you're gonna pull the 500.
Let's try. I will try.
That's the job.
No, it's white.
It's white. 40,000. What are you doing? Get out of here! You were supposed to pull the 500. All right, Nikita, send us somebody that can do better than that. What do you got now? All right, it looks like Minko. One chip redeemed. Access to the box. Vladimir, this is your first mystery bounty at Triton, isn't it?
Yeah.
Any strategy?
Yeah.
Okay, but don't share. That's fine. You wouldn't want to let anybody else know.
The strategy is pulling all the envelopes out.
At the same time? Okay, hang on. Up we go. Keep it visible to the camera. It's upside down. Other way around. Up, there you go. Show it off. Uh-oh, I saw a face. 60,000 white envelope. With each successive one of those smaller payouts, the value of this box goes up. The 500 still lurking inside there. 3 200Ks, 5 100Ks. That's the good stuff. 680s, 760s, and 1540s in the box. Fedor's back up here. Last time around, 200K pull. What are you going to do for Nikita?
I think white.
He thinks white, and he thinks right. 60,000. Well done, Fedor. Speaking on behalf of course, everybody back there who's praying for white. All right, who are you sending up? Whoa! You were just here. This is becoming incestuous. Matthias. So Makita pulls for Matthias. Matthias pulls for Makita. It's all getting a little weird up here.
I need a bounded chip.
We're keeping tabs. Here we go.
This time slow.
This time slow. Gold. Guys. Listen. This could be trouble for everybody back here. Just how much trouble is it, Matthias?
A lot of trouble.
Slowly. He says it's a lot of trouble. 100,000. Best case scenario if you're still back there waiting, as many patiently are. How many left? 4 bads. 3 more. Natine, I don't want to make this a touch awkward, but generally speaking, and I'm a fan of liberal ideologies, but Matthias putting you on loan for another man's bounties.
Yeah, why not?
Why not, she says. Okay. Maybe he sent you out here to make sure you pull a 40. You never know. Could be sabotage. Makita showing a lot of trust.
Slow or quick?
Slow, well, I mean, that's up to you, honestly.
Okay, it's a white one.
White, but 80,000. Okay. Natine, 80K, not so shabby. Makita Pierce, please. 2 more remaining for you, Bads. Time to do your own thing. Hand me this. I'm doing it. No, like, here, go. Let's go. All right. Oh, my gosh. It's actually Matthias's gal on the other end of the phone right now, sweating things. All right. Here we go. She's juiced. Do you have your shopping list together already? She says we need gold. She loves gold. 40K? What? That's not what was supposed to happen, Makita. Thumbs down, she says. This is the last one. Another 40K. Makita, no shame in it. There you go. 420,000 in total as Makita blazed his way through 7 envelopes. Now, next up we have Tom Vogel saying Tune Mulder, I understand, from the Dutch delegation is going to be pulling. For Tom, is that right? You're going to pull? Oh, 2 people, two bounties, each going to pull 1. All right, let's keep it moving. Go right ahead. Tom showing a lot of trust in the 2 of you, Tune.
Yes, yes.
I understand he's actually checked off the island for a couple days?
Yeah, I seen Seoul for 3 days.
Okay. Mid-festival checkout from Tom Vogel saying, placing his trust in friends. How have they done for him? There you go. Squeezing open the envelope. Lift it up, lift it up. Uh-oh. Wrong color.
Can I change?
Rip the Band-Aid off. Too late now. $80,000. Okay, could have been worse. So 80K so far. Tune Mulder stepping up to the box. Final envelope for Tom Vogel saying, we missed you guys at Triton. Good to have the Dutch back. How have we done? He's shaking his head. That makes everybody behind me happy. White envelope, $40,000. 120K for Tom Vogel saying, so that'll do it for Tom as it's time for Punat Punsri. Are you here? Come on down. Boy, you're in a hurry, Punat. Two bounties. Let's go. You want to do them both at once? Wow, okay. He really was in a hurry. We're going to do a double envelope simultaneous. There's one. All right, he says he's going to take both of those. All right, here we go. You know what? I'm going to just open the sticker for you, and then you're going to just quickly rip these open. There you go. First one. Flip it over toward the camera. Uh-oh, hang on, guys. Show them, Punat. Show them what they're working with. There. Now, it could be a 0. It could be a draw again. Instead, it's 100K for Punat. One more envelope quickly available. Last one. There's an all 0, but it's a draw again, Kale. All right. 1 gold, 1 white, 60K for Punat Punsri, the second envelope, 160,000. Congrats, Punat. Punat, what was that? Hang on, come here.
Is that a little stuffed plushie that was brought up here? I slept on that. Shame on me. Next up, Matas Simbolas. Where is Papa? Here he is, on daddy duty right now, playing hooky. And you're with your partner?
Yeah, with my wife.
Wife, and your name is?
Greta.
Greta, and I assume Greta's going to be doing some pulling.
All of them.
All of them, he says. Greta, no pressure. She looks unpleased with all that pressure. How many total pulls for Matas? 6, it would appear. You did well. All right, Greta, first one. Make sure you show it to the camera over here. There you go. And 40,000. All right. It's okay. No shame in it. There's a lot of those envelopes. Next one is white. You're cheating and looking yourself first. 40,000, 80 total, 4 more remaining. She says she's going to reach down deeper, Matas. Do you maybe want to pick one and then let her open it?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, you know.
We can switch it.
Come on up, get up here. All right. Greta, again, likes to look herself first before sharing it. Now, is it gold? It is. There's 200Ks, 100Ks, there's a 500K in there. Greta, Matas, is baby gonna have a whole lot of formula? $200,000. Not bad. Oh, now you wanna quit. Now you got 200,000. She's like, go ahead, you do it, I'm done. My work here is finished. Halfway home. 3 remaining. Uh-oh, it's gold again. Hang on, Greta. What's going on? Luca, really quickly, can you tell me how many of each of the gold envelopes remain?
3 100K, 2 200K, 1 100K, and 1 0.
Okay, so 1 in 7 chance that this is $500,000?
Yep.
17%, is that right? Somewhere in that neighborhood? Less? Could it be $500,000, Greta?
It could.
Show us. $500,000! Greta's done it! And broken the hearts of everyone behind me as the $500,000 envelope goes. There's nowhere to go but down, but you've done all right. I think Greta's earned the right. How about it, Matas?
We'll go shopping.
I don't know if Lamborghini makes a stroller, but my guess is add to cart. Greta, you don't look excited anymore like you used to. Oh my God, it's gold again, guys. What's going on? Are you feeling a fever, Greta? She's red hot.
Baby run good.
Baby run good is a real thing. How big are we talking? A private squeeze? 200,000. And we still have another pull left.
You do it. Matas, please.
Greta, do you play any poker?
Sometimes.
Have you ever pulled a mystery bounty before?
I think I did.
Well, I don't know if you did as well as you've done here, but you still have one opportunity to upset everybody more than you already have. Reach in there and let's see how much more you can add to the already massive $980,000 haul that Matas has picked up. Ibinger 750 net across 11 pulls. This is the 6th and final one. You're gonna break $1 million in bounties, my friend, regardless. Is it gold?
Gold.
I don't want to catch whatever's going on. I don't want to run this fever. Guys, another 100K. Greta, your champion here in the mystery draw. My goodness, well done. Matas Simbolas, $1,080,000 and a breathless room right now as there isn't a whole lot to hope for from here forward. Now, Daniel Rezai has just one bounty, and it's time for him to come and pull it. Who are you doing? Okay, the Austrians are doing their own thing out here. Matthias.
Is there even a gold one left?
There is a gold one left. There's more than one gold one left. 200Ks?
There's 4 gold ones, 2 100Ks, 1 200K, 1 0.
Matthias.
I busted my friend Daniel, so I want to make up for it.
He said he busted Rezai, so he wants to make up for it. Yeah. No, what was that?
Thank you. Great makeup.
Yeah, well, 60 is better than 40. High fives. Team Austria making their way off the stage. Now, this man already picked up near $1 million in this event. That's because he won it. But somehow, shockingly, what is the minimum number of bounties that a champion in a mystery bounty event can collect, Luca?
The minimum that a champ, reformulate the question in English.
If you win this thing, a minimum of how many bounties? No fewer than this number.
2.
That's right, your own and the player you beat heads up. Our next bounty pull is the man who won it, and he has how many?
3.
So only one additional bounty to the 2 he picked up for winning the event. Sean Winter, where are you? Come on down. And who are you bringing with you, Sean?
My wife.
And her name?
Christiana.
Christiana. All right.
Yeah, I agree.
She agrees, verified. A handshake, but more importantly, the chips. Now, a total of 3 bounties for you. Are you going to let Christiana take all 3?
Yes, but
Oh no, a little bit of rare up here on the stage. It's okay, there's still gold in there, Christiana. Reach in and find it. Up, Sean. What color?
I think it's white.
She thinks it's white, she says. A private sweat, it would appear. Hang on. All right, it is white. And ultimately, it is 60,000. Could have been worse. 2 remaining for Sean Winter, who has now cleared a total of $1 million in this event after that bounty. All right, this was a deep pull. You're hunting gold, Christiana. How have you done?
Horrible.
Uh-oh. White once more. And this time it's 40K, so a total of 100,000 picked up thus far by Christiana. She wastes no time diving right back in. She's tenacious.
There's no pressure. There's
No pressure, says Sean. None whatsoever, Christiana. What? Put it back. No, you can't. I know. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have even made you think you can. 40,000, a total of 140,000 for Sean and Christiana. Congrats to them and a big smooch. There you go. Thank you both. Next up, we welcome Manuel Fritz. Where are you, Mr. Fritz? Come on down. Let's go. Looks like you've already gone to the gift shop.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, how many bounties does Manuel have? It looks like just 1. Make it count.
Oh, that's 2.
200K, the maximum possible. Uh-oh, it's gold. To have 1 pull and make it gold is huge. How big is it? $0. Unfortunately, Manuel, that was a bit of a tease. Draw again, though. We would never do you that way. So the draw again gold envelope does disappear. And back into the box goes Manuel. Can you pull gold twice?
Let's see, let's see. Maybe I should have let Greta pull for me, mother's wife.
Greta, yeah, you know, Natine was on loan. It's white.
80K.
80K. That is the best you're going to do once you look at a white envelope. Congrats to you, Manuel. Not bad for a single pull. Next up, Rokas Asipauskas. Are you here, Rokas? Yes, sir. Step right up. And how many chips are in your hand? Just 1, it looks like. Do you remember who you busted?
I do not, unfortunately. No.
Look at this man. He's like, I just bust as many as I can.
Here for the money.
Let's see what kind of money is here for you.
Is there still 200K left?
There is still.
Okay, I can feel it here. Unfortunately not.
Not for you.
It's white.
How white is it?
It's all right.
Ah, you're right. $80,000 as both Rokas and Manuel manage the best that you can with a white envelope and a single bounty pull. Moving right along. Tobias Schwecht, where are you? Come on down. Okay. Looks like you're going to redeem one of two bounties. No, two bounties. You're going to do it on your own. Or is Leon Sturm? Come on up, Leon. Say again.
Leon is pulling the 200 me, so I'm gonna warm up now, and then he's...
Okay. This seems like GTO, Leon.
Yeah, very much does.
All right. Now, of course, if you pull the 200, that's not bad, right?
I take that as
Yeah, I think he will take it. I think he will take it. All right, Tobias, das ist.
Ooh, that feels good.
It feels good.
Ooh.
White. No one's ever said ooh after seeing white, but Tobias showing his optimistic side. 40K. You know, it's the only world in which a man wins $40,000 and then shrugs his shoulders disappointedly. But still one opportunity. Leon is saying that he's a what?
Professional.
Okay. True professional.
Oh, which way?
Show the camera right over here. Are you disappointed already?
Yeah.
How professional are you? Recently turned? You can do better than 40 maybe. And maybe you can't. 40 and 40, unfortunately for Tobias. 80K min bounty with 2 tokens. Clemens Reuter, where are you? He's been waiting patiently. I see you brought someone with you. Who is this?
Alice, my girlfriend.
Ellis, your girlfriend. Ellis, is she gonna go first?
Yeah, she's gonna go first.
It looks like you're looking around the room for someone else as well.
Bounty, but I can't find him. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Oh, Alex is doing it for me.
Are you sure you want to use Alex? Because Greta, somewhere out there, has done very, very well. Alex, I'm just saying, you know.
It's my luck in Monte Carlo. I don't think I have anything for him. But
Uh-oh, that ain't great. Meanwhile, 40,000, that's the work done so far. Next up, Theologius is gonna tap in. He's redeeming a chip, Luca. Alex.
there's no M2 right?
There's no.
Okay, fine. So it can't be that bad.
40K min. Oh, hang on. It is not a 40K. A sliver of gold is in this envelope. Cannot be a draw again. It is 200,000. Alex Theologius promptly steps up and nails 200K for Clemens Reuter. Nicely done. And a free roll as you still have one more to go. 240K. Yeah, Alex didn't get a kiss. He's okay with it, he says. That's all right, Clemens, you don't have to kiss. We're not gonna make it weird. All right, let's see whether or not he can pick up even more than he already has.
Let's see. Oh, it's a white one.
It's a white one, he says. How white is it? 40K. 40, 240 for a total of $280,000. Well done, Clemens Reuter. Now, for the rest of you who have been patiently waiting, we're going to give you an update. There are still 2 gold envelopes remaining with 100,000 each in them. That's what you're playing for. And on deck is Cale Burns. Cale, 3 bounty chips, 2 chances at 100K.
Yeah, it looks like it. It's gonna be tough.
It's all right.
It's gonna be tough.
It's okay.
Going, right?
Listen, you're not here at Triton because you wanted easy street. You're here for tough.
All right, let's
Show
go.
us.
All right, bring it. Give me an envelope. How many envelopes we got left in there?
Total?
Yeah.
How many total envelopes, he's asking, do we have? No, 3 total, no. 9 total envelopes inside. 2 of them are good.
All right. How do I do this for the sweats?
There you go, just like that.
And then
reach in. You can peer over if you want, and the inside.
Okay, let's see what we got here. Oh, that looks maybe sparkly.
Sparkly, but white.
White.
Go ahead and pull the rest out. 60K. Could have been worse. That is all right. Good attitude. 2 more left. Now there's 8 envelopes inside and 2 good ones, Cale. I know you've done more complex math than this. But if 2 out of 8 envelopes are good, what percentage do you have right now to pull gold?
Sounds like 25%.
That does sound like 25%. Tell him what he's won. 80K as he ripped the Band-Aid off right away. Not bad. Now you got a 2 out of 7 chance. Reaching deep. You can grab one of the two. There it is. Now, whoa, under the table with it. Now, what are you trying to swap out? You know, if it's handwritten, it's going to be DQ'd. Hang on. What?
No, it's white.
No, bring it up. Okay, fine. Don't make it private. 80, though. 80, 80, and 40. Nicely done with 3 chips. Oh, 80, 60, and 40. Was it? 80, 80, 60. 220,000 all white envelopes. Could be a lot worse than that. Now, who's on the on-deck circle coming to the stage now? Thomas Boivin. There he is, patiently. You've waited. How hard is it to sit back there and sweat, Thomas? Anti-sweat.
I was eating at the restaurant, so...
So you're not the guy to ask, apparently. Says he was grabbing a bite at the restaurant. Now he's looking for a nibble here, and he finds 100K. Only 1 gold envelope remain. Thomas Boivin, 1 chip, 100,000. Is your food still on the table?
Yeah, I'm gonna finish my...
All right, go ahead, Thomas. You just had dessert before you finished dinner. Who's next, Luca?
Jeremy Osmus.
Jeremy Osmus, come on down. How many chips are in his hand? Just 1.
1 chip.
But 1 gold envelope. Total of how many envelopes remain in there, Luca? Is it 5? 20% chance to pull the final 100K. That's what you got, Jay.
No problem.
Could that be the one?
It very well could be, Ollie.
Oh, disappointingly. He pulls white. He pulls 40,000. Hey, not too shabby. He will take it. GG, sir. Next up, we call Ivan Zhang. Ivan, there he is. Every time I look at Ivan, when he's in this jacket, I think for a split second it's Joe Schwen. But it is not. It is Ivan, and you have great odds right now. 25% chance to pull the last 100K. 4 envelopes, 1 pull. Make it happen.
Can you tell me what's others left?
100?
Yeah.
1 of 100, 1 of 60, 240.
240s. 160, 100K. 25% to pull the gold. They're in there. Reach.
Right.
He's found them.
There we go.
Could this be the magic one?
Could be 25% chance, right?
Correct.
No.
White. But 60. Could have been worse. So congratulations to Ivan Zhang on pulling the non-40K. And now there are 3 people remaining. And the first of them is not actually going to be pulling an envelope. Luca, you're going to be pulling for Winfred Yu?
I believe Kian is pulling for Winfred, but I cannot find him.
I don't see Kian either. Oh, you here? Come on down. Kian's going to be pulling for Winfred Yu. It is a single chip, but now, is it 0.5 chip? Or it's a 1 chip? Full chip, okay. So you already have 1, 30,000 I believe, courtesy of the Ibinger half chip. 1 single pull, 33% chance, Kian.
Chance. That's Winfred got the 100K once. Goal.
Show us.
I have no idea what's this.
It's gold. Rip it out. $100,000. Kian casually strolls up here and serves as a very profitable proxy. Winfred will be happy. Hopefully you got a little taste, Kian, I'm just saying. Now, moving on. 2 envelopes remaining. It is slightly anticlimactic. Wang Yang is next. Come on down. Wang, 对不起. You know? 不好不好. All right, what are the options right now? 40 and 40. Pa, madre. Next. All right. Oh yeah. You want me to do it? I can do the same thing again. Here he comes. Ryuta Nakai. Sumimasen, Nakai-san. Demo, kochira wa 40,000 desu. No. Ii desu ka? No, ii desu ka? No, ii desu. 40,000. I'm sorry. It had to happen, but 40K is 40K. All right. Congratulations to you, my friend. And with that, at long last, we do wrap it up. Luca, working OT out here. I know you got to get this event back going, so we're going to send it back into the studio for more.
Great work from Ali. Thank you so much. And Luca, of course. That was very exciting. I mean, Matis Symbolis, pretty amazing pulls there. Finishes 12th in the 40K Mystery Bounty for just a little over $70,000 and then pulls $1 million. I mean, that's the dream right there. That's why we love these Mystery Bounty tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, we suggested this might happen before that event got underway, but the player who won the most money in that tournament, not the player who won that tournament. Producer James was doing a little bit of math on the side as we went through that Mystery Bounty draw, and like you just said, Griffin, Matas all the way down in 12th. If we take a look at the leaderboard, only 71,000 for that spot down there. He pulled $1,080,000. If we look at Sean Winter all the way at the top, 935,000, but he drew just 120,000 in bounties, falling shy. I believe Matthias Eibinger, who had the most bounties, 10, 11 pulls, right?
Yeah. And what's really remarkable is 4 players end up cashing for a little over $1 million, and nice to sort of spread it out evenly, a little more than what we're used to seeing. So if you do see a big smile on the face of one of the players that we're about to feature here in the 50K 7-handed final table, might be the short stack who has 5 big blinds. You know, just a little break from the final table, and you just go ahead and win the lottery for $1 million. I mean, that's kind of the dream for the Lithuanian right there, and I'm sure he's very, very happy with that result. Likely one of his biggest scores ever, and most of it comes from just pulling a bunch of envelopes. So I guess it was his lucky day.
Yeah, this is the atmosphere that mystery bounties can bring. I remember the first time I played a mystery bounty myself at the Win. We were playing for $2,200. The tournament was still running. We didn't take breaks there. This is unique to me that the whole room was paused, by the way. The 50K, the 150K paused for that draw that everyone was watching. But I remember watching someone walk away from their table, pull $250,000, and just leave their seat for an hour. He was high-fiving. This guy was thrilled. He got 250K. I think first place was 200,000 in this tournament. He was drinking beers. He was high-fiving the staff.
Right to the roulette table.
I'm at his table. I'm watching him fold out, blind out of the tournament. He didn't care. I mean, he won first.
It's almost amazing to me that we weren't doing this, even maybe 6-7 years ago, that this is a new format, that we're not familiar with. It's really fun. It's happening all over the world. We do a really great job here at Triton, giving these super high rollers these massive, massive pulls. So definitely a player favorite, and one I think we can expect to see, in each and every stop here at Triton.
Yeah, I would hope so.
So we are obviously need to shift our focus back to, frankly, the most exciting and star-studded final table of Triton Jeju so far. And you look at the players left in this event. I mean, it's a who's who of some of the greatest players in the world. I mean, I suggested to Randy before you got here, Kevin, that maybe 6 of the 8 players here I would consider in maybe 5 sort of top 20 players in the entire world, some top 10. So we really saw indications of that, the way they were playing some of these hands in the last couple levels, that incredible 4-bet bluff all in with the King 10 suited from Bryn Kenny. We saw, the amazing fold from Brandon Wilson with that Ace-King preflop. The 10s fold on the button, folded to Michael Watson on the button, gets away from pocket 10s against the pocket jacks of Mario Mosbeck. As we take a look at what the chips look like, Dylan Lind came into the final table sort of around 70 big blinds, with Bryn having 65. Now has really pulled away as Bryn did slip a little bit, losing that cooler jacks to aces against Juan Pardo.
There is Matas Symbolas, 1,080,000 richer. Still going to find discipline on the button with the 4 deuce. A lot of free hands for him.
You've got that glasses move down.
What's that?
Like how you can roll like your glasses off like your face, but keep them on your ears. You've got that one down.
Yeah. Used to it.
Is there no,
Like, just
is there
looking,
no
it seems like
assistance
it's
happening
attached
there?
to your face.
To those glasses Bryn's
I actually
referring
forgot
to?
when I went upstairs to dinner. Still there.
Just resting on his temples. That
Did that
is.
flash?
It's impressive.
That's strong.
I mean, better safe than sorry.
Can I see it first and then tell you?
Mario, correct me if I'm wrong, Chad, but I think Mario's changed sweaters.
Yeah,
Or
better
maybe
safe than
he's
sorry.
If no one,
taken
no
off a
one
couple of the
saw
patches.
it.
Of course, still repping coin
I
poker.
mean, you can't really say if no one saw it, though, is
I
what
think you
Steve's
just-
saying. If there's a benefit, a possibility that someone saw it, you should flip it.
There's a chance someone saw it.
This
So
thing?
then-
Yeah, just roll it.
It went high. I don't know.
Show.
Just flip it.
Yeah, I think that's just it's the safest route.
Yeah.
8-8 again.
Better.
Team 8-8.
It's better.
Yeah.
No stress.
Folded to Dylan in the hijack with ace deuce off. Not really normally a candidate that you would love to open with. But with that significant chip lead, is going to go for it with the blocker here, Kevin.
Oh yeah, he's going to do something with this stack setup. He's got a pretty commanding lead. And the players with the most chips behind him, Mosbach and Kenny, kind of the ones who are the most handcuffed.
Yeah, we haven't seen Steve O'Dwyer's hand yet, but the way that he took pause and sort of moved those chips around to the front and started shuffling them, you know, Dylan's probably a little concerned, but he's going to play it as a flat.
Yeah, surprising. Not a lot of players coming with flat off of what looks like 12 big blinds to start this hand. There was a shorter player with Michael Watson in the big blind.
Yeah.
And of course, Matas looming with just 4 blinds.
This hand does make a little bit of sense to me. Certainly a candidate for a shove. Dylan's going to have a lot of raise folds, but maybe O'Dwyer being a bit cautious considering, you know, he's effectively 6th in chips with Matis's 4 blinds and Watson's 11.
And even just looking at exactly who Dylan opened to in this hand, it's all the shortest stacks. So O'Dwyer might have even been a little bit spooked by the choice to min-raise instead of an open jam. You know, playing a little bit cautiously with a hand that he might be comfortable 3-bet jamming in other scenarios.
That's a very, very good point. And ace deuce makes a lot of sense as the kind of hand that you don't want to raise for an effective all-in for 15 blinds. And at this point, I think Dylan's anticipating there's a chance his ace high's actually good. Maybe O'Dwyer's going to be weighted more into big Broadway combos like King Queen. I mean, I don't know how he would react to a bet, but
Yeah, I don't think Dylan expects any ace highs. Maybe just the occasional trap with pocket aces, but definitely had some showdown value. At this point, the only thing that could cause a problem for Dylan is if he uses this hand as a bluff. Although it's hard to imagine what hand he would put Steve on flatting pre-flop. That's kind of in between ace high and a pair of kings.
540.
Does decide he's just too low in his range, but I'm sure he's not exactly clear on what it is he's trying to make Steve fold here.
Yeah, maybe something like an ace-10 suited or an ace-jack off.
Yeah.
What's that? Oh, yeah.
Sometimes not enough information and we just do what it feels like we have to do to play our range well.
Yeah, very small misstep from Dylan just because he happened to bluff at the wrong street.
Yeah, certainly any earlier in that hand and he just takes it down.
Thank you. Thank you.
Really, yeah, he's already thinking about the hand like,
Well, we've told you before, if you've been watching, online poker is back in America. Club WPT Gold has opened its doors to all eligible players in the US. Packed with non-stop action from ring games to MTTs and massive guarantees. Sign up today at Club WPT Gold. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited.
Symbolis, good opportunity to shove in these 5 big blinds. Coming off, I mean, wow. Best career score, not even 650,000 coming into that bounty event. Somehow walks away with over $1 million and now playing for another 2.3 here in this 50K. Long way to go, but this, you know, not a bad start, all things considered. Might get called by worse. Four big blinds. I think that'll be a spin for Mario here, Kev.
Yeah, at this price, hard to imagine not putting the money in with this hand. He asks Matas for his last 25K chip.
And Matas quickly obliges. He wants to get to the bar to celebrate his $1 million win. Great start for Mario Mossbach. Very behind now is Symbolis. Jack would make things interesting. And that's going to do it. I'd say it was a good couple of hours for Matas. Would have liked to get a little lucky on this final table, but how about getting lucky with all those envelopes?
Yeah, we can't choose where we're going to run good, but no doubt he's doing better than expected at this trip. Guaranteed to leave Jeju a winner, barring some catastrophe in the next few events.
Yeah, and having a really great series, you know, knocking on the door. This is his 4th cash here in Jeju, 15th place in the 20K, 15th in the 30K, 12th in that mystery bounty for over $1 million, and now 8th place here in the 50K. Nothing to sneeze at. 276,000 more added. Great, great series for the Lithuanian. Indeed, King Jack of Diamonds.
Res. 500,000.
So predictable. Rutrow. Steve O'Dwyer, ace king off. 18 big blinds.
Gotta think we play this as an effective jam. Although from the hijack, Some players liking to go with the small size more often. Maybe we see an induce from time to time, just not the typical play with the offsuit ace.
Yeah, and Brandon Wilson with 14 big blinds and Watson with 8. Maybe you want to lean more shove in this situation, and does do that effectively.
4 million.
I think it's really important, Kevin, to have a little bit of a hand funeral when you have to race with King Jack suited. You know,
I was
I'm not usually a
wondering
fan, but
if Dylan maybe had practiced sleight of hand at some point in his life and was hoping he could slide a jack in there instead of that king of diamonds,
Yeah.
but no. He could have a few cards in that sweater. Doubt anyone checked.
listen, security very good here at Triton, okay? I checked. I gave him the pat down.
That's... I believe in the security, but not because of what you just said, Griffin.
Doesn't bother Mario.
Sixes for the former footballer from Austria.
Playing deep enough that we're not interested in open shoves. Bryn Kenny about 25 big blinds effective. Pretty quick pass there. Thought maybe he'd consider a small 3-bet, but
yeah, so did I.
Just kind of not interested in the spot.
Actually, it harkens back to a hand before the break where Bryn opened in early position with ace-queen suited, came to Mario in the big blind, who took pause with ace-5 off, and then they had a nice little banter afterwards when Mario folded, where he said, I had that one where I might 3-bet, and he said, I had the one that would have gone all in. So he kind of, so it's interesting that a similar spot in a way came up, and they're both sort of giving respect to the other, not trying to get away with those sneaky big blind, one big, one low combo, 3-bets. Watson, 8 big blinds to the hijack, king 10 off. Good enough for you, Kev?
Cuspy one, not sure how many min raises we might try to employ at this stage. We're kind of the shortest by far, so I think we just push, yeah. It does feel like a bottom jam, though. I'd fold king 9.
Yeah, cusp city for Michael Watson, and might get one better hand to fold. I have to imagine this is a hand that Mario would be happy to call all in with in the big blind, maybe, probably even the small.
Yeah,
how does it affect things on the cutoff? You can see the hesitation.
Just looking ahead to who's in the big blind.
There it is.
Dylan Lindy, the chip leader, and yeah, just any player could wake up with a hand. Bryn here with, I think, a pretty clear one. And I'd expect him to want to isolate knowing that Dylan's in the big blind. We don't want to just call, let the chip leader rejam with some extra hands. We just want to be all in against the short stack with these 8s.
And two players who have surely tangled with each other for what must feel like eons. Playing tournaments against each other all the way from probably $100, $200 buy-in on some online sites back in circa 2009, all the way to, you know, buy-ins as big as $500,000. Here they are, tangled in a flip in this 50K. Watson's going to need a lot of help. King or a 10. Last chance. Not going to do it. Michael Watson is going to be our 7th place finisher for a little over $375,000.
I think I missed my spot. I think I missed the call.
What do you have?
Ace 9 off.
No. Yeah. Especially with this look when you said it.
Can only fold. Ace Jack, Ace 10 suited.
Nice to get an insight into some of the ranges there.
That's how
as we
disgusted
see
you are if you think one off. Huh?
the Canadian going to add to his total of $12.5 million in Triton earnings. Has 4 titles out here. This 50K will not be his 5th. Had that incredibly difficult fold with pocket 10s that had he ended up all in there, you know, if we hadn't seen that one Pardo 4-bet, would be doing a lot better in this tournament, but made the right decision in folding, but would have gotten lucky. You didn't see that hand, did you, Kev?
Oh, I caught the stream
yeah.
while I wasn't here, and I was impressed with that fold. I mean, it has to be done.
When you say Ace 9,
Were you listening to the commentary during it?
Would you like to remind me what was said?
Yeah, I lost a food voucher
I'm not sure
to Randy. Decided to bet one that he was going to call. Idiot.
Oh.
I think a 3-bet.
Randy's a sharp one.
Yeah. All in my hand is super blunder or super prince. Yeah. It depends on the. It's very tough. Yeah. I think probably you overplaying the spot. I over bluff? Overplaying the spot, so probably over bluff. Yeah. It's so easy. But it's always, I don't know. I think it's hard to be ever really.
That makes no sense to me too.
Yeah. I think ace is good because like it don't block any of my.
Like the 30 at 6 like, makes some sense. Maybe like heads up down to 20 or something. But like down to 25 forehand is pretty good.
Ace Queen offsuit for Mario.
Anyway, I've been
Gonna be pretty happy to see this hand, but maybe a bit cautious given his awkward stack size. He's 3rd in chips with these 33 blinds. O'Dwyer with 21, Pardo with 18, and Wilson with 14. Dylan Lind could certainly put a great deal of pressure on Mario as the chip leader, but he could also just respect the raise and fold. What's it going to be, Dylan?
Yeah, I think any ace has to consider some 3-bet bluffing. Certainly not a good enough hand to call with, but probably mixing a little bit of raise with all the different raggedy aces that he gets dealt there. No interest from Wilson, facing the early position raise with the King 7 offsuit.
So you must have seen the Wilson Ace King fold too.
That was nice. Yeah. Couple of really good folds.
It's almost like these guys are some of the best.
But it's nice when we deal them tough spots.
Yeah.
To allow them to show how good they are, you know?
Yeah.
That was the best part.
I'm excited for some door number 3 stuff in this FT.
Oh, it's guaranteed to happen.
Yeah. Brain Ace 5, the hijack. Suited combo, I think we'll be coming in for a raise. Offsuit, gonna consider it and go for it. It's gonna be some relief to just get through Dylan, who's technically the chip leader to him.
I think I shove king check and 3-bet king 10. King 10? I don't know.
Probably. If you take a lot, all the king 10 for example,
Yeah.
and ace 4, is sprint probably
Yeah.
my
Yeah.
Can we just record whatever those
Yeah, I
two
was just gonna say,
to
like,
each other?
let's be careful
Store
about when
that
we're
away
talking.
and maybe sell it as like an audiobook series for training content.
Now, this is free content. Wilson, kind of a hand that plays itself here. Just hoping to get this shoved through on 11 blinds.
Yeah, don't think I would try to get sneaky with the min raise on the button. Hand's just a little bit too good. Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
That's going to be a snap. Unlucky to run into the ace-jack here. Just 6 left, and far and away the shortest stack right now is Brandon Wilson.
Yeah, and by all accounts has played maybe the best final table so far of anyone here, between that really nice bluff against Bryn Kenny and then folding the ace-king to the aces pre-flop. Maybe he's going to get a little lucky. Oh, the tease, the door card, the window card. We're going to do this again.
5 in the door and jack in one of the windows.
No, people don't like that. People have decided the first card is the window card, remember? 8 of hearts on the turn. 5 and only a 5. Where Brandon Wilson is going to interfere, collecting just over $500,000. Nice score.
Crazy flop.
Yeah.
5 in the door.
And then 3, and then bing.
Emilia, can I have your hoodie? Can I have your hoodie? Like, I'm cold, but I need something.
Yeah, they made you sweat that one, that's for sure. Until you didn't.
Another nice performance from Brandon Wilson. Also final table the 30K. No limit hold'em. 8-handed event for $259,000. So comes out here for his first stop. Has 2 nice 6-figure scores totaling nearly $800,000. He's definitely in the black. Hailing from the United States, representing America well. Just 5 remain. They're dropping like fries. Is that the expression?
It's the only way I've ever heard it. Juan Pardo definitely playing a bit closer to the chip leaders right now, but still may be ambitious to play this one out of position against a covering stack. Just kind of updating his parameters, getting used to the new chip layout. Now nobody below 20 big blinds. Steve O'Dwyer in 5th with 5 million.
Yeah, no extreme short stacks anymore. Everyone at 20 big blinds or more. 20 for O'Dwyer, all the way up to the 48 of our chip leader, Dylan Lindy. Kojak for Bryn Kenny. Starting with a limp. Not incentivized to raise in a spot like this.
Yeah, we might see some players approach that spot, just never raising. 40 versus 40. Yeah. 2 biggest stacks at this table. A lot of reason to keep it small.
Bada boom.
Is that for Bryn?
Yeah.
Just making sure. Queen high, reasonable hand on this board, but that little size up, no heart for Dylan, might be enough to get him out.
It's just hard, man. You're up against Bryn Kenny. Even if Bryn has 7-8 offsuit, or he's just going to keep betting.
Yeah, hard to see a path to victory for Queen 4.
Especially against King Jack. Oh, Mario thought of something funny. He was running simulations in his head, and then he... Funny joke from South Park came in his head. Pardo, King 6 suited.
Right.
Only problem with this spot is getting through the 2 chip leaders. They can put a lot of pressure on Pardo's open here. And a heck of a candidate in the ace-4 of clubs, Mr. Rabichow.
Yeah, it feels like a close one, I think. Calling is an option. I don't think we want to play shoves because of Dylan's larger stack behind, but 3-betting definitely just a totally fine play with this type of hand. And when it gets back to 1 Pardo, this is the type of hand that will sometimes 4-bet bluff. I don't know if we have the stack to maneuver, but cutoff versus button.
Problem is?
Definitely some, you know, shenanigans happening in these positions.
Problem is Bryn has the kind of hand you can 5-bet all in with.
Oh, that could be a real thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1 Pardo just passing. Just rooting for the spicy plays.
Yeah,
all.
me too. I wanted to see 5 bets there between 2 players with a 6 and a 4 in their hand. Come on, impress us. What are we not paying you for? No, they're doing plenty of impressing so far. Queen 8 suited in the cutoff. I think it's going to be good enough for Bryn to stay active. He's only been attacked once so far on this final table by Dylan Lindy. When he opened the button with that 10-9 of hearts, and Lindy 3-bet him with the ace-deuce suited from the small and got it through. So he's allowing, you know, it's technically, this is the thing, Kev, it's technically Dylan Lindy's like property, but he's letting Bryn graze a bit, you know? He's letting him eat. Doesn't want to, you know, mistreat him. It's a big animal, Bryn Kenny. You don't want him to get on your bad side.
I mean, Dylan, you know, being respectful of the cards as they're dealt. You get dealt the Jack-6 offsuit, you just let the man play his pot.
There was a spot, you know, before the end of the last level where he had an opportunity to 3-bet him again right away and didn't take it.
Oh, those are my favorite spots to take.
Yeah, no, so they were discussing the
2 in a
hands.
row, 3 in a row.
Yeah, so he 3-bet him the first time with the ace-deuce, and then they were like chatting a bit, and Dylan was saying like sometimes you get the hand spots, you just have to do it or something. Sometimes they had this whole conversation. Sometimes you're the nail, sometimes you're the hammer. Then the very next hand, last hand before the break, Bryn opened Jack-10 off at the cutoff, and Dylan had the Queen-Jack off and just folded.
Yeah.
And I think it would, as I suggested at the time, it indicated to me that it was kind of like he wasn't going to push his luck with the dragon, right?
Even maybe influenced by that chatter.
Yeah.
You think? Yeah. So this flop did go check, check. Bryn with a pretty showdownable one on the flop, and now picks up a flush draw to go with it. I would have been surprised. Mario took some time there, maybe just, you know, recognizing that this board texture connects pretty well with him, and he needs to take time with some other hands, because it would surprise me to see him bet the 8-5 of clubs.
Yeah, he really wants to see a check here on the turn.
And if Bryn had not picked up all this equity with the diamonds and the gut shot, I don't think we ever see an 8 betting for value. But here, The threat of a check raise not a big problem for Bryn's hand. So we try to get our one street of value now.
Discipline
Nice.
from the Austrian.
That's a... I think that's harder than it looks, you know? Just 2 big blinds. I know it's just a pair of 8s with a low kicker, but that's a pretty good hand for the way Mario played it.
Yeah.
It's hard to get away from that. Seems like a good read.
So all of a sudden, after winning a couple of hands between the 3-bet against Juan Pardo, the takedown against Mario, Bryn Kenny is our new chip leader with 51 blinds. I don't know. Does he have like a history of being good with the chip leads? Like, does he know how to sort of?
Little known fact. This is Bryn's first ever chip lead. Wow. In any tournament.
I was wondering.
Anywhere in the world.
I felt an energy shift, and I wanted to figure out what it was, and I knew I'd talk myself into the answer. Thank you.
Still, miraculously, he's won $73 million, 45 here at Triton. Just always happens to win.
But again, his biggest score was 17 million, second place finish, because he never had the chip lead, right?
5 seconds.
Mario. Limps the suited combo, really hoping to see a check back.
Yeah, Mario covers just slightly, and when the 2 stacks are close together like this, Mario can play some hands, but he can't necessarily just go nuts, like raising everything, you know, open jamming, open raising all the time, like you might see from a chip leader. So I think it makes sense to play a lot of limps. We don't necessarily love the Queen 9-4 as Mario, not just because our hand is on the weak side, but Juan Pardo will check behind with a lot of medium cards pre-flop.
Yeah.
So those hands rate to connect with this texture pretty well.
Check. Check.
Three of a kind on the river. And Mario's found himself with the bottom of his range. Kind of needs to come out of the closet at this point. Pretend that he was holding something, or pretend he rivered a 4, right?
Yeah, it feels like some kind of bet should come in here, but Mario's got to decide if he wants to represent top of range or sort of middle. He could bet 1 big blind and say he has like a marginal pair. Or he could go quite big and claim he has the hand that we can see is sitting in front of Juan Pardo.
Flush. I think Juan Pardo might have been a bit thrown off by that joke.
Mario testing out his ability to play the role of withered live reg.
Yeah.
Making classic jokes.
Thank you. Thank you.
As we take a look at our chip counts here at the 125, 250K level, Bryn Kenny, our new chip leader, as mentioned, 51 big blinds. Dylan Lindy, 46. Juan Pardo up to 3rd after that pot. Mario Mosbach, 27 big blinds. Steve O'Dwyer in the rear, 18 blinds. Let's do this. These are the payouts. 5th is 676. First place is 2.333.
These payouts feeling a little bit flatter to you, Griffin, than the previous ones? I just notice, you know, it's a little detail, but pay jump from third to second, almost 500K. Second to first, 700. Just a little bit more than 700K. Last few events we've seen really big jumps between first and second, and
yeah, there was
not quite as big earlier.
700K jump one when the next jump was like 150, 200 or something.
Yeah, I think with the field here being 215 entries, you know, a lot of the others have been 300 plus at the smaller price point. Seeing a structure that a lot of these players are a little more familiar with, I might say. And with those flatter pay jumps, even more kind of risk avoidance going to be employed at this stage. 5 left in each ladder is really, really meaningful.
Juan Pardo has the kind of hand that can really punish this open. It's going to be happy to get all in against O'Dwyer. Wouldn't be thrilled if Bryn came along, but shove plays nice. As previously mentioned, no Triton titles for Juan Pardo. He's been on the tour for a couple years now. Feels like it's just one of those matter of time situations. And why not a 50K? Because he's won 50Ks before, just not here. Queen 3 for Bryn. And wow, you can see how the strategy shifts now that he has him covered. Elects for a raise with the Queen 3. I don't think there is any way we would have seen this were Dylan still the bigger chip stack.
Yeah, I would agree. And even if a lot of other players are in this seat with Bryn's stack, I'm not going to approach it quite like this because, you know, sometimes there's this unspoken agreement between the number 1 and number 2 that they're not going to clash in this way. But we've talked about this before, Griffin. The first person to jump ahead and show aggression, if both players are afraid of the big pot, well, aggression wins. And Bryn's trying to be the player who doesn't shy away from confrontations between these two players.
Fair to assume that Dylan is defending here with one of the worst suited hands he would continue with? Maybe he'd give it to him with the 7-3 or...
Yeah, I don't know what he does with 7-3. 3x in position, just pot odds wise, you know, pretty reasonable spot to play a lot of hands, blind versus blind.
I guess he would also play with 4-5 and 4-6 suited, so...
Yeah, certainly the lower connected stuff, but, you know, you're right. Like, we're already a 2-gapper here. 3-gapper might be too many gappers.
And this pot getting pretty interesting. Already 10 big blinds out there, and you got to be kidding me. Goliath just somehow gets more weapons. 3 on the turn. It ain't right.
And when players continue to barrel on these cards, you can't help but see it with a bit of disbelief. Like, what hand
2,100,000
can you feel good about? That's a big bet, too.
Yeah, and I think if I had to guess, which I shouldn't always do, I'm doing the play-by-play over here, but I could see Lind making a very, very, very big fold here with the 7. I mean, it feels like overfolding, but man, you call here and suddenly you're down to like 7.5, and you never know if Bryn's going to just like give up and you don't really have a defense against a third bullet, I mean, I feel like I tuck tail and run here.
I wouldn't hate it. And, you know, I don't even necessarily see it as an overfold with this kind of hand. We've got a bad kicker, not only because it's low, but maybe interferes with some potential bluffs with draws. We don't have equity either, no redraw. If we had hearts, we can continue. If we had 8-9, we can continue. Those are weak hands, but at least they have a chance.
Yeah.
Against 3 of a kind. I think that might just be a sharp fold from Dylan.
Yeah, I think Dylan is going to be pretty proud of himself when he sees, you know, probably near the top of his range being folded and being correct.
Yeah, it's always relieving when you see that. I mean, they're representing so thin, just 3 of a kind. It feels like maybe he could have had jacks plus, but some relief for sure when he gets that intel.
There is the Triton trophy, the coveted. Mario Mossbach, no stranger to those trophies, has a couple in his case. In this idyllic home in Austria.
Definitely a hand we do something with is Juan Pardo. Looks like someone thinking about a 3-bet.
Yeah, I'm gonna really be interested in how he navigates this spot. Feels like maybe the suited combo for the ace-jack. We're always continuing to some degree, whether it's a call or a shove. The offsuit sort of shove over top of the 3-bet feels high variance with the short stack of O'Dwyer, but I mean, we're raising the hijack 22 big blinds. There's going to be some bluff raises from Pardo.
Yeah, it's just not necessarily. I like the fold still. It's not the kind of hand. Having a jack there isn't necessarily better than having some other side card with the ace. Because if Juan Pardo puts all the money in there, we're just going to see ace queen suited plus. We're going to see jacks plus. Like jack not necessarily. Ace jack rather, not necessarily better than, you know, ace 6 suited or whatever, right? So
I guess
I think a fine fold if we're not planning to call out of position at this stage, which I think the payout structure dictates. I mean, we just have to make some pretty gross feeling passes like that one. Yeah, and Bryn's definitely feeling his lead growing and starting to open up significantly.
$20 more minutes left in level 26. It's 250K big blind level. Bryn pocket threes now effectively under the gun and continues playing the rush. I guess you can play this hand pretty perfectly if you were to get 3-bet by someone like Lindy. You know, if you get a shove from Mossbach for 18 big blinds, easy fold. Curious how you might react to a Steve O'Dwyer 10 big blind shove.
Yeah, that would have been an ugly spot, and hey, Mario's got a close one here.
Yeah, it's 21 big blinds. You know that Bryn is opening quite wide. We saw the 10-9 off. Now we see the threes. Could obviously consider 3-bet folding this, but yeah, it's just going to shove.
Nice find.
Yeah. And you can see the difference, right? Hand strength, not always the most important thing. We saw Mario raise and very comfortably fold ace-jack off. Technically was ahead in that spot, but just the spot is so different than, you know, the ace-10. Prepare to put in all of your chips when it's Bryn raising. These players have really studied these spots and understand them to a T. Folded to Pardo, and he has a tall task here.
Pretty healthy chip stack, and Queen 7 a big upgrade from the last time Juan Pardo found himself in this spot.
Yeah, but he just can't raise, and he shouldn't really limp call, so kind of gives full power to Bryn, especially when he gets dealt ace-king offsuit.
Yeah, we're going to see a raise.
Ace king.
Ace king.
So I can raise the bad one next time. Of course.
He shows it, of course, to say that, yeah.
I don't know, you're dangerous.
Time to win race.
Dangerous one. Gotta like tiptoe on the minefield. Don't want to blow up on a bomb.
Juan Pardo now ace-5 of hearts on the button. And hey, guys and gals on YouTube, if you like what you're seeing either today or any of these other days, or even if you don't like, please just write in hashtag survey in the YouTube chat, and that'll give you the instructions to fill out a survey. Tell us what you think of the stream, what we can improve on. Get specific. We are always looking to make the product even better each and every stop here on Triton.
Oh, he says all in.
Oh my gosh, and Dylan Lind sitting there with 2 9s, recognizing what this range looks like, surely understanding. Brins can have hands like this, Kevin, hands like smaller pairs. What do you do?
Wow, there's so much upside potentially here for Dylan. If he were to call and win, he would be massive chip lead. We're only 5 left, and like you said, pocket 9s is going to be doing pretty well against a good chunk of the hands that choose this line. Bryn doesn't have to go all in when he's 3-betting. He could go 1.8, you know, 2 million with a hand like Jacks plus an ace-king suited. Oh, but Dylan is worried about running into a lot of ace-queen offsuits, ace-king offsuits.
That's the only way I could win it, right?
Suited broadways.
Same hand.
Oh, Dylan's going to be frustrated to see that hand showdown because he knows he could have called and been in there with 70% equity.
Yeah, middle pair, middling pair. Yeah.
8s. Everyone winds up with 8s in that spot.
Everyone thinks it's 8s, doesn't want to maybe reveal how big it was to create a discussion on the table.
I wonder what you're supposed to call off with there.
I don't know. It's a rough spot.
Yeah. Like ace-queen, can you even call?
Probably.
Ace-queen suited, I guess, like...
Ace-queen, can you even call as ace-queen gets dealt? That was prophetic.
Probably, yeah. Like 10s and ace-queen and suited. I can tell you I didn't like when you started to think.
I'm sure not.
Because I know that you're not showboating there. No. You've got a hand there.
No reason to.
Yeah.
Just passing on the king jack on the button. Bryn obviously willing to exercise his chip lead, but also
I can't let you, chip up too much.
showing some patience.
Yeah, the best poker advice I ever got was be looser in spots people wouldn't expect and tighter in spots people wouldn't expect. And then I see a player like Bryn, and I always just see that in practice, I think. You know who told me that advice?
I don't mind.
Who's that?
Mike McDonald.
Throwback.
Yeah. Whatever happened to that guy? I think he went broke, right? Was that the story?
Yeah, I heard Timex.
Timex ran out of time, I remember.
One of the worst gamblers of all time.
Yeah.
I have a chance to get
Just didn't really have a knack for it. Ran good at first, which was cute, but then it all fell apart.
Really good basketball player, though.
Yeah. Didn't quite make it to the show, though. O'Dwyer flopping huge here off just 9 big blinds, hoping for exactly this kind of equity. Getting this min C-bet for Mario. Those chips are dust in the wind, my friend.
Yeah, this is a weird one for O'Dwyer. Does he think if he check raises big, or check raises in general, that a hand like ace high gets away? If so, I think he would just trap. He has so much equity with his 3 of a kind when Mario doesn't have a draw, and that is the most common hand class for Mario to have in this situation. So he does go for that really, really small raise, suggesting he could be bluffing with something pretty trashy. Not even necessarily a gut shot.
I don't think I've ever heard that before. Hand class. I like that. I mean, I understand what it means.
Yeah.
I really heard it used. It's good. Is going to call. And that is pretty interesting because I think Steve would have check raised a 10 just as often as an 8 to just like get it in and get weaker hands like ace queen to call, right? So now it just kind of creates, it's less likely that he has either the 10 or the 8 and did have some of the hands that you were suggesting, different hand class.
Yeah, main reason for Steve to check here, first of all, when he has a full house, he's just going to win this hand at showdown a huge percentage of the time, so there's no need to bet to charge for anything.
Ooh, very interesting river.
So one benefit, as you're seeing in action right now, is that he can check and allow Mario to improve in some way to maybe get paid later. The other thing is his bluffs completely whiff that turn, so his bluffs are going to need to show some caution on that 10. But now that it's checked through and Mario's shown some weakness and Steve has all the full houses, I mean, I would think we just put the money in and hope that Mario finds a call.
I like when Steve goes all in. It's kind of soft. But he also might make it like 1.45 and not say all in.
He's liking that camera angle. Want the close-up on. Yeah, you're right. He doesn't say all in. Leaves a chip behind. Not quite all in.
Yeah, and I think the problem for Mario is that if he thinks that Steve was playing, you know, Jack-9 as a check raise that wants to make it look stronger and then call off for the 8 bigs or whatever it was, 6, 7 bigs, would he decide, after having presumably given up on the turn, now bluff the ace when Mario should have something like he has a lot of the time?
Yeah, and I think, I mean, if you've been watching Steve play poker over the years, we got to believe that that's a real possibility. There's no way he just gives up all of his bluffs here. He knows that he can represent the full houses better than Mario. It would be hard for me to fold this ace-queen in Mario's shoes. I think he can have a much weaker hand.
Yeah, and it's a great price, right? I mean, this is a shove into near 3 million chips. Just 50% of the pot being wagered. What
Wow.
a great fold.
Finds a fold.
We're in.
Door number 2.
Drunk fam on YouTube asking, save 25K for question mark, question mark, question mark. So the utility of doing that is, in the case that you are bluffing and you get caught bluffing by a hand like that ace-queen, you still have 25K to potentially run it up. I mean, we've seen it happen before, so it's this little subtlety that, especially at the highest level, these players will do in very specific spots like that. But it's important to be balanced for when you actually do have it, like in that spot.
Yeah, if you're going to do it when you're bluffing, you better do it as well when you have it. Otherwise, you're going to give away a little information.
Yeah, and I've
more
seen
than a little.
I've seen it happen at least once. I remember the most famous one was Sam Greenwood. I think it must have been in a high roller in the EPT or something where he did the one chip behind and he came back. Must have been 20, 30 people left. He came back to win the whole tournament for like $1 million. So that was, I think that was one of the first times I ever saw it, and then it really started becoming more and more popular.
Yeah, big blind ante. You can thank the advent of that structure for the development of that tactic. Obviously a side effect. Big blind ante also making play significantly smoother. If anyone was so unlucky as to play back in the day of individually posted antes.
And don't look now, but O'Dwyer chipping up significantly. Going to get this shove through as well.
Dylan's thinking about this one. Button raise.
Oh, wow, it's buttoned to small blind. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
wow, still
14 blinds. I do think I like the fold, but Dylan may be noticing that he's not that far off of a hand that should probably call.
Yeah, I'm always impressed by Dylan Lindy's discipline.
I'll keep giving
you know,
change as long as I got chips.
It's just very rare to see him make a mistake. Someone that I would say is relatively new to the super high roller scene. You know, back when I was playing sort of mid high rollers and main events, he was sort of in those with me, but wasn't playing the super big stuff, and then suddenly was finding himself 100Ks, 50Ks, pretty meteoric rise. As far as his Triton career, has 15 cashes. I mean, very, very consistent for just shy of 3 million in earnings, but does not have his first title.
1,400,000.
And now he has Ace King.
Ooh. And Dylan not deciding to go the simplistic route by 3-bet shoving. He keeps a good chunk of his stack behind. 3-bets to just 5 big blinds, and now O'Dwyer's behind 20 big blinds effective with pocket tens.
Would you like to wager a food ticket?
Oh. Which side?
I'll let you pick.
Oh,
I'll take the other. I just want the action. I think the line is pretty close, so.
I will take the all-in.
Okay, I'll take fold. You got your voucher on you right now?
Oh yeah. Good luck.
I'm gonna have to owe you. Because I had one for dinner. I gave my other one to Randy.
You could just keep them all with you. You know, they're like.
I guess you're right. I
It's
didn't
just
think
a
about
little.
that.
It's just a little stack.
That's so funny. You're right.
No, it's because I made the same mistake. I got bailed out.
You lost
days
a
ago
bunch?
by someone
Okay.
else. No.
Yeah.
I'd already ordered food too. Not to overshadow this legitimately close spot, I think O'Dwyer's got to be thinking about, you know, just how often do I believe that Dylan's bluffing in this situation? Because he wants to get this through against a bluff from Dylan, right? He's not expecting to get it in good against the value range of Lindy.
Just think, the reason why I like fold and the why that you owe me the equivalent of about I don't know, 15 Canadian dollars, maybe 20 Canadian dollars, is because
should have prepaid.
Yeah. I mean, you got to ask yourself in these spots, right? Like, what kind of an animal am I dealing with Dylan Lind? Like, yeah, Bryn Kenny is extremely active. Yeah, Dylan's aware of that, but Bryn Kenny's our significant chip leader. Is Dylan really going to want to like come after him? Just look down at ace 6 suited and 3-bet. Doesn't really seem like in his nature under the gun to cut off here. You know, it's just, I don't know. I think he would just stay away. Did he just shove?
Wow. And a misstep from Bryn, maybe disagreeing with your read, Griffin, and thinking he could have the ace 6 suited right now. But Bryn finding a way to have 38%.
Look at
even
that,
when he does run into ace king.
Look at that. Still got the meal voucher ticket, though.
Yeah, most important part of this hand, I'm sure, for everyone involved.
Steve probably had one of each of ours. No? Even better.
Probably.
Still left.
Like in my hand.
I'm confident, bro.
Oof.
Wow.
The rich just get richer. Disaster strikes for Dylan Lindy. Gonna need an ace or king on the turn. Clubs will give kind of more outs to Dylan. That's pretty interesting. Now an ace, king, or jack. See all the outs over there. There's a decent amount. 8 outs. Second.
Good luck.
Aw, poor Dylan. Came in with the chip lead, had high hopes for his first Triton title, but ran into the buzzsaw.
We can see
Bryn
heads up.
refusing to go delicate with his stablemate and just maybe peel the 2.4x or, you know, just no, and there's no.
The toughest competitor heads up. Finally. Usually they give me the soft ones heads up.
Finally.
Give me someone to fight.
Really unfortunate. I mean, a great score for Dylan. Look, I mean, he's so getting things done. I mean, this is third cash. Such a high cash rate. I mean, an incredible Montenegro 2024 with 4 final tables. It is going to fall in 5th place here. Hailing from the U.S., coming down here and taking home $676,000. Yeah, a bit of a sigh there. Says his good games, knowing he really got the short end of the stick. That would have, you know, given him the chip lead here. But instead, Bryn has a very big one, and those are the prizes left. We are just one elimination. One elimination. My goodness, away from the 7-figure pay jump. Pay ladder, pay area.
Fun stacks.
Payout.
This coffee needs to get working here. This is ridiculous.
You feel for Dylan after that
Yeah,
one,
that's
for
rough.
sure. You could
Especially
tell
when
that
the blinds go up in 1
you
minute.
come in with
they're
high
really fun
expectations.
stacks.
And you even have position on Bryn, right? You think, okay,
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'll keep him
Gamble
at bay a little bit.
Why not?
And
no, I
then
hope
Bryn
none of
just.
you guys gamble for about 10, 15 minutes.
Things really did not go
I
his
think you get
way
the wrong customers.
over the
Or
course
you
of
could
this
just
final
get hard
table.
dead.
Yeah.
Or just get like the bottom and wind up with just not good enough. And having like 1 or 2, like when you then get a good hand, 2 stacks shorter than you. Good possibilities. Anyway, just having fun. Since I was like positioning a full, I guess I can't defend now.
Sonny, can I get a
Thought we might see Bryn take a flop
Coke?
there,
just a normal Coke? Yeah, ice.
but we're definitely going to see him getting active with this stack layout. Nobody above 30 big blinds except for Bryn. Only player above average stack right now is Bryn Kenny.
No, I want a Coke when he ordered that Coke.
They can't do that for you here?
We need an unpaid intern. I mean, the producer, James, did just bring me a coffee. I really shouldn't complain. I'll get a Coke after. King 10 of spades for 1 part on the button.
James, we need more.
I don't want to push my luck. Been bugging him all day. Imagine the invincibility you must feel if you're Bryn Kenny. Like, he gets his hand caught in the cookie jar with the queen jack. I just think he thought he was winning that every time. Do you know what I mean?
It does just, I mean, that's what you get from the comfort that he shows, is just kind of like, oh, things are just going to go my way. It's all fine. And it becomes his reality.
Thank you.
So far today.
Blinds up. 200,000, 400,000 with an ante of 400,000. Just 4 players remain here. And by all accounts, coming into this FT, these 4, I would say, along with Watson being the 5th, were the 5 that really stood out to me in skill and accomplishment. Of course, taking nothing away from Dylan Lind, Brandon Wilson, and Symbolis, who are all exceptional talents in their own rights. But these, you know, there's something enigmatic about each one of these individuals.
Yeah.
Just incredible, incredible success on the tour.
We might see these chips go in.
Yeah, these 2 are so interesting too, because they're kind of on their rise. They're not even necessarily like in their prime, right? Whereas Bryn and Steve, just outrageous amount of cashes between them. I think they're over 100 million combined in total cashes. Woodwire and
It might be minus that, so it might be 4.3.
Probably minus the ante.
Woodwire and Bryn Kenny.
4.3.
4.3?
Yeah.
Good luck, Mario.
And this is going to be an all-in call clash.
Yeah, just
Mario
10 big
ahead.
blinds. Now that the blinds have gone up.
8 no win. Wow.
Yeah, and this spot represents such a big swing. I mean, they're already guaranteed so much money, like nothing to scoff at 854,000 for 4th place, but
That's all right. He could take like any 2.
Ruido.
you win this
Don't worry, if it
double,
was like Battle
you're in
Royale,
contention to get up to that,
maybe he could take like 2
you know,
or 3
1.5,
at least.
2.23 million. Good start for Mossbach. We all know what kind of turn cards can make things more interesting, though. If they sparkle, if it's a 10,
9 of diamonds.
an
Come
ace,
on, let's have a
9.
real card like a 9 of
yeah,
diamonds.
Bryn wants the real card.
If it's a 4, it's going to be queen on the river. So
Ace gives 4 more outs in the form of Broadway 10s. Mario, so beloved by his friends. They're all on the rail, cheering him on. And he will go celebrate with his cohorts. You love to see it. One at a time. So glad COVID's over. We never would have been able to do that.
what? 4,250. Like 25 more.
Yeah, and you can tell how meaningful it was, that flip for Mario, how competitive he is as he rises up the ranks of these Triton super high rollers, probably taking a little more money of himself, and 50Ks especially, right?
Oh, yeah.
This which should be his sort of bread and butter.
And I mean, you mentioned earlier, former footballer is Mario. Used to top competition in other arenas, and you can see he brings that kind of energy to poker.
Yeah.
You know, that not everyone who's been in poker for a long time shows at the table.
Well then, please, 200.
All in.
All in.
Mario is going to shove. Effective 10 big blinds. Pardo get it through.
Just 14 blinds in the cutoff for O'Dwyer. Posting 1 million in blinds every orbit. Got to think this is the type of hand we might just want to open rip.
4.4 million.
Raise 4.4.
Yeah, that will be an effective shove from O'Dwyer.
And you have total.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's going to go in.
That is going to play.
We cleared the ace-2 suited.
This is too strong.
But we can't clear the ace-jack suited of
All in.
Bryn Kenny.
Come on, Bryn.
All in and call.
Come on, Bryn, I believe Pardo said. Being not afraid to be open about what. Yeah, look at that little eyebrow raise to the rail. I mean, this represents such a significant pay jump. Over 200 grand between 4th and 3rd, and then you're playing for big, big boy money. No help on the flop for O'Dwyer, but there is a little heart dangler. That 5 of hearts. Jack of hearts, queen of hearts, or something like that would be very interesting. Jack kills the 10, but gives 1 additional out. So now 4 queens, 3 kings. Drum roll, please. Was there ever a doubt? Steve O'Dwyer, our 4th place finisher for $854,000 US dollars. I think he laddered up quite nicely. Played really well as usual. And now
Insane show.
just 3 players remain.
Insane show.
So, Juan, what are we doing?
I go to win, I'm pretty sure.
You're gonna win pretty sure?
I go to win.
That's right, you're a nice guy, so that's what happens, that's what happens.
Yeah, Steve O'Dwyer, what can you say? I mean, just one of the top players in the world for the better part of 10 years plus now, as far as I can count. Maybe even longer. I mean, he's just been crushing forever. And should be happy with an $854,000 score, but would have liked to have gotten to that 7-figure territory where we will leave our 3 combatants. Juan Pardo going to be the short stack with $3.5 million. Mossbach with 25 big blinds at $10 million. But it's all about the Big Daddy.
It's 450K? Okay, it's pretty big.
It's too much rate, no problem.
Should I look?
Mario play for win.
Bryn joking that he doesn't even have to look at his cards with how much pressure he can put on Mario right now. 500K pay jump for the jump from 3rd to 2nd.
And is giving Mario a chance because could have just shoved in the 25 big blinds, and I reckon Mario would have to fold such a big hand as Queen Jack with this 500K pay jump. But now an opportunity for Mario to get in there and see a flop.
Yeah, I have a feeling this hand's going to call. We'd like to see what develops. We're ahead of bluffs, but no reason to 3-bet this hand.
Of course. And Kenny takes the lead.
Other than to protect against the 7-deuce suited, which is going to outflop.
He just knew he was going to outflop him is the problem.
King high board with a couple of low cards. Not surprised to see Bryn continuing with aggression. And it's awkward with Queen Jack high.
No
We still beat
diamond.
some stuff, yeah, but with no diamond, we're not going to pick up equity that often. A few ways to make straight draws, though, or decent pairs. This one feels close to me. Yes, Mario wants the ladder, but he also wants a shot at 2.2 up top.
Gets there on the turn, and that is part of the incentive of peeling against this, 1.6 big blind bet. It's just you have the equity with Queen Jack to, turn a pair over a 6 or a deuce or something of that nature, and it's happened for Mario here.
And we'd expect Bryn to bluff this card a lot, trying to represent the top of the deck, but with a pair of deuces, Mario might see him slow down. Oh, he's just gonna. He's gonna keep firing. I could see Bryn thinking of this as kind of a two-way bet, where maybe we get a 6 to fold and a flush draw to call.
And a king and a queen to call.
Of course, yeah, king or a queen.
You can't
I
do
wouldn't
anything.
expect to go
Yeah.
anywhere at this stage of the hand, but we're only betting 4.5 blinds. Kind of nice proposition if things work out the way I described.
$8 million in the middle, going to the river. And Bryn, yeah, that sort of telling look over to him like, okay, I guess you are in a portion of your range that my deuce is very unlikely to be beating. Of course, yeah, there are the flush draws, but this leans, king, maybe turn queen, and the flush draws you'd be beating on this 6 river. So doubtful that Bryn turns this hand into a bluff, I would think, Kev.
Yeah, I think this hand's far too strong on the river. I could understand the idea on the turn to clear some close hands, but there's, there's responsible aggression and there's reckless aggression, and I think betting this hand on the river would have been reckless.
How about Mario? Should he have bet the river? With the brick diamonds, I mean.
Mario may be excited to be able to show down,
it's
but
kind of cool though, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
if Bryn
think
had
about
a
it,
king, you think he'd just jam?
Easier in the booth to say,
When was
but
it
we
against their
expect
call?
Bryn to
On the
jam
flop
his
for
bluffs
1.5
and his
BBs?
kings. Why not try to rep the missed diamonds? But look, Mario's
what friends
very
are for, to
pleased
pump you
with
up. Even
the
when it's not
17
true.
million that he now possesses.
I think that's the best possible.
14 million, pardon me.
I thought about that. Like,
Pardon
6 is
me.
so good.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, king is also.
You thought deuce was good too.
Yeah.
You would have loved
Same,
deuce.
same.
Yeah. You would have loved deuce until you didn't.
Bryn's going to fold the button to potentially create a collision effect between Mario and Wampardo. I do want to remark, Kevin, that Bryn wants to keep this three-handed thing going as long as possible. Right?
Yeah, it's in his best interest for sure. As the chip leader, sometimes we get in these funny spots where it's like, oh, I've got 10 times your stack.
Yeah.
Let's keep you around for a while. The other side of that right now is as Mario's stack increases, the
Just one of
damage
my
that can be
initial
done
shot.
by busting in
Open
third
rip, 25 BBs.
has
Yeah.
also increased.
But not with 70s.
Just for fun. Here and there, just because it is 7 deuce, actually.
Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah. For the real.
Yeah, exactly.
Bryn joking that could have just shoved there, which obviously would have put immense pressure on the queen jack, which probably would have folded, but just for the memes, for the lulls, you know, because it's 7 deuce. Bryn Kenny always affable, good sense of humor. And Pardo slipping away. Obviously would have liked to be in a better position to get his first
For the fans.
Triton title, but may have to settle for just over $1 million, which nothing to scoff at, Kev.
Don't think any of these guys are disappointed in where they stand
right
now. Although I think, you know, Bryn might be counting as 2.2 at this point. You heard he's excited about a heads-up match.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of self-fulfilling prophecy energy, certain aura that Sensei has, right? That it's just like ethereal. It just, you know, it's like this is one of the main characters, you know, of life. I think
these two hands are going to get in for just 6 big blinds. Although looks like Mario's just as likely to chop this one up as he is to hold.
A lot of chops with these situations, but a 6 would be devastation for Juan Pardo. That is a good start towards that chop. Diamonds working in Mossbach's favor. A 7 would not be particularly fun for Juan Pardo. There is the chop. Just a 7 or a 6 will eliminate Juan Pardo. Skadoosh. Nope.
All right.
You know that whole idea of like hashtag winning? I feel like
Sure.
we could brand something hashtag Brenning, you know? I think there's something there.
That's a good one, yeah. Gotta think these chips are going in for Mario. Just 5 blinds behind for Pardo.
Yeah, Pardo has that expression like he knows it's coming, and he's hoping to wake up with something like a decent queen high or... Nope. Not 10-3-0. And the vultures starting to pick at his decaying body. You know the metaphor I'm going with. I mean, he's technically still alive, but he's almost out the door. Poor Pardo.
You and Ali both making just like sad animal metaphors for the players whose stacks are bleeding away at the table, it feels.
You know what the problem is? It's because I really look up to Ali, and so I listen to his commentary a lot. I think it's rubbing off on me.
You heard the dog shelter thing the other day?
No, I didn't. I missed that one.
I'm not gonna. No.
It's okay. I'll comb through hours of footage just to find it.
I'm all in.
All in? 5 days?
I think so.
All?
Another split pot.
Another split pot, says Juan Pardo. Queen,
I think queen 5
6
is strong.
for Brendan Kenny. Queen 5 suited for Juan Pardo. Good start, I would say, for Juan Pardo. Couple of clubs. Seven on the turn. Bryn can only win with a 6. Otherwise, we should be chopping unless it's a club or a 5. There is the club. Come on. Get real. He gets there. I didn't hear no bell.
Mi support.
Yeah, these guys are dead over there.
I don't know.
They count you out already. 2 million. 2 million.
$4.4 million now for the Spaniard.
There's players in the YouTube chat rooting for you, Juan Pardo, even if nobody's on your rail. Don't worry.
Pensando en la entrevista en inglés.
They got your back.
YouTube chat accusing Bryn Kenny of having a rich guy laugh.
Is that a thing?
I mean, I think it's a thing. I think the thing that I always joke about with something like that is like the head tilt is like part of it. Like a rich guy laugh is like they'll like tilt the head back, you know. I mean,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
So I don't really get that from him, but he does. I mean, there's evidence he might be rich, so I think that might be lending the narrative to the suggestion. I mean, technically, he's a rich guy laughing, right?
Yeah, if he's a rich guy, then everything he does is a rich guy thing.
Yeah.
Right? See Bryn just limping here as Mario's gotten a bit richer himself.
You might call this a rich guy limp.
14 million chips. The effective stack, 35 big blinds. Kenny not wanting to put all of them in the pot or even a raise in his efforts to play as many hands as possible. Mario thinking he has a fair bit of showdown value here, but Bryn's hands, from my vantage point, a little more unclear. We have the worst possible queen high. It's going to be difficult to show down as the winner. Although we don't have much equity at the moment. So maybe we wait to see what develops on the river before deciding if we want to bluff this one. Yeah, another overcard to the board, disconnected from our hand. Hearts come in, though, and we don't have one. Bryn's spot. Sounds like he just checked and...
Check Reynard.
Mario just happy to be good there.
Lines are up. 250, 500.
Blinds are up. 250K, 500,000. We've been throwing a 500,000 big blind ante. 3 left here in the 50K 7-handed event. Final table. Virtual unknown, Bryn Kenny chip leading with 23 million. Mossbach, the rising Austrian assassin, 31 big blinds. And Juan Pardo just with 9 blinds, trying to find a way.
Noteworthy, by the way, now that the blinds are up, Bryn just open rips, forcing Mario out of the pot.
31 effective.
I mean,
serious business.
It's a rough spot to call as Mario in front of Juan Pardo and give him the chance to just fold and get a ladder. Very few hands that Mario can call in that spot.
You know, I'm seeing a lot of chatter about the fact that for the entirety of this FT, this massage therapist has been massaging Bryn the whole time. They're like, oh, why doesn't he give her a break, blah, blah, blah. Look, if you're running up a chip lead stack on a table, do you really want to have this crazy shift in like energy of like this person that's like being good luck for you is with you? I mean, she doesn't have to give the intensive massage the whole time, but it's like she's a part of it now for him. You know what? There's a lot, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not a superstitious person, but I wouldn't want that shift. I want that, you know.
I know what you mean.
That's my partner right there.
And I've
in this journey.
definitely seen some players, I mean, not uncommon for long massages at the table. And definitely seen some players who even get the therapist involved in the action a little bit, let them sweat the cards.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's, you know, kind of a team atmosphere down there. Not literally team play, obviously. Feel the need to clarify.
All in.
GTO Wizard, guys. Want to play like a Triton champion, like Bryn Kenny, like Espen Jorstad? GTO Wizard has the tools to help you elevate your game, and now you can win a 1-year GTO Wizard Elite subscription to sharpen your skills and crush the competition. Follow GTO Wizard on X and Instagram for your chance to win. A little tongue-tied today.
It was X, wasn't it?
It was the X thing. I wanted to say Twitter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Felt that.
I can promise you these 3 guys have spent some time on GTO Wizard. Maybe not Bryn Kenny as much as the other 2, but I mean, when you're naturally just a wizard, maybe you don't spend as much time on GTO Wizard. I mean, he has like wizardly energy.
I feel like he has claimed to not use any study tools, but like when you're around all these players,
you get it,
and you interact with all these players.
It's kind of how I feel too.
Like, you know, yeah, like we get it, right?
We get
Just
it.
like Bryn, we understand how these
All
things
in.
work.
For Mario, and Pardo's like, "Okay, dude, do you have to shove every time?" And it's like, "Yeah, man. Keep on getting these hands I got to shove with. It's nothing personal."
Doesn't look like much, but Jack high for 6 big blinds with the chance to open the action. Might get in there. Oh, and he comes in with limp. Easy spot when you get dealt the ace, says Bryn Kenny, but Pardo showing a little bit of creativity for the spot. You don't normally see that under 10, 8 big blinds maybe at the very lowest, but Pardo's extending there given the extreme nature of these pay jumps. I like that find. You know, take those hands that are just, they feel right on the edge, right? It's like, oh, I don't know if I should fold this or jam this.
It's on the
Door
edge.
number 3.
Of shoving. Yeah, door number 3. We finally have one. I mean, we've gotten a couple door number 3s today. In case you're wondering about door number 3, when we suggest when we suggest 2 options and then they end up doing the third one, it's always impressive. Bryn just shoving indiscriminately now, and Mario dominating, has an ace, is suited. All the reasons why his hand is better. It does not matter because he didn't know he had 6-4 off.
I wonder if he's thought through the details of what he would have called there.
Yeah, I was thinking about that myself.
Ace queen suited might be like.
Yeah, but if Bryn,
yeah, I got to get in there.
Bryn opened, showed his hand 6-4 off.
Oh, then we'd fold the ace queen, I think.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's interesting, right?
Yeah, 6-4 has too much equity.
But if you showed the 6-4 and you had the ace 6, you'd be like, all right, let's do this. Oh.
Well, if Jack high was good enough for one Pardo, gotta suspect Queen high good enough for Mario. First aggressor opportunity.
Raise. 4,250,000.
Yeah. Doesn't look like much, but can see the percentages, 46% equity against this particular hand, even though he's not ahead.
5 seconds.
Hard to fold this for just 5 blinds.
The 5 seconds thing is kind of stressful. Kind of down with what Winter was saying.
Oh, yeah, the request to knock at the...
Yeah, he must have said, please don't warn me about the 5 second. At least half a dozen times, the poor guy.
Vamos, chavales, pedirla. Pedí un 9-1-8.
Oh, when Adrian walks up, it's like guaranteed. The sun just walked up for you.
9-8.
Adrian, you feeling it? Easy, you never lose.
Pretty
one
fair
like
fight,
that.
all things considered. 53% for Mario.
I say we keep the 3-handed going.
There is a 9, but Mario with spades covered. No backdoor straight draws. Wait, 10, then a jack? Would that be a straight?
That's a... No more backdoor straight draws.
No more backdoor straight draws. Thank you very much. 9 or an 8 or 1 Pardo is going to be our third place finisher for a little over $1 million, and we'll be heads up. There is the 6. Some big respect between all 3 competitors. I think Bryn really enjoying being up against phenoms like those 2. And would have liked to maybe keep the 3-handed going, but is going to be happy to be heads up right now against Mario Mossbach. Those are the high fives of a man that just jumped up to a $1.5 million. Juan Pardo walking away with his career best Triton performance. I'm sure we'll see him for the rest of the week as the buy-ins increase. There's Pardo with his great spectacles. Great performance. Spaniard takes home $1,055,000. And we are heads up, and we are going to go on a little bit of a break here. Does oftentimes happen. Little heads up break. Bryn, 52 big blinds, 25.75 million. Mario, 17.25. Pretty exciting stuff. This was such a stacked final table, Kevin. We're down to our final 2. What have been your impressions since you've come on with me here today?
I mean, like you said, we have had a really stacked final table, and I mean, you talked about the credentials of the top 5 or so players leading up to this heads-up match, but maybe none more exciting than the last two we're looking at. Mario Mosbach heads up twice already in Jeju. Sorry, not already. This is his second time heads up in Jeju. I mean, an opportunity for a title for both of these to add to their incredible success at this series in the past.
Yeah, and I would say, you know, Bryn almost considered old school in a way at this point, just like how long he's been around, the fact that he is #1 on the all-time money list. He always comes out for these bigger buy-ins and just absolutely crushes them. Mario, a little more new school, but an incredible success on the Triton Tour. And I really am excited to see these two juggernauts facing off. You know, Bryn was talking about how usually when he gets heads up, it's against someone that is not that great or something like that, but he's really excited to be heads up with someone that's a real challenge for him. Maybe he's at that stage of his career with his $45 million in Triton earnings. So I think this is going to be a really, really worthy battle for both of them, and I'm excited to see who comes out on top.
Yeah, this is going to be high level.
Yeah. Okay, so let's throw it to the break here. They're going to need about 15, 20 minutes to get situated, and then we will crown our champion in the 50K seven-handed.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with Passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Symbolis, good opportunity to shove in these 5 big blinds. Coming off, I mean, wow. Best career score, not even 650,000 coming into that bounty event. Somehow walks away with over $1 million, and now playing for another 2.3 here in this 50K. Long way to go, but this, you know, not a bad start, all things considered. Might get called by worse. Four big blinds. I think that'll be a spin for Mario here, Kev.
Yeah, at this price, hard to imagine not putting the money in with this hand. He asks Matas for his last 25K chip.
And Matas quickly obliges. He wants to get to the bar to celebrate his $1 million win. Great start for Mario Mossbach. Very behind now is Symbolis. Jack would make things interesting. And that's going to do it. I'd say it was a good couple of hours for Matas. Would have liked to get a little lucky on this final table, but how about getting lucky with all those envelopes?
Yeah, we can't choose where we're going to run good, but no doubt he's doing better than expected at this trip. Guaranteed to leave Jeju a winner, barring some.
Where Bryn opened in early position with ace-queen suited, came to Mario in the big blind, who took pause with ace-5 off, and then they had a nice little banter afterwards when Mario folded, where he said, I had that one where I might 3-bet, and he said, I had the one that would have gone all in. So he kind of, so it's interesting that a similar spot in a way came up, and they're both sort of giving respect to the other, not trying to get away with those sneaky big blind, one big, one low combo, 3-bets. Watson, 8 big blinds to the hijack, king 10 off. Good enough for you, Kev?
Cuspy one, not sure how many min raises we might try to employ at this stage. We're kind of the shortest by far, so I think we just push, yeah. It does feel like a bottom jam, though. I'd fold king 9.
Yeah, cusp city for Michael Watson, and might get one better hand to fold. I have to imagine this is a hand that Mario would be happy to call all in with in the big blind, maybe, probably even the small.
Yeah,
how does it affect things on the cutoff? You can see the hesitation.
Just looking ahead to who's in the big blind.
There it is.
Dylan Lindy, the chip leader, and yeah, just any player could wake up with a hand. Bryn here with, I think, a pretty clear one. And I'd expect him to want to isolate knowing that Dylan's in the big blind. We don't want to just call, let the chip leader rejam with some extra hands. We just want to be all in against the short stack with these 8s.
And two players who have surely tangled with each other for what must feel like eons, playing tournaments against each other, all the way from probably $100, $200 buy-in on some online sites back in circa 2009, all the way to, you know, buy-ins as big as $500,000. Here they are, tangled in a flip in this 50K. Watson's going to need a lot of help. King or a 10. Last chance. Not going to do it. Michael Watson is going to be our 7th place finisher for a little over $375,000.
I think I missed my spot. I think I missed the call.
What do you have?
Ace-9 off.
No. Yeah. Especially with this look when you said it.
Can only fold. Ace Jack, Ace 10 suited.
Nice to get an insight into some of the ranges there.
That's how
as we see.
you are if you.
Can we just record whatever those
I was
two
just gonna say,
to
like,
each other?
Let's be careful.
Store
about
that
when we're
away
talking.
and maybe sell it as like an audiobook series for training content.
Now, this is free content. Wilson Kind of a hand that plays itself here. Just hoping to get this shove through on 11 blinds.
Yeah, don't think I would try to get sneaky with the min raise on the button. Hand's just a little bit too good. Oh boy.
Oh.
That's going to be a snap. Unlucky to run into the ace-jack here. Just 6 left, and far and away the shortest stack right now is Brandon Wilson.
Yeah, and by all accounts has played maybe the best final table so far of anyone here, between that really nice bluff against Bryn Kenny and then folding the ace-king to the aces pre-flop. Maybe he's going to get a little lucky. Oh, the tease, the door card, the window card. We're going to do this again.
5 in the door and jack in one of the windows.
No, people don't like that. People have decided the first card is the window card, remember? 8 of hearts on the turn. 5 and only a 5. Where Brandon Wilson is going to Viatafir, collecting just over $500,000. Nice score.
Crazy flop.
Yeah.
5 in the door.
And then 3, and then bing.
Emilia, can I have your hoodie? Can I have your hoodie? Like, I'm cold, but I need something.
Yeah, they made you sweat that one, that's for sure. Until you didn't. Like ace-queen, can you even call?
Probably.
Ace-queen suited, I get, like...
Ace-queen, can you even call as ace-queen gets dealt? That was prophetic.
Probably, yeah. Like 10s and ace-queen and suited. I can tell you I didn't like when you started to think.
I'm sure not.
Because I know that you're not showboating there. You've got a hand there.
No reason to.
Yeah.
Just passing on the king-jack on the button. Bryn obviously willing to exercise his chip lead, but also...
I can't let you, chip up too much.
Showing some patience.
Yeah, the best poker advice I ever got was be looser in spots people wouldn't expect and tighter in spots people wouldn't expect. And then I see a player like Bryn, and I always just see that in practice, I think. You know who told me that advice?
I don't mind.
Who's that?
Mike McDonald.
Throwback.
Yeah. Whatever happened to that guy? I think he went broke, right? Was that the story?
Yeah, I heard Timex.
Timex ran out of time, I remember.
One of the worst gamblers of all time.
Yeah. Just didn't really have a knack for it. Ran good at first, which was cute, but then it all fell apart.
Really good basketball player, though.
Yeah. Didn't quite make it to the show, though. O'Dwyer flopping huge here off just 9 big blinds, hoping for exactly this kind of equity. Getting this min c-bet for Mario. Those chips are dust in the wind, my friend.
Yeah, this is a weird one for O'Dwyer. Does he think if he check raises big, or check raises in general, that a hand like ace high gets away? If so, I think he would just trap. He has so much equity with his 3 of a kind when Mario doesn't have a draw, and that is the most common hand class for Mario to have in this situation. So he does go for that really, really small raise, suggesting he could be bluffing with something pretty trashy. Not even necessarily a gut shot.
I don't think I've ever heard that before. Hand class. I like that. I mean, I understand what it means.
Yeah.
I'm really here to use. It's good. Is going to call. And that is pretty interesting because I think Steve would have check raised a 10 just as often as an 8 to just like get it in and get weaker hands like ace queen to call, right? So now it just kind of creates, it's less likely that he has either the 10 or the 8, and did have some of the hands that you were suggesting, different hand class.
Yeah, main reason for Steve to check here, first of all, when he has a full house, he's just going to win this hand at showdown a huge percentage of the time, so there's no need to bet to charge for anything.
Ooh, very interesting river.
So one benefit, as you're seeing in action right now, is that he can check and allow Mario to improve in some way to maybe get paid later. The other thing is his bluffs completely whiff that turn, so his bluffs are going to need to show some caution on that 10. But now that it's checked through and Mario's shown some weakness and Steve has all the full houses, I mean, I would think we just put the money in and hope that Mario finds a call.
I like when Steve goes all in, it's kind of soft. But he also might make it like 1.45 and not say all in.
I was liking that camera angle. Want the close-up on. Yeah, you're right. He doesn't say all in. Leaves a chip behind. Not quite all in.
Yeah, and I think the problem for Mario is that if he thinks that Steve was playing, you know, Jack-9 as a check raise that wants to make it look stronger and then call off for the 8 bigs or whatever it was, 6, 7 bigs, would he decide, after having presumably given up on the turn, now bluff the ace when Mario should have something like he has a lot of the time?
Yeah, and I think, I mean, if you've been watching Steve play poker over the years, we got to believe that that's a real possibility. There's no way he just gives up all of his bluffs here. He knows that he can represent the full houses better than Mario. It would be hard for me to fold this ace-queen in Mario's shoes. I think he can have a much weaker hand.
Yeah, and it's a great price, right? I mean, this is a shove into near 3 million chips. Just 50% of the pot being wagered. What a great fold.
Finds a fold. Door number 2.
Drunk Fam on YouTube asking, save 25K for question mark, question mark, question mark. Is relatively new to the super high roller scene. You know, back when I was playing sort of mid high rollers and main events, he was sort of in those with me, but wasn't playing the super big stuff, and then suddenly was finding himself 100Ks, 50Ks, pretty meteoric rise. As far as his Triton career, has 15 cashes. I mean, very, very consistent for just shy of 3 million in earnings, but does not have his first title.
1,400,000.
And now he has Ace King.
Ooh. And Dylan not deciding to go the simplistic route by 3-bet shoving. He keeps a good chunk of his stack behind. 3-bets to just 5 big blinds, and now O'Dwyer's behind 20 big blinds effective with pocket 10s.
Would you like to wager a food ticket?
Oh. Which side?
I'll let you pick.
Oh,
I'll take the other. I just want the action. I think the line is pretty close, so.
I will take the all-in.
Okay, I'll take fold. You got your voucher on you right now?
Oh yeah. Good luck.
I'm gonna have to owe you. I had one for dinner. I gave my other one to Randy.
You could just keep them all with you. You know, they're like.
I guess you're right. I
It's
didn't
just
think
a
about
little.
that.
It's just a little stack.
That's so funny. You're right.
No, it's because I made the same mistake. I got bailed out.
You
days
lost a
ago
bunch?
by someone
Okay.
else. No.
Yeah.
I'd already ordered food too. Not to overshadow this legitimately close spot, I think O'Dwyer's got to be thinking about, you know, just how often do I believe that Dylan's bluffing in this situation, because he wants to get this through against a bluff from Dylan, right? He's not expecting to get it in good against the value range of Lindy.
Just think, yeah. The reason why I like fold and the why that you owe me the equivalent of about I don't know, 15 Canadian dollars, maybe 20 Canadian dollars, is because
should have prepaid.
Yeah. I mean, you got to ask yourself in these spots, right? Like, what kind of an animal am I dealing with Dylan Lind? Like, yeah, Bryn Kenny is extremely active. Yeah, Dylan's aware of that, but Bryn Kenny's our significant chip leader. Is Dylan really going to want to, like, come after him, just look down at ace 6 suited and 3-bet? Doesn't really seem like in his nature under the gun to cut off here. You know, it's just, I don't know. I think he would just stay away. Did he just shove?
Wow. And a misstep from Bryn, maybe disagreeing with your read, Griffin, and thinking he could have the ace-6 suited right now. But Bryn finding a way to have 38%,
Look at
even
that,
when he does run into ace-king.
Look at that. Still got the meal voucher ticket, though.
Yeah, most important part of this hand, I'm sure, for everyone involved.
Steve probably had one of each of ours. No? Even better.
Probably.
Like in my hand.
Oof.
Wow.
The rich just get richer. Disaster strikes for Dylan Lindy. Gonna need an ace or king on the turn. Clubs will give kind of more outs to Dylan. That's pretty interesting. Now an ace, king, or jack. See all the outs over there. There's a decent amount. 8 outs. Second.
Good luck.
Aw, poor Dylan. Came in with the chip lead, had high hopes for his first Triton title, but ran into the buzzsaw.
We can see
Bryn
heads up.
refusing to go delicate with his stablemate and just maybe peel the 2.4x or, you know, just no, and there's no.
The toughest competitor heads up. Finally. Usually they give me the soft ones heads up.
Finally.
Give me someone to fight.
Really unfortunate. I mean, a great score for Dylan. Look, I mean, he's so getting things done. I mean, this is third cash. Such a high cash rate. I mean, an incredible Montenegro 2024. These four, I would say, along with Watson being the fifth, were the 5 that really stood out to me in skill and accomplishment. Of course, taking nothing away from Dylan Lind, Brandon Wilson, and Symbolis, who are all exceptional talents in their own rights. But these, you know, there's something enigmatic about each one of these individuals.
Yeah.
Just incredible, incredible success on the tour.
We might see these chips go in.
Yeah, these two are so interesting too because they're kind of on their rise. They're not even necessarily like in their prime, right? Whereas Bryn and Steve, just outrageous amount of cashes between them. I think they're over 100 million combined in total cashes.
Maybe
Dwyer and
it might be minus that, so it might be 4.3.
Probably minus the ante.
Dwyer and Bryn Kenny.
4.3.
4.3?
Yeah.
Good luck, Mario.
And this is going to be an all-in call clash.
Yeah, just
Mario
10 big
ahead.
blinds. Now that the blinds have gone up.
8 no win. Wow.
Yeah, and this spot represents such a big swing. I mean, they're already guaranteed so much money, like nothing to scoff at 854,000 for fourth place, but
That's all right. He could take like any two.
Oh, Marina Ruido.
you win this
So what if it
double,
was like Battle
you're in
Royale?
contention to get up to that,
Maybe he could take like
you
2
know,
or 3 at
1.5,
least.
2.23 million. Good start for Mossbach. We all know what kind of turn cards can make things more interesting, though. If they sparkle, if it's a 10,
9 of diamonds.
an
Come
ace,
on, let's have a
9.
real card like a 9 of
yeah,
diamonds.
Bryn wants the real card.
If it's a 4, it's going to be queen on the river. So.
Well, Kev, I got my Coca-Cola. I saw Steve O'Dwyer order one there, and I just said, I was like, I really want to get a Coke, and here I am. So free advertising for Coca-Cola. Listen, if you're looking for some sponsorship, Triton, delicious. Heads up now, okay? Mario Mossbach gonna have 35 big blinds to Bryn's 52. We all know who the favorite is here, but also in being a favorite, he's almost the bad guy, the guy at the top of the thing here.
Yeah.
I'm rooting for Mario a little bit, I gotta say. Got a soft spot for him. But both of these very worthy champions, whoever comes out on top. And a little deal has been made, Kevin.
That's right.
These two players, I think, respecting each other a great deal. You know, Bryn was remarking that he's excited to finally get heads up with someone that he, you know, really thinks highly of, and was speaking to, you know, Pardo and Mossbach each. And so they have come to a deal. They're going to be playing for the remaining 70 grand, but that doesn't change the fact that these titles mean a lot to both of them. Bryn, of course, would be on a chase for Jason Kuhn's 10. This would really help towards that cause. But whoever wins this, I think, is really going to be deserving.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, with 35 big blinds in the stack of Mario Mossbach, there's a lot of play left available here. I mean, we're talking about two players who, Bryn's excited to play Mario because he wants competition, and I think this is how Bryn challenges himself. This is how Bryn gets better. I mean, he's said in the past, I told you off air, I think, Griffin, that Bryn brags sometimes about not studying, you know, not using a solver, but this is where he gets his advantage. He's plays in the biggest stage every single time. Big events happen. Bryn's there. He learns from these kinds of experiences. Either way, like you said, we're just going to have a great match.
Yeah, I mean, there's few players, I think, that have played more final tables in the last 15-plus years than Bryn Kenny. He's seen so many situations. He's used to playing for big amounts of money, and he's been more successful than anyone else. As we do get into this heads-up match, there's Super Mario there on the right. You can see they've kind of changed seats. I think that was a nice little gesture from Bryn so that his rail, Mario's big rail of friends, can get a closer look and maybe go celebrate in between hands if he runs things up. There are the stacks. Again, Bryn with 25.75 million. Mario Mossbach with 17. So if you're going to handicap this thing, you know, Bryn's probably... I don't know what, minus 165. Is that fair?
Why are you making me do math at
No,
midnight,
you know,
Griffin?
You know how it works with like you handicap
I gotta
something.
do like 160 divided by 260.
No,
I can't.
No, it's easy. It just means that he's and that means that Mario would be like plus 140 or something. You know,
Call it a
like
flip.
if you risk 100, you would win 140.
It's a fake flip. Call it a fake flip.
Yeah, it's a fake flip. Bryn with the edge, but it can shift pretty quickly. I mean, already Mario with the advantage. Queen 4 suited against 6-4 off.
Yeah, Mario starting with a limp on the button. Got another deep stack heads-up match. If you did tune into 25K earlier with Anatoly Filatov and Calvin Lee, where we saw our deepest heads-up match of the series. This one, I believe, second to that. So limp check, Bryn leading out. Maybe a little eyebrow raise from Mario. At least that's what it felt like. Don't often see a lot of the out-of-position player leading. But Bryn has the right kind of hand for it. Something marginal, able to get a little bit of value. Maybe wants to fold out some overcards.
Yeah, some protection. Sizing-wise was, you know, he did about half pot.
Yeah, but still with 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush. Pretty big hand in heads up.
And a pretty big turn card in the 10 of diamonds.
Bryn's reaching for more. Feeling like this 10 is kind of a blank. Mario not expected to float the flop with 10 high. Has the diamonds working for him here, though.
Yeah, not with the way that they're sharing cards. Not a lot of rivers where Bryn can get coolered for a lot more chips. You know, you can't hit the 4 of diamonds. You can't hit the 6 of diamonds.
True. And this one gets really interesting if Bryn checks, which I think, as the board's developed and with the amount of money that's gone into the pot, would probably be the default play.
Yeah, I mean, You have to wonder, Bryn, if he does come with a check, there are going to be quite a bit of misses in Mossbach's range. 7-8 needs to call twice. 8-9 needs to call twice.
But a play we saw from Bryn earlier with Ace-King high against Ace-Queen in this same tournament. Bryn going for thin value. Thinks he has the image to get paid off. Fortunately, Mario has nothing to call with.
Very interesting start to the heads-up battle. Bryn just, I don't know. Something about him, man. The aura just feels like he knows exactly where he is in the hand. He bets half pot on the river for value with third pair.
Yeah, it's hard to find. I mean, you can track. Maybe he's beat by a better 6, but a jack, perhaps he expects to raise either flop or turn. A 10, mostly folding the flop, as I suggested before. So, yeah, definitely just tracking where he's at in the hand.
Yeah, maybe targeting a 5 in particular, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
There is that trophy in between our two legends. This would be fifth title for Bryn. Mario would be looking for his third.
Thanks.
Speculative limp with the 6-5 offsuit, and Mario's going to take this up. We're playing 30 big blinds effective. Used to seeing about 4x on the nose, 2 million. Looks like a close one from my point of view. 6-5. Definitely very playable against the top of the unpaired range.
I like the way that he threw his sweater around him like he's putting on his armor for battle, you know? And bottom pair for Bryn, definitely going to be continuing here against Mario's aces. Mario unblocking, you know, all the potential pairs Bryn could have. Where do you find yourself sizing up here, Kevin?
Yeah, it's unclear to me where to start as the out-of-position player. We might have some checks on Queen 7-6. This looks like a board that hits Bryn's range reasonably well. So if we've got like Ace-Jack high or pocket 10, something like that, we're not necessarily betting. So usually when we're going to be playing some checks, we increase size a little bit. So this is 1/3. You know, not the smallest size that Mario might use in all these spots. Clear continue with any pair.
9, going to give more outs for Bryn Kenny against the aces, but probably would have preferred to see a 4, certainly a 5 or 6.
And as Mario, we start to consider check raising, perhaps. Another good card for Bryn's range. Reason for us to slow down with some stuff. Mario has the ace of spades covered, so doesn't need to worry about ace high flush draw. Does he think Bryn's going to bet when check too? He does start with a check.
And an SPR now of about 1.3, 7.5 million out there. Mario with an effective 10.5 million. If Bryn does go with bet here, he's going to regret it.
Yeah, against some players, maybe we can get away with betting a hand like this, set our price and see a free river, but Bryn respecting the potential that Mario has a good hand here wisely.
Better than good, Kev. Better than good. Aces make 3 on the river.
And it feels our hand is so good, maybe we want to do something deceptive, but the problem is when we check on an ace, it just looks like we have showdown value. Hard for Bryn to ever represent the ace or a hand that wants to bet when the ace comes. I like Mario just playing this one straightforward. The ace is my card. Here's a big bet.
Bryn with an inquisitive look, recognizing exactly what you were talking about, is going to be bluffing on this ace card just as much as having it. Feels like Bryn is leaning fold, but I don't know. His
There's a lot of weak
demeanor is
hands
shifting, yeah.
that get dealt in heads up. If Mario was bluffing before the flop, Jack deuce offsuit, you know, 5-3 offsuit, just total trash type hands. How could you not bluff this river?
Yeah, and this is a really big inflection point of this heads-up battle here. If Bryn folds, he will retain his... Wow, makes the call and is going to be shown the very bad news. Wow, what a remarkable shift in fortunes here. Update those Vegas odds, Kevin.
Yeah.
Mario has the chip lead now. Eating some nuts over there, maybe. Some pretzels. This is what I do.
Yeah, what has he got there? That looks like a movie theater sized container of...
Yeah.
Bigger than movie theater sized. Is there a Costco out here?
Maybe a Korean equivalent.
Nice pot for Mario. Great example of why it's not always necessary to play deceptively. I mean, he did check the turn. Maybe it's unfair to me to say he didn't play deceptively in that hand, but ace comes on the river, just fires out a big bet. Looks a little bit like a bluff.
Yeah, and let's talk about where that leaves us. Mossbeck now. I mean, roles have reversed. We started 52 big blinds, Bryn. 35 Mario. Now 51 for Mario, 35 for Bryn. Still plenty of play left. Do not count out Bryn Kenny. Two very playable 30 big blind hands.
Yeah, Mario comes with raise this time. We've seen him limp and raise on the button.
That is going to be a very, very bad start for Bryn Kenny. Not only does Mario Mossbach have trip jacks, but I think Bryn has every reason to continue with king high, king of diamonds.
Yeah, definitely. The standard is to bet small on these paired boards. If we get a good price, king of diamonds by itself is enough. Now, I would normally play this one passively with some showdown value, but high frequency check raise definitely a thing on paired boards. He does just call.
Bryn given more reason to stick around. And does Mossbach want to start sizing up?
Yeah, real chance that Bryn has a flush in the big blind. This is a frequent hand, although Mario makes that less likely by having the queen of diamonds. So I doubt we'll see Mario attacking stacks. You know, I don't think we see overbet, jam river kind of line, but chunky bets can come.
Yeah, that looks to be about 2.5 million into the 3-7.
1.5, yeah.
And Bryn still has a hand that can beat bluffs. He's picked up equity if he's behind. I think this is the type of hand where, you know, maybe we even fold a pair of deuces on the turn, but we continue with king of diamonds.
There is the call. This pot now ballooning to 8.7 million. River changes nothing. Does fill in a backdoor wheel with 4-5. I guess worth mentioning. But does Mario raise that on the button?
Yeah, it's a possibility, but probably small consideration like you suggested. An ace high, you know, it feels unlikely, I think, from Bryn's point of view, that Mario would double barrel with an ace by itself. Feels a bit weird, except for maybe the odd, like ace of diamonds, king, 2-street value bet. So if Mario comes with a big bet here, he might be suspicious again, thinking there's a lot of possible bluffs.
And like an eagle eyeing his prey, Mario Mossbach deciding what to do on this river.
And I think credit
Eight
to Mario
million.
for taking a little extra time here. His hand strength is straightforward. We want to bet big. But the ace of spades, not a easy card to play on the river. I think that shows signs of someone who's thinking through their whole strategy, not just what do I want with queen jack.
So I have a question, just sort of a range question here. Can we put some rivered aces in Bryn's range here? He's not going to be shoving or 3-betting every ace here. He can have something like an ace 5, ace 4, ace of diamonds, 4 diamonds, 5 of diamonds that might call twice.
Yeah, even a hand like ace 4 of spades might take a flop and then, well, ace of spades on board, but ace 4 of clubs, you know, would take a flop, not necessarily 3-bet pre-flop, and then reach the river here. So there's a few aces that Kenny can have, but yeah, ace of diamonds X, definitely possible. And I think that's, you know, with this 8 million size on the river, that's what Mario's hoping he runs into. But as you can see with Bryn considering this and paying it off with just king high, we don't need an ace to get paid. Sometimes your opponent just thinks you're bluffing.
Yeah, and a mark of respect as far as I'm concerned, how light Bryn Kenny has stumbled into these calls, really giving Mario credit for being capable of sophisticated bluffs. I think we can all appreciate that perspective.
Yeah, and honestly, when I think about heads up, it's a game where it's so easy to get dealt the bottom of the deck, and it's so easy to bluff.
I threw you one, right? I owe you one more. Didn't I give you? Okay.
So I think what Bryn Kenny's showing here, even though it's not working out right now, is the mark of a really difficult opponent in a heads-up setting, someone who's really sticky and willing to call you down light. Usually a good trait, but I mean, when you take those risks and we only start with 35 big blinds, you can see how quickly things can get out of hand.
It's very rare to see Bryn Kenny be wrong twice in a row. I will say that. I think it's probably annoying and disappointing to him because in a lot of ways the man can do no wrong when it comes to being on the poker table and being on a final table of this nature. But it is refreshing to see he's human after all. Starting to get worried there for a second.
Also rare, and perhaps signs that he's not human, Mario got dealt trips 2 hands in a row to allow Bryn the opportunity to make 2 mistakes in a row. So yeah, you might call it bad luck, unfortunate card distribution. But a couple of nicely played hands for Mario on the fortunate end of things so far.
Yeah, and how quickly fortunes have shifted between these two players. Just feels like 10, 15 minutes ago.
9 bigs after posting.
Thank you.
That fortunes were well reversed. Now Mario with 37 million to Bryn's 6.
A little more. Oh,
Probably a good enough candidate to.
This is confusing me.
Yeah,
shove.
I was right at first.
Nope. Does shove for the 10 effective. Easy fold with 9-6 off.
Yeah, nice jam from Mario. I think Queen 7 too strong
me
to
it
limp.
didn't raise the blind yet, and I'm like, wait, no, do I have one more blind? No, I don't.
Worth noting, the original payouts between first and second were 2.233 million and 1.5 for second. These two players did elect to chop up that money. They're only playing for 70 grand, but as far as their legacies are concerned, getting that trophy, being another Triton champion, I think meaningful to both of them, truly.
Interesting. See another spot reminiscent of the Juan Pardo hand, 3-handed, where Bryn limping in off of just 7 big blinds. Mario has a huge hand for the spot, and he does just jam, actually expecting to get called by worse because of how shallow they are.
And there it is, 4.15, just 7 blinds for Bryn Kenny. As usual, an incredibly impressive performance at this 50K final table. Has guaranteed himself around $1.7, $1.8 million, just adding to that total. I think it was Randy who said earlier that his average cash amount in a Triton event is $2.3 million.
That's out of control.
Yeah, 2.6, pardon me, corrected by, thank you, producer James. So, yeah. Well, my point is he's underperforming by chopping first place money here.
By entering a 50K buy-in tournament.
Yeah, he's always, his average amount is going to go down if he keeps just playing 50Ks, even record-breaking fields. Okay?
Yeah. First is just too small for this man.
Yeah. So, if Mario does end up winning, I think Bryn will get over it. Time and counseling and many, many millions of dollars. That's going to be it. Bryn Kenny's putting in the last of it with 9-8, and Mario Mossbach, an amazing opportunity with pocket queens. No surprise, the ladies love him. Look at him. Worth noting that Bryn will still win the most amount of money, even if he falters here after that deal.
No mercy.
Yeah, Bryn starting heads up with a chip advantage. Got the better side of that deal, but now all in with just 5 big blinds and missing that flop.
Yeah, that is got to be it. At least he's not drawing dead. 4 sevens. And Bryn Kenny stays in this event, but much more likely Mario Mossbach with his 3rd title. One more card to come.
Let's go! Woo! Hey, yeah! Woo! GG, bro.
Good game, brother. Played well, like usual. I had no gas in the tank. I just, like I slept 2 hours last night or something. I just said I'm not going to fold a single hand that's up, and you just had hands.
I had really lucky.
Kind of shitty hero balls. I was just like, I can't sit here for another hour or 2. I'm going to die.
You have to take it also.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Incredible performance from Mario. Nice little insight into, maybe the mental state of Bryn Kenny. It's tough out there sometimes, not getting enough sleep, and he said, I'm just going to call this guy down.
Let's go, bisschen Turnier.
All the money had already pretty much been chopped up.
Na kommt's.
Well-deserving champion. He can't stop smiling. You just love to see it. Very deserving champion of this 50K. But Bryn, look at him. He's almost passing out over there with his $1.9 million.
Thank you so much.
Even in his sleep, this guy will leave a tournament with the most amount of money. Adds nearly $2 million to his all-time moneyless total. Not just incredible. There it is. As you can see, Mario, technically the first place finisher, but about $50,000, $60,000 shy of what Bryn Kenny takes home. Juan Pardo, 7-figure club with $1 million. Steve O'Dwyer, so solid, $854,000, all the way down to Symbolis, who himself had a 7-figure day. I mean, that's not bad for the man, the way he pulled out those bounties. So that we've given away a lot of money today.
Yeah, big payouts.
Yeah, big payouts. And the buy-ins are going to start to increase, Kevin. Tomorrow, we're going to be covering the 150K, which is really going to be the cream of the crop. We're getting into those 6-figure buy-ins. We jump right from 50K to 150K. So maybe even some new faces, some people that are just coming out for those 6-figure buy-ins. We'll see, right?
Yeah, I mean, 3 of those 6-figure buy-in events, as you mentioned, coming up ahead, but I mean, let's not skip ahead of what was a well-deserved win from Mario Mosbach, third Triton title after taking down this one against Bryn Kenny. Bryn Kenny wanted a tough opponent, and I think in that one, he showed that when a tough opponent gets dealt really good cards, they're going to be tough to stop.
Yeah, and again, this final table it was just incredible, the amount of talent on it. You think about someone we didn't even mention for hours now, Michael Watson.
Yeah.
You think about Steve O'Dwyer, Juan Pardo finishing third, and then the play of someone like Wilson, who came in as a bit of an underdog and was able to play a couple of very, very impressive hands. Unfortunately, did not make it to that final 5. I just had a lot of fun covering this particular event, and it's just going to be more and more like this as we go down the road. Bryn Kenny, second place, the most amount of money. Such a treat watching him play and just be this sort of, it's like a planet or something, and everyone's kind of like orbiting him, and it's just, it was interesting to see him kind of falter the way he did in heads up, but he was very vulnerable about of his state and how he was feeling, and he said, listen, I'm not on a lot of hours of sleep. I didn't even think I could sit there for another hour, and I'm going to call this guy down. And I mean, let's be honest. Mario did get hit with the deck, made trips twice in a row against bluff catchers, and that's just that's going to be it for Bryn Kenny. Yeah. So I think we're ready, James. Yeah, absolutely. So let's send it over to Marianella, who's going to have an interview with our very deserving champion, Mario Mosbach.
Standing alongside our champion, Mario Mosbach. Exhale, sir. You've done it. Title number 3.
Holy shit.
Exactly what he said. Now, it was just a few days ago here in Jeju where you got so close in that 20K, clinching the second spot. Yeah. How much sweeter does it make this victory?
So much sweeter. I was really bummed after getting second last time and getting so close. And because you don't get these spots very often, so being able to close it out in the heads up is just, it feels amazing.
And talk to me about just the dynamics. Like there, it's like you had a chip lead. Here, you were underdog. Yeah. Talk to me in general, like the road to where you're standing right now, last man standing. How was this final table for you?
I got really lucky all along the way. And I had in 3 left, I got really lucky against Juan Pardo in a big flip. And yeah, in the heads up, I was just like fun running. I think I won 5 hands in a row. It's 5 big ones. And then it was over. So yeah, it just felt surreal.
I love that big smile on your face. Let's talk about your time in Jeju. Yep. Last year in Jeju, you got the 25K GG Millions. Yep. You locked that up, and at the time, it was a record-breaking field. Yep. Now, since we've been in Jeju, we've broken so many more records. So talk to us a little bit about just how amazing, how much Triton is growing.
It's incredible. I mean, every event was like even 50% more than my record last year. So like every event had like 400 runners, and it feels like I don't know where all these people come from. It's like really, it's the brand is growing, and people just like, I think the stage like this and the prestige that comes with winning a Triton title is just really attractive to everybody. That's why I'm here. That's why all my friends are here, and I think that's just like, it's so unique. So I think it's just a question of time how big Triton will grow in the future.
And speaking of attractive, your lovely other half isn't here, but you have a very attractive rail. I know, right? The rail is very strong. Sertion, how beautiful is it to have all of your friends here rooting you on for this moment?
I mean, so many good-looking people on the rail. Like it feels absolutely amazing to have that support and being here to come as a friends group, and especially friends who have been around for like years and years, even way before Triton. And now they all stand here, and it's like Fabi's first ever Triton, and I know him for 15 years, and now I get to experience and enjoy that. That's this, yeah, it's just, I can't believe it.
Yeah, they're very excited to take this picture. So without further ado, let's bring out tournament director Luca Vivaldi. Okay, Mario, get ready. Numero 3. Look, they're already, you guys want to already come? Just come on over here, guys. I mean, you guys are creeping in the back. Ladies and gentlemen, your 50K champion, Mario Mosbach. Raise it high, Mario. There's like, I gotta redo it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, your 50K champion, Mario Mosbach. Raise it, Mario. Yeah!